Refuse to lose. I'm built to win. Apply myself. I filled it in. No time for the doubt. They counted me out. I'm getting it in. Yeah. No time for no loss. I'm paying the cost. I'm in it to win. Yeah. Refuse. Mine it can't be diffused. If you ain't thinking the same, then we playing by different rules. You can't see the vision, we living at different views. Until we complete the mission, keep getting up, never snooze. I walked a mile in my shoes, had the mind of a fool, chasing diamonds and jewels. Trust me, I was confused. Started minding my business and used my mind as a tool. Ended up finding my purpose and found the time to get to it. They told me I couldn't do it, they told me I couldn't make it. They sold it, could never break it. That's sadly mistaken. I need a piece of the pie, I want it so bad I can taste it. They told me like Toby, keep on running toes, they gon' take a few to lose. Built to win, apply myself, I filled it in. No time for the doubt, they counted me out, I'm getting it in. Yeah. No time for no loss, I pay for the cost, I'm winning to win. Yeah. Refuse to lose, I'm built to win. Apply myself, I filled it in. No time for the doubt, they counted me out, I'm getting it in. Yeah. No time for no loss, I'm paying the cost, I'm in it to win. Yeah. Refuse.
Welcome back to CTC. I'm your gracious host, Carl, and I'm back with another episode. And today we are previewing. Why did I drink Luke a third time? I wasn't supposed to do that. But anyway, we previewing the ACC, and it's a good thing to be here. It's a lot of work, but that means football is right around the corner. We about what? A month, 19 days away from week 0. A great time of the year. Now, I normally don't do these alone, and I'm not alone today for this year's ACC, which, by the way, this is my 4th annual ACC preview, which is crazy to think about. But I got 2 special guests with me. The first one, he's also a part of the network. He has his own show called Dave's Doghouse. Hold on, let's move. Okay, hold on. But he has his own show called Dave's Doghouse. It's my boy Dave. Welcome to the show, Dave. Welcome back.
Hey, let's get it. Hey, I'm excited. Happy to be back to talk about the ACC again. So let's get it.
Yes, sir. And my other guest, another familiar face to the show, been here since the start of the show, maybe having technical difficulties. I'm gonna bring him up first to see if that may make the technical difficulties go away, because backstage there were none until we kicked them, But anyway, hold on. Oh man, we gonna see 8. Oh wait, he just left. Basically he couldn't hear. So I was trying to see if I bring him up, would that change anything? Because earlier backstage while we were talking, he heard fine. So I didn't know if it was because we kicked him, to do the intro and everything, or what have you. Let me know. Can you hear me? Cool. We got my boy Ace, Miami fan, as well with Dave. Welcome back, boy.
Thanks, man. I'm happy to be back. I'm happy to see you in the orange and green.
Yeah. So if you don't know, last year I wasn't a troll by anything, but I did wear Georgia Tech, and I said on my shows that when we do previews, I'm going to wear a team in the conference. Now, obviously, Big Ten and SEC is kind of on lock. I might change one year, but this year, I ain't going to lie, it's still going to be Michigan State or South Carolina. But I'm going to switch it up. I'm going to try to switch it up. Last year, I wore Georgia Tech. They thought I was trolling with the Georgia Tech thing because of Georgia Tech's history, but it wasn't. I just like Coach Key a ton, and I like the Georgia Tech team, so that's why I did it. This year, I trolled him on Twitter. I forgot what you posted, but it was something Miami related, and I was like, I think I know what shirt I'm wearing. And then you was like, you put the little Rick James or whatever, like, come on. And I knew I was wearing Miami the whole time, but I told you I was going to wear Louisville.
Well, it was a nice surprise, man. I'm very happy to see it.
We were definitely expecting you to have on some Louisville, nothing Miami.
Definitely.
Yeah, so I had to troll this year. I just felt like trolling. But that's no indication of what I might be thinking. Like I said, I just wear a team in the conference every year. I didn't have Georgia Tech winning the ACC last year. So who knows if I got Miami winning the ACC this year? We'll wait and see. But any words I want to say before we jump right in?
Man, let's do it.
All right. By the way, again, I am not a Miami fan. I'm just wearing a shirt from the conference. But we're going to jump right in to a team whose coach is on the hot seat, in my opinion. and that is the Boston College Eagles, head coach by Bill O'Brien, who will be both the head coach and the offensive coordinator, so the play caller for Boston College this year. They do have a new DC, Ted Roof. So, kind of revamping of the staff a little bit, and in my opinion, if they have a season the same, if not worse, or slightly better than last year, Bill O'Brien might be out of there. In my opinion, this is third year there, coming into the season. If he doesn't have success, I think they may be looking for a change of the guard. But last year they were 2-10, 1-7 in conference play. Not a great year. Now they were in some games. They were in the Michigan State game, which is not a conference game, but that game went to double overtime, which in hindsight was pretty foreshadowing of how bad of a season Michigan State was going to have. But nonetheless, they were in that one. They were in the Cal game. Cal actually had a really good season before, I believe, Dylan Longerbeam threw a pick to lose that one. But they were in some games, just could not finish. Y'all want to say anything before we dive into Boston College?
Hey, I think I might be with you when you talk about him being on the hot seat.
I don't know. I think he could be on the hot seat, but I've seen some things talking about Boston College where they had a president that wasn't very sympathetic to the athletic program. So now supposedly they have a guy that's coming in there that is, a big BC football fan. So I think they had the right guy with Bill O'Brien. So I don't know if he's on the hot seat. I think he may have a bit of sympathy in the building.
I don't know. I mean, it feel that way, but you pull off another 2-10 or something around that, and it's your third year, and you're supposed to be a guy to help turn this around, and ain't nothing moving. I mean, like you said, new president, but it might be a change in the guard because not only is he the coach, I think it's like when he was with Houston towards the end of his tenure with Houston, he kind of controls like the ingredients too, like the players and everything like that. So I don't know, but without further ado, Boston College, they returned one offensive starter, which is an offensive lineman, Michael Krontz, and 4 defensive starters. They returned Carter Davis, defensive back, 59 total tackles, 34 solos, a sack, and 2 pass breakups. Isaiah Ferris, defensive back, 28 total tackles, 21 solos, 6 pass breakups, and a fumble recovery. Chris Marble Jr., defensive end at 22 total tackles, 15 solos, half a sack, and a pass breakup. And KP Price, the safety who had 93 total tackles, 65 solos, 2 picks, and a fumble recovery. Now, they lost a lot, obviously. They had a lot of turnover this year. They lost Dylan Longren, quarterback who transferred to Rutgers, which Rutgers got a type at quarterback as well because I ain't too sold on this guy. But anyway, that's for the Big Ten episode. He went 190 at 284, 66.9% completion percentage, 2,025 yards, 12 touchdowns, and 5 picks. They lost Turbo Richard to Indiana, a running back who averaged 5.2 a carry, 9 touchdowns, and had 749 yards. Lewis Bond, who got drafted to the Texans, 88 catches, 993 yards, and a touchdown. Reed Harris, who transferred to Arizona State, with 39 catches, 673 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Jeremiah Franklin, a tight end who had 49 catches, 506 yards, 2 touchdowns. Omar Thornton, a defensive back, for the U, actually, transferred to the U. 82 total tackles, 56 solos, 2 sacks, a pass breakup, an interception, and 4 forced fumbles. Owen McGowan, a linebacker who had 54 total tackles, 31 solos, a sack, and 2 pass breakups, and a fumble recovery. Cedarius McConnell, defensive lineman who was their sack leader, who had 31 total tackles, 17 solos, 2.5 sacks, which is not good for a sack leader, and a forced fumble. Quintavious Hutchins, who is another edge rusher who is on the Patriots, 36 total tackles, 16 solos, 2 sacks, and a pass breakup. So, like I said, a lot of turnover due to just a bad season, a revamping of the team. You could tell by the new coordinators. But I'm gonna have Dave talk about Boston College after I answer this comment. So yes, this is a Miami shirt because again, I'm gonna wear a shirt from a team in each conference. The only conference that won't have a change in the shirt is the Big Ten, which I will be wearing Michigan State, and the SEC, which I'll be wearing South Carolina. Go ahead, Dave.
All right, so yeah, South Carolina. I mean, Boston College. Now you got me saying.
Yeah, I know. That's the last thing I said. It's all good.
Messed me up. Boston College, like you said, did not have a good year last year. I'm honestly not expecting anything different this year. I didn't see anything where it says that I didn't see much to where it may seem like there may be some changes. They did have a pretty good transfer class. They had 26 people that they got from the
Hold on.
transfer class. I could talk
Slow your
about some of
roll.
the key
Slow
guys.
your roll. Slow your roll. Slow your roll. We're gonna get to
Oh,
that. We're gonna get to that.
okay.
Mhm.
But I don't like I said. I'm not expecting much from Boston College. I'm definitely thinking that even though he took over the OC duties, I'm not expecting much. I'm expecting it to be either the same or worse than how it was last year. And I'm actually expecting him to lose his job. I don't like to wish that on anybody, but I think this is it. I think this is last season.
Yeah, you're not necessarily wishing it. It's more of a prediction. So just to clear that up for anybody listening. But Ace, anything about Boston College before we move on to the transfer portal?
Well, I mean, I think Boston College may have a similar year to last year, but I think there's some things about last year that we kind of got to put in context too, right? Like their defense got hurt like tremendously throughout the year. So not to say that they were going to be any world beaters or anything like that, but that has to factor into the situation. Like 2-10, like it's bad, but I don't think anybody saw Boston College and thought they were going to be 2-10 last year. So and similarly to this year, I think they may have a bad record and may not be a bold team, but I don't know if that's going to be a complete reflection on Bill O'Brien. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like in today's college football, if a team not spending money or a team isn't heavily invested in their athletics in some way, there's no way that you're going to be successful. And Bill O'Brien can have all the cachet of being NFL coach all he wants, but at the end of the day, like it's still more to it's still more to being a good program. And if they can start making the right steps in that direction starting this season, I think he can stay around. But if it's just a straight collapse and they start out the gate really bad, which is possible. I mean, they have a lot of turnover there. They've lost basically all of their offensive production, all their offensive line starters, their receivers. Turbo Richards is going to be a starting running back at Indiana, probably,
Hmm.
you know. But we can get on to the transfers. I don't want to.
Yeah, so like you said, a lot of turnover. I don't want to say too much about how I feel they're going to start and finish because we're going to go over their schedule in a minute. But I mean, looking over the schedule, glancing over it a little bit, it's some swing games that may affect our records that we may have. But to the transfer portal, like Dave said, they have 26 transfers. They had the 61st overall recruiting class, 60th in transfers. Now, some transfers I highlighted was Nolan Ray, the running back from Maryland, who had 67 carries, 289 yards, and 2 touchdowns last year at Maryland. Anthony Polano, linebacker from Washington State, 65 total tackles, 26 solos, half a sack, 2 pass breakups. Evan Dickens, running back, Liberty, who had 229 carries for 1,339 yards and 16 touchdowns. Alex DeGrick from Harvard, defensive lineman who had 25 total tackles, 6 sacks, and a forced fumble. Reed Swanson, a receiver from Colgate, who had 57 catches, 939 yards, and 8 touchdowns. And Mason McKenzie, who may be the starting quarterback from Saginaw Valley State, who went 180 of 301, 59.8% completion percentage, 2,086 yards, 17 touchdowns to 11 interceptions. Love to get those interceptions down. 159 carries, 942 yards, and 10 rushing touchdowns. So he has that running element, i.e. Thomas Castellanos 2 years ago with Bill O'Brien. So those are some highlights. I mean, some transfers I highlighted. Any other transfers y'all highlighted?
Yeah, I highlighted actually another quarterback that transferred from Arkansas. He's a redshirt freshman. Um, he's going to be he's competing with Mason McKenzie for the quarterback position. Now, like I said, he's a redshirt freshman. He didn't play at all last year for Arkansas, but if you look at just his stature, 6'3", 210, he's your prototypical size of a quarterback. I think he may have an opportunity to start, and who knows what he's capable of. I didn't really watch any of his high school tape, but I'm thinking he has the opportunity to start over Mason McKenzie. I did notice you put Nolan Ray. I wrote him down too, and I didn't hear you mention Chris Jones from Georgia. I think he may be.
You think?
I think that's another guy that may have. He may be a key X factor on the defense. So I looked at him, and then a guy that came from your school, Christian Phillips. He's on the offensive line from MSU. So I'm looking at those two things. Those those are two guys in the trenches from offense and defense that may have some impact on this team. And like I said, I was just looking at Grayson Wilson to see maybe if he does something in spring training and everything, and maybe he takes over the reins as the quarterback.
Ace, any transfers you want to highlight?
No, I was going to talk about Mason McKenzie, but you already did that, so it's all good.
It's all good. Shout out to what does Sag Valley say? Like D2, D3? One of them. I think it's D2,
it's
right?
D2.
It's D2. So I think did they not win D2 championship?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
I can't remember.
Yeah, I think he's from like the Michigan area. I think
Saginaw Valley State's for sure in Michigan.
Yeah, no, but I think he went to high school in Michigan as well. I think he played in like the States against Bryce Underwood or something like that.
Oh, shout out to him. Shout out to that. But now let's move forward to some statistics before we talk about the schedule. So I got some stats here from last year, which do with them as you want as they revamp the coordinators, but I still like to bring stats on. But anyway, I had they were 71st in total offense, 126 in total defense, 83rd in scoring offense, 121st in scoring defense, 14th in passing, which actually shocked me. 125th in rushing, 121st in pass defense, 104th in rush defense, tied 116th for sacks. That's why I labeled Brad as a sack leader with 2.5 sacks. 82nd in third down percentage and tied 89th in third down percentage on defense. Anybody want to name any stats the opposite of mine?
Everything you said, I wrote down. So
yeah, I mean I could talk about the stats that you
do your thing. Hey, expand.
I mean, look, the lack of a run game that BC had last year was pretty much like just horrible, and I think that definitely lent to why they were 2-10. Even though Turbo Richards is a great running back, in my opinion, they still just had no push up front on the O line, and I don't know if that's recruiting or coaching scheme or whatever, but at least he got basically revamped everybody, I think, except the quarterback coach on his coaching staff. So. I think they should be, hopefully they'll be in a better position this year.
Yeah, I want to say
2.5 sacks that's pitiful.
Yeah, I want to say Freddie Kitchens, if I'm not mistaken, was the OC for BC last year, right? Oh no, that was North Carolina. He was the OC for. We'll talk about that later. But anyway, without further ado, it's everybody's favorite part: predicting the schedule. First game of the year is a doozy. Played at Cincinnati. I have it as a loss.
Loss.
That was a loss.
Next, we have the red bandana game against Rutgers. Because it's the red bandana game, I gave them the win.
That's exactly why I gave them the win.
I gave them the loss.
I'm not mad at you. I wrote a loss.
Tough crowd.
But that red bandana game, that turned BC up for whatever reason. So
definitely did.
That is true. I just think it'll be different this year.
Yeah, so I gave him the win. We move on to at home versus Maine, where I have as a win.
I have a win.
I have a win.
Next, at home versus Virginia Tech, I have as a loss.
Loss.
On the road against SMU, I have as a loss.
Loss.
At home versus Pitt, I have as a loss.
I have as a loss. I think this could possibly be a swing game, but I got it as a loss.
It was a loss as well.
I don't have it as a swing game. I do have it as a loss. I ain't mad at you because they are at home. On the road, against Georgia Tech, I have it as a loss.
Loss.
Yeah, that's a loss.
On the road against Duke, I have it as a loss.
I have it as a loss as well.
I have it as a loss as well.
At home against Florida State, I have it as a loss.
I have a loss. I think this could possibly be a swing game too, depending on how bad Florida State is. So, but I have it as a loss.
Yeah, I have it as a loss. I don't think it'll be a swing game though. I know they have tough games sometimes, but
yeah, but I'm with Ace. I agree. It shouldn't be a swing game. If it's a swing game, that is more of an indictment, like you said, Dave, on Florida State. On the road,
it is reasonable though. It is reasonable. Like it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Y'all are saying that because you're Miami fans, but I mean, respect.
On the road, this is how bad they were last year.
yeah, and the year before that.
On the road against Notre Dame,
loss.
Yeah. We already know what's up with that.
They might get blown out in that game.
Might. That's a blowout for sure. At home against Syracuse, I have it as a win. They rally and get a dub.
I also have that as a win.
I have it as a loss.
This is my swing game, though.
My swing games were definitely Pitt and Syracuse.
Syracuse is
and
for sure my
Rutgers.
swing game. Rutgers is another swing game, but like I said, Red Man Dan, I gave it a dump. And the last game against the Hurricanes, I have as a loss. On the road, I should say.
Yeah, I know what's going on.
Yeah.
All right, so that brings my Boston College record to 3-9, 1-7, taking the under 3.5 wins.
Yeah, I had 1-11, 0-8 in ACC play.
Dang, you got the only win being Maine?
Yep.
3. Yeah, I see why you have him getting fired. Ace.
Yeah, he's definitely getting fired if he only gets one win. Jeez. I have him as 3-9, and I think at 3-9 he doesn't get fired. Honestly, if he plays, if these are close games, like let's be real, like I think BC lost a couple of close games last year. Like
they did.
They did.
Like, I don't think they were just getting
games.
dog walked. You know what I mean? And to be fair, I've seen a little bit of Mason McKenzie. Like obviously, I think he is a little bit of Thomas Castellanos, and I think Bill O'Brien would prefer somebody who could kind of spin it a little better. However, you know, the playmaking ability's got to give them something. I like what's his name, Evan Dickens, coming from Liberty. I think he's a pretty good running back. I think the main question of this team will be, you know, can these players adapt to the pro style offense that he kind of wants to run? You know, first of all, can they be physical? Can they play clean football? Because that was a big problem with them as well. They weren't playing clean ball. And on the defensive side, we're going to see what Teru can bring to them. I mean, I know he plays multiple fronts and he's pretty conservative, but other than that, I mean, KP Price is pretty good. I know they lose Omar Thornton, but I mean, I don't know. I think. Oh, you know what else do they have? They have a very good kicker. They have a very good kicker. If you have a good kicker in college, you can kind of hang around. He only missed one field goal last year, and that was in like a dome.
Yeah, that's fine and all. But I'm just looking at the schedule, and that kicker may not even.
I still say they 3-9. Like I'm not saying they
that kicker might not
game
against Notre Dame. He ain't gonna come into play against Miami. He's not gonna come into play against SMU. Sure. He's not gonna come into play. Duke, he shouldn't. Georgia Tech, he shouldn't. Cincy, he shouldn't. But I do feel you, and although it's kind of like how I felt about the Jets in the NFL, like. I feel like Boston College might be decent, even though I feel way higher than.
They ain't have enough close games last year. I'm looking.
No, I'm gonna make it make sense.
Enough.
I'm gonna make it make sense. I think the schedule might not indicate. The record might not indicate how good or bad this Boston College team is because of how tough the schedule can be. I mean, you got to play Notre Dame, Florida State, which Florida State ain't been the greatest, but it's still Florida State versus Boston College at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
SMU, Georgia Tech, who's been a consistent 9-10 win team of late. Miami, who just made the national championship. Pitt just had 8 games won last year. I mean, Duke just won the ACC championship. Now, they're the same team, no, but they're still your reigning ACC champs. It's kind of a tough schedule. I don't think Bill O'Brien gets fired because it is an improvement. But I do think he's kind of in the hot seat, and he got to do better than last year.
Listen, I think this is the bar for them. Can you run the ball? Can you generate sacks? Can you win some close games? If you do those 3 things, you're sticking around.
Third one might not be a thing to get done, but
I don't think so.
Physicality, I like what you said.
He don't need to win. He don't need to win every close game. I'm just saying.
No, I get you.
It just needs to be. It just needs to look better than last year.
No, I get you. I like the fact that you brought up that Boston College has to be physical. I think that is something they kind of lacked last year. Is the physicality. So
it's something they missed. That's something that happened when they had Matt Ryan, Luke Kuechly, like back in those days.
Shoot, Andre Williams.
Granted, that's 20 years ago now, but I mean.
Yeah,
but still,
Andre
you know what I mean?
About 12. Yep. But it's enough about Boston College. We're going to move on to a team that I kind of liked last year, and that is the Cal Golden Bears. And speaking of Golden, they returned their golden child, JKS, at quarterback, who took the country by storm as a freshman last year, spinning the ball. But Cal has also revamped. They went and got a new head coach, Tosh LaPoy, who was Oregon's defensive coordinator. They got a new OC, Jordan Somerville, coming from the Bucks. and the defensive coordinator, Michael
Michael
Hutchins,
Hutchins.
coming from the Vikings. So revamped not only the coaching staff, but kind of had to revamp the team a little bit. They lost some key players. They were coming off a 7-5, 4-4 season where they lost the Hawaii Bowl, which was a great bowl game to watch on Christmas Eve, the only game on TV at the time. It was a great bowl game to watch. If you missed it, you missed a good one. Versus Hawaii and Micah Alahado, who also took the world by storm, not only being a 21-year-old freshman, but spinning that thing at Hawaii and making a bowl game. Actually having Hawaii looking like a fun team to watch. But they returned 9 starters, 6 on the offensive side of the ball, 3 being O-linemen, and 3 on the defensive side of the ball. Like I said, they returned JKS, who had 18 touchdowns to 9 interceptions, 3,454 yards, completion percentage of 64.2. And he added on 4 rushing touchdowns. They returned Mason Minnie, the tight end, who had 35 catches for 387 yards and 4 touchdowns. Cam Sidney, defensive back, who had 47 total tackles, 28 solos, a sack, and 3 pass breakups, an interception, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. Aiden Manotai, defensive back, who had 44 total tackles, 31 solos, 2 pass breakups, interception, and a fumble recovery. Jaden Wayne, a linebacker, who had 25 total tackles, 8 solos, 2 sacks. Y'all want to talk about Cal before we get into what they lost in the transfer portal and stuff like that?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about what their offense and defense is going to look like, kind of, sort of.
Go do your thing.
Because I wanted, I looked into Jordan Somerville, and I noticed his offense is more it's like player centered, and he tries to has explosive offenses. He also tries to make sure it's quarterback friendly, and to try to create vertical mismatches. So that's something to look for when it comes to Kyle's offense. Along with, I know we're going to talk about the transfers later, but along with some of the transfers that they had come in. And the defense, well, Michael Hutchins, like you said, he came from the Vikings. He's going to try to provide multiple fronts and a heavily disguised defense. Something that the Vikings they still do to this day. So I think he's going to try to bring that to Kyle, and it may help Kyle be a little bit better than they were last year.
Yeah. So Ace, go ahead. I agree with you.
Yeah. As far as Kyle, I think that, JKS is going to be the engine that makes whatever the season is going to be happen. I think they'll be a pretty good team. I'm very interested to see what's going to happen. I think that they've had some interesting transfers. I think that they have a pretty decent schedule, and they can for sure make something shake this year.
Yeah, man. They actually played spoiler to SMU, which I know y'all were probably happy about. Last game of the year, which prevented SMU to go into the ACC championship game, which made Duke go, and Duke ended up winning. So they were a solid team. Now they had their faults. I would just go back to the game last year against Virginia Tech, where Virginia Tech literally ran the same quarterback run with Kyron Jones to a tune of, like, I would say every time they ran it a good 10 yards of pop. They consistently ran it. It was I think it was a Friday night game in Blacksburg. But they lost that game just because of the quarterback run with Kyron Jones alone in that game. And I believe JKS had some bad interceptions, but they could not stop that play. So got to stop the run if you're Cal, which, like you said, with Michael Hutchins bringing in those multiple fronts and disguising defenses, that could help a lot. But let's get into what they lost. So they lost Kendrick Raphael in the conference, mind you, to SMU, running back who averaged – I didn't write his average. I normally do. Don't know why I didn't. 232 yards a carry. 232 carries, my fault. 943 yards and 13 touchdowns. 34 catches, 45 yards, and a touchdown. Jacob DeJesus, who's currently on the Chiefs, 108 catches, 1,030 yards, and 6 touchdowns. Who was a Swiss Army knife, by the way. Return kicks, return punts. You could give him the ball on the ground, give him the ball through the air. Just did everything. Tron Grizel, 55 catches, 88 yards, and a touchdown, wide receiver. A huge loss, Cade Ulave, linebacker, who transferred to BYU. Yep, BYU, 97 total tackles, 42 solos, 3 sacks, 4 pass breakups. Luke Farrelly, linebacker, transferred to Ole Miss, 91 total tackles, 38 solos, a sack, a pass breakup, and an interception. Hezekiah Masses, my guy in the league on the Raiders, cornerback, 47 total tackles, 31 solos, 12 pass breakups, 5 interceptions. Brent Austin on the Broncos, cornerback, 42 total tackles, 26 solos, 13 pass breakups, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. TJ Bush on Minnesota, edge rusher, 40 total tackles, 17 solos, 5.5 sacks, and a pass breakup. Harrison Taggart, a linebacker who transferred to Utah State, 38 solos, 38 total, 14 solos, pass breakup. Anybody want to talk about anything else before we move on to transfer portals?
Nah,
No, they lost a lot though. Like those
The
are some
defense,
key
yeah,
players that they lost.
the
very key.
defense end for sure. Now, there were the 35th overall recruiting class, 14th overall in the transfer portal, which is really high for Cal. And they had 32 total transfers. So I know I didn't even write down close to 32. So I know we should have some different transfers here. But my first one I put, speaking to you, attacking vertically, Dave, was Ian Strong, receiver from
Mhm.
Rutgers, 52 catches, 762 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Adam Muhammad, running back from Washington, who had 106 carries, 523 yards, 4.9 a carry, and 5 touchdowns. Dorian, Thomas, tight end from New Mexico, 56 catches, 560 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Chase Hendricks, a guy I really loved at the University of Ohio, 71 catches, 1,037 yards, and 7 touchdowns. He worked the slot for sure for them. And then I got some defensive transfers. Michael Hurst Jr., safety from Northern Arizona, 65 total tackles, 37 solos, a pass breakup, and a fumble recovery. And Ricky Fletcher. Now, his stats that I have are from South Alabama, which was 38 total tackles, 26 solos, and 11 pass breakups, but he transfers from Ole Miss. Ace, any transfers that you want to highlight?
Mainly only Ian Strong and Adam Muhammad. I think those are two guys that's going to contribute heavily to this offense and be main weapons for JKS.
All right, Dave.
I had three. I don't know if you mentioned them, but Jericho Johnson
Did
from
not.
Oregon, Kingston Lopa from Oregon, and Daniel Harris from Georgia. I think those three are going to be key for this team as well. Daniel Harris comes with that SEC attitude, so I think he's going to help Kyle when it comes to that. And then the two guys from Oregon, I mean, they know what explosive offenses look like coming from Oregon, so they can help when it comes to that as well.
Yep. All right, some stats I have. They were 87th in total offense, 62nd in total defense, 84th in scoring offense, tied 82nd in scoring defense, 17th in passing, 44th in pass defense, 133rd in rushing, 78th in rush defense, tied 101st in sacks, 51st in red zone offense, and 74th in red zone defense. Any statistics before we move on to the schedule?
Nah,
Yes,
no
sir.
stats from me.
All right. So with that being said, I ain't gonna lie. This first game, I scribbled out. I had a thing and I scribbled it out. First game against UCLA, I have as a loss. I put it as a win as first. I changed it to a loss.
I have it as a win.
I have it as the win as well.
I ain't gonna
I
lie.
did go back and forth on it, but I have it as a win.
Yeah,
What made me change?
I think all of us did. I think all of us did.
What made me change my mind was the fact that UCLA got Bob Chesney, and Bob Chesney is a great coach. And this is Toss LaPoy's, I believe, first head coaching job. Might be a little struggle, a little bit going against Bob Chesney, who's hit the ground running wherever he's been at. So that kind of was the deciding factor for me. But hey, again, I think it's a swing game for sure. Next game at Syracuse, no debating here. I got it as a win.
Win.
Yeah, I have that as a win.
Next game against Wagner, I have as a win.
Win.
I have it as a win.
Next game at home against Clemson, I have as a loss.
Yeah, I have as a loss too.
I have that as a loss as well.
Next game on the road. This was another tough one to me. On the road against UNLV, the former home of my boy Anthony Calandria. I have as a win.
I have as a win.
I have it as a win.
I was tough. I like when dang. He used to coach at Florida. He coached at UNLV now. I can't remember his name, bro. I'm so mad I can't remember his name. He used to coach at Florida, bro. Somebody help me out. Is it Dan? UNLV head coach. Dan Mullen. Dan Mullen. Yep. I like what he's doing at UNLV. And it was a tough one, but I picked Cal to win it. Virginia Tech, I have as a win.
I have as a loss.
Virginia Tech is a win. I think Virginia Tech going cross country. It's going to get them.
Not only that, the fact that they lost that game the way they lost it, I think it's heavy on some of those Cal players' minds. So I got them going in revenge.
I know we're going to talk about Virginia Tech soon, but I think James Franklin coming over is going to change a lot of things for Virginia Tech.
Oh,
So
I'm we're gonna get there because I like James Franklin, Virginia Tech a lot. I do
so
like that.
that was a big reason for me to changing that because I originally had put that as a win for them, but then I had to remember about James Franklin. And I looked at everything else. I was like, I don't know. I think Virginia Tech takes that game.
I'm not mad at you
I
for it,
respect that.
but
Yeah, I respect
yeah,
that.
I'm not mad at you that being your logic.
Do I
Wake
agree? It's
Forest. Oh,
different.
yeah, we definitely disagree, but I'm not mad at your logic. I feel like that's a swing game for sure. Wake Forest, I have as a win.
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 At SMU, after they upset them, they traveled to them. I have SMU winning. I'm sorry. Kevin Jennings is there. I know he wants revenge. I have as a loss.
I have as a loss
I,
too.
I have SMU winning, so that's a loss.
All right, next. At NC State, I have as a loss.
I have as a loss too.
I also have as a loss.
I think that's going to be a fun battle to watch JKS and CJ Bailey on the same field. At
Facts.
UVA, I have as a win, but this is a swing game.
I have as a loss.
I have that as a loss as well.
I think this is a tough game to choose. UVA does have a lot of turnover. Chandler Morris is finally out of college. I think he tried to fight for another year and he got denied. But yeah, I think UVA has a tough little quarterback battle too. We'll talk about that later on. But yeah, I just went with Cal. I think UVA is dealing with a lot. But
It's
I don't
definitely
think
a swing game.
yeah, I think UVA is going to be solid this year though. Stanford, I have as a win.
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 And Pitt, I have as a win at home to finish the season, senior night.
I have a win too.
I have a win as well.
So my final record for Cal, I have them going 8-4, 6-3 in conference, taking the over 6.5 win total.
I have them at 7-5 and 4-5 in conference play.
So you have the over as well.
I have them at 8-4, 6-4 in conference play.
Whoa, you got an extra game.
I do.
You said 6-4.
Wait, I have them losing to 5-4. My bad.
All right, but you still got the over 6.5. So we all have the over 6.5 win total.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Cal looking to slightly improve of last year. We move on to a team that very much disappointed not only the collegiate football world, but my prediction. Because I ain't saying they disappointed me, they made me happy, making me wrong. So that is the Clemson Tigers. The Clemson Tigers and Dabo Swinney has made an OC change. He goes to Chad Morris as his new OC. After the year they had collectively, I'm not too much mad at this. I think he kind of is hand-on with the defense, so defensive changes probably more so won't happen before offensive changes. But I'm not mad at that because the entirety of what we thought Clemson was supposed to look like offensively was just horrible. Couldn't establish the run, even with Adam Randall making the change to Adam Randall until late in the year when Adam Randall kind of took off. And that, in my opinion, affected everything else with Cade Klubnik and those receivers. So the fact that they couldn't establish the run kind of derailed the offense to later on in the year. They are coming off a 7-5, 4-4 season where they lost the Pinstripe Bowl to Penn State 22-10. Again, this is my last time, thankfully, saying this. Well, no, it's not because I might say it in a Big Ten episode, but the Pinstripe Bowl was actually my national championship prediction last year. But we can move on from that. They returned 8 starters, 5 on the offensive side of the ball with 2 being old linemen and 3 on the defensive side of the ball. Anybody want to say anything about Clemson before we move forward?
I'm interested to see what Chad Morris is going to do with this offense. Because like you said, they couldn't establish the run at all. The protection for the run just wasn't good at all. So I just want to see what he's going to do to change this offense around to try to get Clemson back to where they were before, the disasters last year.
Yeah, I share that sentiment. I'm very interested to see how they're going to be able to bounce back from last year. I think that people's perception of Clemson may have changed over the last few years, and I don't know if it's as bad as people generally say, but I think that there has been some changes, and I just want to see what Dabo can do with it. I think he's a great coach, and I don't think his time is there. It's over yet.
Well, I mean, he just won the ACC not too long ago, not last year, but the year before last. He made the playoffs on the ACC. Now, he didn't make it to the national championship. He actually lost by multiple touchdowns to Texas, I want to say, in the playoff. But he did win the ACC.
Yeah, but I think because how everything went with Cade Klubnik, like he was so hyped coming out of high school, everybody thought that he was going to be, Trevor Lawrence 2.0 or something like that,
Same
and
thing
it
with
just didn't.
DJ.
I mean, it just didn't turn out that way. But I think I think that's double with they're not the holy grail of the ACC anymore, so that kind of makes the optics of it look a little crazier, I
I mean,
guess.
we know who the Holy
To
Grail
people.
ACC is now. So.
All right, bro.
I mean,
I know I got
I
the
wasn't
shirt
saying
on,
that
but
to
I
say
ain't about
that,
to.
but
Y'all ain't win the ACC yet. Y'all the best team in the
shit,
ACC, but
we never had,
y'all haven't
but
made the championship game yet. It still boggles my
we made
mind how
it. We
y'all
made it. We
blow
made
it.
it. We made it. We made it. Clemson
The
doggers.
last y'all made it, I'm talking about recent. The last time y'all made it was what? 16, I think? Or am I tripping?
I think it might have been 17.
So
Something
yeah,
like
I'm
that.
about to say, like,
It was
recently,
definitely a minute ago. It was definitely a minute ago.
say last year for sure, y'all were quite clearly the best team in the ACC. And
I mean, look, man, look. We can talk about that
Last year
another
was
day.
last year.
We don't care.
I'm just saying. But
We don't care.
I will say this about Clemson. They came in with. I don't think the perception of Clemson has changed, because if that was the case, I don't think they would have got a lot of the hype that they got last year. I will say they haven't been national championship contenders since Trevor Lawrence. I will say that. Well,
I think
I
the
might take it
perception
back.
has
I'm about to
changed from
say,
last year to this year. I think it has
well,
changed a little
that
bit.
yeah. I don't think people got them winning the ACC or making the national championship this year. No, some might have them winning the ACC though. I could be wrong. I might have them winning the ACC. Who knows? But
Clemson fans.
Carl, you don't have Clemson in the ACC. I know you don't.
we don't know this. The show is far from over. But I will say this: I do think people look at Clemson as a power in the ACC, and I will look at Clemson. I will say I think people look at Clemson as a team that should make the playoff every year, if not every other year. So,
Yeah,
especially
there's really like a top four in the ACC right now. If you really look at it,
yeah,
it's like 14.
SMU.
SMU,
I would
Top four
say
with a gap.
go ahead, Ace, do it. I
It's the top four
I
with a
already know where
gap.
you're going with this though. I want to hear your top four with the gap. I know where you're going with this. I just want
Four,
to hear
like
you
the
say
top
it.
four of the ACC. All right, I'll say it's Clemson, Louisville, SMU, then us.
I see. I knew that's where you were going. I just had to hear you say it. I knew that's where you were going. I know exactly where you was going with that. But I do think people expect Clemson to be in contention for the ACC every year. Now, I think I'll be honest, and I'm not giving away too much. I think Clemson will be in contention for the ACC this year. Do I think they will win it? I don't know, but I'm for
Of course
sure
they will.
thinking they're in contention for it.
Of course.
They'll be in contention.
Yeah, but I am interested to see what Chad Morris does, because not for nothing, I told Trent, the OC, they had the OC from TCU. What was that? 3 years ago, I think they hired him. It was the year right after TCU made the national championship. They took him from TCU, and I told Trent, I do not give that OC any credit for the year that Max Duggan or TCU had, because they started off trying to play Chandler Morris against, was that Colorado, I think? I want to say that was Colorado to start the year that year, and they were playing bad, and they made the switch to Max Duggan, and he came back and won it, and then he took off. It was like, bro, Max Duggan should have started the whole season. Y'all didn't even start off with Duggan. So I gave all the credit to Duggan there. And I will say this too. He does get credit for the year with Cade Klubnik the year before, but was that really him or was that Cade Klubnik? Because that looks like an outlier.
A bit.
The 36 touchdown, 6 interception year looks like an outlier. So was it really?
But I mean, but how much changed from those years? Like I think there were like it was
Not they brought everything back.
Oh yeah, you're right. They did.
They brought everything back.
They brought everything back, and it looked atrocious.
But that was the year. But that was the year.
Uh-oh.
It was absolutely no transfers coming in. It was all.
I think he only had like 3
recruits. Yeah,
because the only change was, I think Phil Maffa went to the draft. That was the only change.
Yeah, but that's a big change though, because Clemson has always had their best when they have a bruiser. They got some kind of running back that can wear you down a bit, not necessarily a bruiser.
That's true. I would say a back period. I would say a back period because A-Chain wasn't a bruiser.
So
yeah, only got
I just meant like a workhorse running back rather than a bruiser.
I mean, which 11 is a little bit for most schools, but 11 is like 30 for Dabo. So shout out to him.
But all this this stuff ain't new. This stuff been happening for like the past couple years though. Like they done lost they beginning game in like the last 2-3 years. I think.
I mean,
So
we'll
I
talk about
mean,
that because they got a tough one on the road to start the year this year.
yeah, it's about to be 4 years.
a little foreshadowing there, but some players that return are TJ Moore. Speaking of returning, TJ Moore, receiver who had 52 catches, 837 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Bryant Wesco, a receiver who had 31 catches, 537 yards, and 6 touchdowns. Sammy Brown, 106 total tackles, 51 solos, 5 sacks, 5 pass breakers, a pick, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. Just a dog. Will Help, defensive end, 47 total tackles, 20 solos, 7.5 sacks, 2 pass breakups, and a forced fumble. Ashton Hampton, a cornerback who had 45 total tackles, 35 solos, a sack, 8 pass breakups, and an interception. Now, they lost a lot this year. I mean, a lot of production. They lost Cade Klubnik, who got drafted to the Jets. Shout out to you. 257 of 392, 65.6 completion percentage. He had 2,943 yards, 16 touchdowns. I mean, still kept the interceptions at 6. Just 20 touchdowns off from the year before. Adam Randall, who's on my Ravens. Shut up, Ace. Running back, 168 carries, 814 yards, 4.8 a carry, and 10 touchdowns. Antonio Williams, who's on the Commanders, receiver who had 55 catches, 604 yards, 4 touchdowns. Wade Woodaz, who I think will one day possibly be the starter for the Texans. Linebacker, 70 total tackles, 43 solos, half a sack, and 3 pass breakups. Avion Terrell, who is on the Falcons with his brother, 48 total tackles, 30 solos, 3 sacks, 9 pass breakups, 5 forced fumbles, which was crazy to find out, and a fumble recovery at cornerback. Khalil Barnes, who transferred to Georgia, 40 total tackles, 24 solos, 2 pass breakups. TJ Parker on the Bills as a defensive end, 37 total tackles, 18 solos, 5 sacks, pass breakup, and 3 forced fumble recoveries. Peter Woods, D tackle on the Chiefs, 30 total tackles, 9 solos, 2 sacks, and a pass breakup. And Ricardo Jones, safety transferred to Vanderbilt, 39 total tackles, 25 solos, 3 pass breakups, 6 interceptions, a touchdown, and a fumble recovery. Anybody want to talk about anyone before we move
on? I heard you say Khalil Barnes. I didn't hear Shelton Lewis.
Nope.
Stephylan Green.
No.
Or Parker Fulgham. I think those are 3 other departures that were key losses for them as well.
Nope. Did not talk about them. Shout out to you. Ace, anything?
No departures.
All right. So they were the 25th overall recruiting class, which they normally do have a high recruiting class, which I would think 25th is kind of low for Clemson, no?
It's low. It's lower than
it's low, but it's not
bad. And 56 in transfers, which is kind of high for Clemson because they don't use. Like I said, this might be a record. 11 transfers for Clemson might be a record. Don't quote me, but that might be a record.
I think it is.
I think it is.
The first recruit I want to highlight, and it's. I don't know how to say this, but all I will say is we are with you, Chris Johnson Sr. Yes. It's Chris Johnson Jr., running back from SMU, 67 carries, 479 yards, 7.1 a carry, and 4 touchdowns. Our prayers are with your father as he is going through his battle with ALS for sure. Corey Myrick, the safety from Southern Miss, 91 total tackles, 47 solos, 4 pass breakups, 2 interceptions, and a forced fumble. CJ Wesley, an edge from Howard University, 33 total tackles, 5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. Jerome Carter III, a safety from Old Dominion, 76 total tackles, 37 solos, 2 pass breakups, and 6 interceptions. And London Merritt, a defensive end from Colorado, who had a sack and 24 total tackles. Any transfer y'all want to bring up?
Elliot Washington, cornerback from Penn State. I think that's another guy that's going to be huge for them. He was a pretty good cornerback for Penn State, but I think he comes over to Clemson and brings more attitude to that defense. He also has 2 other guys on the defense. I want to mention Donovan Starr from Auburn and Marcus Strong from Oklahoma. I think those 3 guys are going to be key for Clemson's defense to get that attitude that they lost on the defense. And I mean, you already mentioned Chris Johnson Jr. I think he's going to help make that offense explosive.
For sure. Not only in the run game, but I think they can use him in the pass game as well. Ace, anyone you want to talk about?
Yeah, Chris Johnson Jr. is definitely going to be an explosive player. He's super fast. He can help in the return game. Also, not related to Chris Johnson, I don't think.
Are you serious? I thought that was a son for real.
No, I don't believe so.
Oh, well, my apologies, but I could.
It's all
I think
good.
I'm not the only one that thought that. But again, if I'm
It's
wrong,
reasonable. It's
yeah,
reasonable.
for sure. If I'm wrong, I apologize. But I thought that was a son. But either
No, I
way,
just
we're
googled
still
it. I
with
just
you.
googled it low key.
Okay.
Yeah, we are still with you, but
We still with Chris Johnson. I just apologize. I thought that was his dad. But I will say this too about some of the things about what
No,
some of
that's
these
his
things.
son.
I thought that was his
it
son.
is. I just
Son.
googled it. It just said it wasn't his son.
I'm looking at it right now. It says that Chris Johnson Jr. is the son of former NFL star Chris CJ2K
I'm about to say I
Johnson.
thought that was his son, but if I'm wrong, then I apologize.
I mean, this is. I don't know.
Well, what we got
Maybe
conflicting
we're both wrong. I
information.
don't know. Yeah, we'll see.
He played for us then SMU.
Yeah, I know he
Yeah,
was with
but
y'all.
I know, but I don't know. I just never seen I never even seen him there. I know he has sons. But I think he had got like twins or something. Like I don't.
Well, if it's his dad, my message
Probably
stands.
does,
If it's
but that's his
not,
dad.
yeah,
I'm
if it's
looking at it
not,
right here.
I
I'm looking at
apologize.
multiple things that
Maybe
said
it
that
is
Chris
son.
Johnson Sr. is his dad.
Like I said, if it's his
Shout out
dad,
to
my
him.
message still stands. If it's
My
not,
bad.
I apologize. But either way, we are still
My
with
bad.
you, Chris
Still,
Johnson,
yeah, ALS challenge.
for
All that
sure.
else.
But I will say this: I think Cleveland offense will be a lot better with the talent coming in because not only do they retain two receivers from last year who I think will do well, but like you said, they have their workhorse, and I'll say they have their like CJ Spiller or um, I had his name in my head, but I can't remember. Travis A-Chain. They have their guy like that. But defensively, I think they got some guys that can help create turnovers, which Clemson loves to do, which any defense loves to do is create turnovers, but especially Clemson. So I think for sure this is a good transfer portal class for them and will help. The returner was once a transfer, so he has staying power with the transfers he get. But I had Clemson was 63rd in total offense, 55th in total defense, 71st, excuse me, in scoring offense, tied 31st in scoring defense, 22nd in passing, 118th in pass defense, which is terrible by Clemson standards, 105th in rushing, 16th in rush defense, 113th on third down percentage on offense, 14th, however, on third down percentage on defense. So they got off the field very efficiently. Tied 50th on first downs and 105th in red zone offense. So a lot of their struggles came with not getting a lot of first downs, not converting red zone trips into touchdowns, and not being able to run the ball. Anybody want to add before we get to the schedule?
Not at all, my guy.
I'll say this.
I do want to say that. Go ahead, Ace.
Go ahead.
I was going to say this, Ace. That those some of those 100 rankings. Don't that sound familiar to you?
It definitely does, for sure. Not too long ago either.
Yeah, exactly.
But-
Just 2 years ago.
Y'all just told me to pass the pass, and here I go blast the pass. But go ahead.
I'll say this about Clemson. I know they lose Clay Klubnik, but I'll say Christopher Bazina. I don't know if that's his name, but if he's the guy who wins the starting job as the quarterback, I remember watching the SMU game that he played in last year, and he was pretty good, man. I think he threw for like 3 touchdowns. I think he completed like 60% of his passes or something like that. Like he was slinging it out there. It wasn't like just a handoff fest. So I think maybe with off season with him at the helm, taking all the reps, I think it could be something good for him, especially with a new OC.
Yeah, I ain't mad at the throw process. I was just about to say with a new OC too, definitely could be a lot different. Change of life there. So we'll see. Again, not like I'm hoping for it, but if it happens, it happens. But we'll move on to the schedule. First game, Death Valley at LSU. They both, funny enough, are the Tigers. Both call their stadium Death Valley. I have them losing at LSU.
Love it going crazy.
I have been winning.
You got them beating the Lane train? Lane Kiffin first game? You got them beat them?
I don't know, man.
Yep.
I don't know. On the road.
Wait. Let's stay here for a second. Let's talk about this for a minute.
Lead the way, my boy.
Yeah, please. Like so.
I'm thinking
you think it's an execution thing. You don't think it's a talent thing.
Nah,
you think it's more
definitely not a talent thing. Not a talent thing at all. I think it's an execution thing.
Yeah, you think Clemson, because they have more pieces that have already been together, they have the quarterback with the wide receivers that have already been there. Whoever's the running back can fill in, but
Going against Lane Kiffin, offensive mind with
yeah,
the
bro.
talent that LSU has. I'm sorry, I think Clemson defense might struggle.
It's
Especially with
possible.
especially with with,
It's
with
possible.
Clemson's losing on the line,
Hey, and
losing that
go
tackle,
ahead.
losing that end.
I won't be mad if I'm wrong on this because I know LSU can be. I think LSU is going to be great this year, but I just think Clemson might be
Wait,
better this team.
I'm sorry, I'm
Not
not
great
laughing at
enough.
you. I'm not laughing at you. And I look at my phone. There's a Shams notification that Bam and Tyler Hero got into a physical altercation.
What?
I'm sorry, that's why I laugh.
This is
But
great. It's funny.
I think that Clemson on the road, first of all, in LSU is a tough place to win for anybody. I don't care who you are. But
And
I
your
think
first start?
I was about to say
No,
that could
not
be a
your first
thing.
start, but
But that could be a thing because we don't know who's going to win the quarterback job yet. Not only that, you have Lane Kiffin's first head coaching game, so I know the stadium's going to be packed and rowdy. You got Sam Levitt, who's very explosive, not only throwing the ball but running as well. You got you just got a ton of weapons at LSU, and then the defense is supposed to be really solid as well. I just think that is a tough environment to win, and then you
let
add
me take
on
it. Let me
Clemson,
take it
like you
one step
said,
further.
Clemson losing. Go ahead.
If it's a close game and then it comes down to special teams, I'm not trusting Clemson special teams.
I mean, he did. I don't know if it's yeah. It should be the same kicker that won the ACC championship game, breaking a freshman record for the longest kick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mike, trust him.
But Clemson, I don't know, man. Did they have good kicking last year? I don't know. Let me
I
see.
think they had the same kicker that won him the ACC championship. I think he was only a
Same kicker.
freshman.
He
Yeah,
ain't gone nowhere. He's still there.
yeah,
Oh yeah, he kicked 80%.
yeah. I'm about
Okay.
to say you might can trust this
Maybe they
one.
did find a kicker. Maybe they
You
did
might
find
can trust
somebody.
this one, but I would say this. I just think that it's just too tough an environment. And like you said, Clemson's what like I'll say last 3 straight not home openers, just season openers.
Yeah, they
The trend,
lost 3 straight. Yeah.
the trend, I think, like you said, is going to be trendy. But we can move off from this because we still got
If
the
it was
question.
anybody besides LSU, I would probably
Wait. No, my
like.
bad. I don't have that as a loss. I don't have it as a win. I'm sorry. I have.
Oh, we just had this whole segment
We
for no
convinced
reason.
them. We convinced them.
I look. No. Because look, FSU and LSU look the same on my paper. So just
Oh, you
don't
wrote.
That's
Oh, I actually
slave.
wrote. Yeah, I write
worry
out
about it.
Florida State,
Don't worry about
so
it.
that's
Don't worry
funny.
about
I got all right. So
it.
scratch the whole segment we just had.
Yeah,
Right. Don't worry about it.
I did go back and forth on that game, but I eventually chose LSU. So
All right, cool. So
My
the
bad.
next game, they go against my guy Ace. They go against Max Johnson and Georgia Southern, but I got it as a win.
that winning that.
Yeah, they win, even though Max Johnson has a masterful performance.
I think you're giving him too much credit, even though it's my guy. But we'll move forward.
Yo,
Next
maybe
game.
he's an 9-year senior. Who knows?
Next game, going against UNC and Bill Belichick. I got this as a win.
It is a win. Poor Bill Belly.
Yeah, UNC. I'm not doing what I did last year. Loss for UNC.
All right, so this is a win. And he foreshadowed. Next, at Cal. As mentioned, I have this as a win.
Win.
It's a win as well.
Next, at home against Miami. This was
Loss.
a tough one. I have this as a loss.
I also have this as a loss.
But this is a swing game, in my opinion. Next, Charleston Southern win.
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 At home against Virginia Tech. I have this as a win.
Loss.
I have them beating Virginia Tech.
Ooh, you're really high, James Franklin. I can't wait for that segment now.
Yeah.
Next game, at Florida State. I have as a win.
Win.
But that's a tough environment for Clemson to win in. I want to acknowledge that. Next.
Sure. On Halloween, too.
Yeah, that's definitely. At Syracuse. I have this as a win. I have some things to say at Syracuse segment.
Yeah, I got it as a win as well.
Have it as a win.
Next game, at home against Georgia Tech. I love me, Coach Key, but I have this as a win for Clemson.
Win.
A win.
Final ACC opponent on the road against Duke. I have this as a win.
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 Now, mind you, they did lose last time they played at Duke. That was with Riley Leonard and Mike Elko, but still.
Yeah.
And last game, the Battle of the Palmetto, which is why I be throwing hate Clemson's way. I have this as a loss against at home against South Carolina.
Yeah, I have as a loss too.
Yeah, I have this as a loss as well.
My boys,
Sellers go crazy.
Please. And disappointed me last year. But my final record for Clemson, I have Clemson going 9-3, 7-1, taking the over 7.5 win total.
I got them going 8-4, 6-2 in ACC play.
So you
I
got
have
the
them
over.
9-3, 7-1 in ACC play over the 7.5.
We all have the over 7.5. I actually might bet this one. I tell y'all, last year I took like 6 of our over unders and lost by 1.
I can believe that.
Which was that one?
I think it was Iowa State because they got hurt, all them injuries.
Okay.
I was so hurt about that. But we move on to Duke. The Duke Blue Devils, your reigning ACC champs, coming off of a 7-5, 6-2 ACC record, which is why they made the ACC championship game because of the 6-2. Ignore the 7-5 for anybody that's kind of new to college football. But they did win, like I said, in the ACC championship game, 27-20 in overtime against Virginia. Then they won a shootout of a Tony the Tiger Sunbow against Arizona State, 42-39, in which you know who was in the game, and that is how I blank on his name. He's the turnover machine. Played at Georgia Tech, played at Nebraska. Why am I blanking on? My mind want to say Emory Jones. It's not Emory Jones. Oh my God, dark skin with dreads, play quarterback. He's a turnover machine.
Sorry, what did you say? I was reading something.
Arizona State's quarterback last year. Dark skinned dude, played endless years in college. It was a turnover machine.
Phil Sims. Is it Phil Sims?
Jeff Sims. Jeff Sims.
Phil Sims was that Alabama quarterback.
Yeah. Jeff
Alabama
Sims.
quarterback that ain't do nothing.
Nah, Phil Sims is the dude that played with the Giants.
Nah, but I thought there was like an Alabama quarterback, like man.
I don't remember Phil Sims.
Who was from Virginia. But he didn't play, but he was like a top recruit from Virginia. He was like from Chesapeake area.
Yeah, that I don't know. I can't confirm or deny.
Dreads.
Only Phil Sims can remind of the one that Carl said.
Yeah, played with the
But
Giants.
yeah, just know I wasn't thinking about white Phil Sims.
Yeah, but Jeff Sims, thank you, Ace, for helping jog my memory. That was an interception to lose the game. Just way to go out your college career, man. Just doing what you do best. But anyway, Duke
Mind was in the Elite 11 at one time.
I seen the video. I think it was 2018 Elite 11 or something like that. You sent it.
It was him. I think Tyler Van Dyke, Anthony Richardson.
You
sent that.
I think
Bryce Young,
CJ Stroud was in there. Bryce Young.
You sent that.
Crazy. It's crazy, like the floors and ceilings for guys, bro. Like some guys really just be coming in college, do their thing for a year or two, be gone, and other dudes be lingering for a decade.
Man had Jahmyr Gibbs at Georgia Tech, and they still were trash. But Duke returns 8 starters. It's like that. 2 on the offensive line, 4 on the offensive side of the ball in total for Duke, and 4 on the defensive side. So Duke is also facing a lot of turnover. Y'all know very much so the turnover that they're facing because y'all have 2 of their guys that they lost, in Darian Mensah and Cooper Burkett, which I'm not even surprised that Darian Mensah left. He left a AAC championship team to go to Duke, but he led them to the ACC championship, and they went on to win the AAC. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, that is Tulane. Tulane did not win the AAC the year he was there, but they won it the year after he left. But anyway, I digress. Y'all know about the turnover. Y'all want to talk about Duke before we talk about what they returned and what they lost?
All I gotta say is thank you for Darian Mensah and Cooper Burkett. That's it.
I don't think that they willingly gave that to y'all. Y'all stole them.
Hey, as long as the check cleared, we didn't steal anything.
No, you still stole them.
We didn't steal anything. The check cleared, okay? He wanted to play big-time ball in a big-time place. But shout out to Manny Diaz, man. I got mad respect for Duke. I want them to be a good team this year, but I just don't think they will be. And is that our fault? Maybe.
Thank you, Manny.
Y'all keep saying thank you. He does not want to say you welcome.
Thank you, Manny.
It's a 4-letter word that starts with an F that I can't say on the show he wants to say to y'all.
His daddy was the mayor of Miami. You think he's not going to look out for Miami even at North Carolina? Come on now.
No,
It's in his
no, he's
blood.
not. No,
It's in his
he
blood,
probably
man.
fought tooth and nail to keep him.
Miami is in his blood.
Listen, those Duke lawyers that helped make it happen. It wasn't all us. They was like, "Oh, you want to go?" Manny was mad enough to be like, "You know what? I understand, bro. You want to get 10 M's? Go and do it. Oh, you want to take Super Smart Coupe too? That's messed up. But you know what? Y'all got it, man. You bought us that championship last year. You guys got the keys to not Durham, but wherever it is, you can do whatever you want."
I mean, that is.
I think it is. Y'all was about to say, I think it is Durham.
Durham? Yeah, Durham. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Durham.
Chapel
He's
Hill
a
is
Durham, bro.
USC.
Yeah, I was about to say
Those are California boys. They want the Miami vibes, man.
maybe he just looking at y'all as y'all next project. You know, he helped with Tulane when nobody knew who was going to start at Tulane, came out of nowhere. Hey, Duke hasn't won an ACC championship at all. Maybe like, you know what?
Exactly.
My
Thank
next
you,
project is Miami. I'm gonna get them an ACC championship. It's been a while. I don't think have y'all won one?
No,
I know y'all were.
never.
I don't think y'all have. I'm about to say I know
Never
y'all
won
were in the
one.
Big East and y'all were really good, but I don't think y'all won one in
He's
ACC.
never won one. And you know what? I think he's an upstanding gentleman for that. Like, what a guy to want to be a creator, to take on the challenge and just make something new.
All right,
You
y'all
know?
segment ain't up yet. Enough about y'all. We talking about Duke. Talking about Duke. And what they do return is Nate Shepard, a running back who had 1,100 yards, so 1,132 to be exact. Absolutely. Took the job from Anderson Castle, who I really liked out of App State. 5.7 to carry and 11 touchdowns. Jeremiah Hazley, tight end, who had 40 catches, 454 yards, and 6 touchdowns. Luke Margot, linebacker, who had 90 total tackles, 48 solos, a sack, 3 pass breakups, 2 interceptions, and 2 fumble recoveries, Deshaun Stone, the defensive back, who had 76 total tackles, 46 solos, 3 pass breakups, 2 interceptions, and a forced fumble. Landon Callahan, a cornerback, 42 total tackles, 25 solos, 2 pass breakups. And Kamari Robinson, cornerback, 34 total tackles, 18 solos, 2 pass breakups, and a fumble recovery. Now, again, they lost Darian Mansa to Miami. I'm going to just go over his stats. 334 of 500, 66.8% completion percentage, 3,973 yards, 34 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Sounds eerily similar to a quarterback who's now on the Jets. Won't say his name because I know y'all going to be mad at me. Next, they lost Cooper Burkett, wide receiver, 72 catches, 1,106 yards, 7 touchdowns. Going to Miami. Next, they lost Keyshawn Brown, who's transferred to Virginia Tech, 64 catches, 846 yards, 5 touchdowns. Samir Higgins, who's currently on the Colts, wide receiver, who had 43 catches, 508 yards, and 6 touchdowns. Caleb Weaver, safety, who had 90 total tackles, 42 solos, a sack and a half, 2 pass breakups, 2 interceptions, forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. Chandler Rivers, Ace, shut up. Cornerback, who got drafted by the Ravens, 59 total tackles, 37 solos, 8 pass breakups, 2 interceptions, and a forced fumble. Vincent Anthony, who I thought this was a real big blow to them, currently on the Chiefs, who had 34 total tackles, 21 solos, 7.5 sacks, 2 pass breakups, and a forced fumble. Lost Jaden Francois, a linebacker, 74 total tackles, 30 solos, a sack, 2 pass breakups, and a forced fumble. Aaron Hall, D tackle, who currently is on the Panthers, 44 total tackles, 19 solos, 2.5 sacks, and Wesley Williams, currently on the Jags, edge rusher, who had 43 total tackles, 21 solos, 2 sacks, a pass breakup, and a fumble recovery. Now, I know Ace is going through some difficulties. I think he is back. So you got him?
Yep.
My boy, appreciate you. Anybody want to talk about, besides the Miami Hurricanes, that they retained or lost?
Nah, I'm pretty much good. Ace, can you hear?
Nah, he can't hear. Hey, leave and come back.
Leave and come back.
Oh, he can't hear. We just said that for no reason.
I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna tell him in the
All right,
chat.
my boy. All right. Wow, Ace is dealing with technical difficulties. We'll move forward to some transfer portals where they ranked, first of all, 71st in the overall recruiting class, but they were 63rd in transfers with 19 total transfers. A transfer that I want to highlight is CJ Campbell, who transferred to Rutgers originally, but he lost his job to Antoine Raymond, who, can you hear us, Ace?
Yeah, we live.
Bet. CJ Campbell originally went to Rutgers, but Antoine Raymond had a heck of a year. So CJ Campbell is now looking for his next destination. I don't know why he chose Duke with Nate Shepard here, but at Duke. At Rutgers, he had 22 carries, 119 yards, and 5.4 carry. But at FAU the year before, he had 165 carries, 844 yards, 5.1 a carry, and 11 touchdowns. They bring in, I don't know if y'all watch, because y'all don't like to get nasty in the group of 5. Like, I like to get nasty. I don't know if y'all watch Walker Egypt, quarterback from San Jose State, but he's kind of nice.
I did watch him. I did watch his highlights and stuff, and I watched I watched like 2 or 3 games. He
Kind of
nice.
nice. Yeah.
Nice.
Walker Eaton, 232 of 393, 59% completion percentage, 3,051 yards, 17 touchdowns, and 9 interceptions. Javon Nicholas, a receiver from Charlotte, who has 60 catches, 740 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Patrick Smith Young, a safety from North Texas, who has 73 total tackles, 44 solos, 3 pass breakups, and a fumble recovery. Dylan Flowers, a cornerback from Western Kentucky, who I actually really like a ton at Western Kentucky. 33 total tackles, 26 solos, 4 pass breakups, 4 fumble and fumble recovery. I think Diaz and this staff is really going to like Dylan Flowers as a man corner. But any transfer y'all want to talk about?
Jared Richardson from Penn. I'm surprised you didn't name him. That's another guy I think is going to help out. But this offensive special with Walker being the quarterback, I think he's going to be able to open up the playbook with having Jared Richardson as one of his receivers.
Ace?
Yeah, I think Javon Nicholas and Jared Richardson are going to be pretty key in helping. What's that wide receiver name? Quashawn Brown. I think they're going to be.
Quashawn Brown is not at Duke.
Oh, well, I think that means that they're going to have an even bigger role at Duke this year. So, yeah, those guys are going to be very key.
Quashawn Brown transferred to Virginia Tech.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yuck.
But yeah, they should have big roles. With Walker Eaton at quarterback, who should win the job, who should be the starter, by the way. But these are some stats from your ACC champs: 25th in total offense, 119th in total defense, which is not really Duke standard. 16th in scoring offense, 98th in scoring defense. 10th in passing, 132nd in pass defense. 88th in rushing, 66th in rush defense. Tied 13th in turnover margin, and I had tied 12th for first downs. So really, an offensive school last year, which is kind of the opposite of what Duke DNA has kind of been recently. And I'm not saying Duke had no offense recently because they were good offensively with Riley Leonard. Riley Leonard. And who was there after Riley Leonard? It was a year in between Riley Leonard and Darian Mensah because Leonard went to Notre Dame.
It was from Wake Forest. No, he went to Notre Dame. My bad.
It might have been Mitch Griffiths. Is that who you're talking about?
That wasn't what I was talking about.
But
I can't remember who it was.
They had a run game.
From the 2024 season?
Yeah. They had a run game as their offensive. Like they were one of those teams that played really good defense and ran the ball with Riley Leonard.
Oh, it was Malik Murphy.
Malik Murphy from Texas. Thank you. Malik Murphy. Yeah, with Malik Murphy, they had a really good run game. So last year was kind of the opposite.
Star Thomas.
Yep. Last year was kind of the opposite. Well, not really, because they had a run game. They just had a bona fide passing game. They had a bona fide passing game, which was like the first time in kind of some time where they had one. And they didn't really have a defense. So, but anything y'all want to add on before we move on to the schedule?
No, I think you said it all, man. Like you said it pretty well. This team, very prolific offense last year, even though it wasn't always the cleanest football. However, they made some things shake, man. They won some close games, i.e. the ACC championship. They got some, lucky bounces, and it was a success.
Yeah, did they beat the mess out of Wake Forest to make the ACC championship game as well? Like their last home game?
I believe so, yes.
I know it was the last game of the season. I just can't remember if it was at home or not. But yeah, because they beat Wake Forest to not only make the ACC championship, but to win the state of North Carolina.
Yeah, because they had beat North Carolina the week before that.
Yep. But Duke has a rematch with Tulane. I got them winning that rematch.
So do I.
As do I.
At home, by the way. Next, they go on the road with another rematch against Illinois. But I have this as a loss. I think they lose again.
I think they lose too.
I have that as a loss.
Start ACC at home against Stanford. I have this as a win.
Win.
I have that as a win.
Then I believe this is their final. Yeah, this is their final non-conference game at home against William and Mary. I have this as a win.
Win.
A win.
All right, next game at Georgia Tech. I have as a loss.
Loss.
I have that as a loss.
Then back home against UNC. I have this as a win in their rivalry game.
I have that as a win.
Then they go on the road. They go on the road to take on Virginia. I have this as a loss.
Same.
A loss.
Back home against Boston College, I have this as a win.
Win.
Yeah, that's a win.
Then on the road to Tobacco Road, where they take on NC State in their rivalry game, I have this as a loss.
So do I.
As do I.
Then they go down south to play the Bandits of Miami. I have this as a loss.
Loss.
Yeah, loss.
Then their senior night at home against Clemson. I have this as a loss. Sorry, seniors.
Loss.
Those poor seniors.
But those seniors get a chance with a rivalry game to upset somebody else's senior night on the road against Wake Forest. I have this as a win.
Win.
That is a loss.
I was about to say we all got the same thing in that. Ace messed it up.
Sorry.
I have.
You think they lose to Wake Forest?
I think Wake Forest is a solid team. I'm not mad at that. And it's a rivalry game.
Yeah. And at Wake Forest.
Yeah, it's a rivalry game for sure. It's on the road.
Gio Lopez can get off now. Like, let's not.
He can. He definitely can.
Gio Lopez. We'll talk about that a little bit later.
Wasn't he at UNC last year?
He was for sure at UNC last year. They're not looking to. Wake Forest isn't looking to capture UNC Gio Lopez. They're looking to capture South Alabama's Gio Lopez.
Right.
But
okay. I will hope they're not trying to get the UNC Gio Lopez.
I don't think they want nothing to do with UNC.
I think there's a lot of contributing factors to the UNC Gio Lopez stuff.
That is very true. But my record for Duke, I have them going 6-6, 4-5 in conference, taking the over 5.5 win total.
Yeah, I have that too. 6-6, 4-5 ACC play.
I'm about to say, I think Dave, we have the same exact, like everything in this one.
Yeah, we do. We got everything. This week.
I have them going 5-7, 3-6 ACC play.
So Ace is on the under 5.5 win total.
Yeah.
So that is Duke.
Wait,
now we'll move.
That's right.
Wake Forest. Yeah, that's the only game we got different.
Mm-hmm.
We move on to a team that y'all don't want to talk about, and I'm pretty sure y'all would love to skip, but we can't. And that is the Florida State Seminoles.
I would never want to skip these bums.
Well, my apologies. Anyway,
I don't want to skip them. I like talking about them now.
Florida State has had 2 very underwhelming seasons.
Warms my heart, actually.
Mike Norvell is for sure on the hot seat. I put in my opinion. I don't know why I wrote in my opinion. He's 100% on the hot seat. He don't have a winning season. He don't make a bowl. Nah, I can't even say that because I think 6-6 is kind of intolerable at Florida State at this point. He don't have a winning season. They're not good or a above average ACC team. He's gone because you already know the stigma is that Mike Norvell hasn't had a successful season without Jordan Travis, and it's not really a stigma. It's actually the truth. So he has to do something this year. It's too long. Florida State fans kind of were antsy to fire him until he went 13-0 with Jordan Travis. And that kind of kept them off his back. But now we're back to 2 seasons where you don't even make a bowl game. So he got to do something. But they're coming off a 5-7, 2-6 year, and they get a new OC in Tim Harris Jr. They returned 6 starters, 2 offensively, 4 defensively. None of the O-line, so they revamped the entire O-line. It's a lot of turnover here at Florida State with Mike Norvell. So very interested to see how they play this year. They returned, though, Deuce Robinson, who, if you remember, dropped that easy touchdown in overtime against Virginia at night in Charlottesville. But he had 56 catches, 1,081 yards, and 6 touchdowns. And they returned Mekhi Danzy, who was like basically a Swiss Army knife for them at the receiver position. 27 catches, 571 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Do y'all want to talk about anybody before I keep going?
Nobody beyond Deuce Robinson. I think even though he did drop that pass versus Virginia, he's still one of the best receivers in the ACC and probably in the nation. You know, definitely in top 10, I would say. Like his body type alone makes him very formidable.
The only thing I want to talk about is if they do fire him, they're going to owe him $45.6 million this year.
I don't care. They pay that.
His buyout is definitely a big factor of why he didn't get fired last year.
It was a factor why he didn't get fired last year.
It's ridiculous.
Man, some of these schools, what was Brian Kelly buyout? Brian Kelly?
It was 50 million last year though. I think
But
now
Brian Kelly
Kelly Joe
buyout was
was
probably
stupid too.
Brian Kelly Jones was probably more than his, and they paid that. They got a
yeah,
lot
So
of
I
that.
but
think I think the
that's
places
a,
where
that's
LSU
different
is
places
versus
though.
Florida State is like,
But hold on, I get it in terms of like
you gotta
not
think about the
prestige.
booster support. Think about the NIL support that
Yeah,
they're going to get at LSU versus like there's
and then
probably
it's
some
gonna
big donors like
and
I'll pay to 40% of the buyout. We
and
need
it's
them
gonna be
gone. Like
seven,
you know what I'm
and
saying? I
it's
don't think you got that support at FSU
and if
right
you
now.
include his assistant coaches, that's
I think
72
they got
million
more
altogether.
support because they really.
I don't know.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Right. I'm gonna use what y'all saying in reverse. I think they have more support to get him gone because they're tired of watching the product on the field. At least at LSU, you
They
had
should have
some.
been tired last year.
I
Sure.
100% agree with you, but I think they gave him another year because there were
Because
some
of the
injuries.
money.
But
It's because of the money.
I think the Bama win kind of helped them out.
For
Bro. I
sure.
really do think
Absolutely.
that's
Yeah,
what
It did.
happened.
that
It
did,
did.
but the
It
money
did. It
the
did.
money was a factor as well.
Bro,
But
college
I'll say
sports
That
this:
got
was
so
a
much
talk.
money.
That was a talk
the
all
difference
last
in
season.
$10 million is just him being there another year. I think they can wait on another year. You know what I
I
mean?
don't
Like
know.
I think in these days you have to look at the money factor, and you have because you're not in the conference where you're getting the revenue sharing anymore. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
true.
So you
Yeah.
got to kind of be strategic at how you're making these decisions. If you bankrupt your program,
Absolutely.
you could be in the hole
Absolutely.
for the next 7, 8 years.
That is
You
And
true.
know?
Y'all did get rid of
like
that
I just
revenue
said,
split.
you don't only have to pay him 45.6 million, you gotta pay everyone, including his assistant coach,
Yeah.
in a total of 72 million. That's a lot of money.
It's a lot
That's
of money.
almost
It is
80
a lot of
million you
money,
gotta pay
but
for all those people.
it's a lot of money. But we are talking collegiate
And it's
sports,
not
and
like Mike
we've
Norvell doesn't
seen
have some decent qualities. Like he's a decent recruiter. Like I
he's a
think
good
when it
guy.
comes
Well,
to the
allegedly.
yeah, allegedly a good guy as well. But like when it comes to the on the field stuff, like yeah, it's something that's obviously it's not working. Something that's off. And they do need to get rid of him. But man, keep that man forever, dog. Make him the next
Exactly.
Bob
Keep him in the helm.
Clara.
He makes
Please
Miami
keep
happy.
him.
Again,
Keep him.
beyond y'all Miami bias.
Y'all can get all the Ashton Daniels you want. Like, please.
Oh God, that is the quarterback.
Yep.
You know who I will say though, who I like on FSU? Manjo Desir. He's one of these twins that came from I think it was Carroll City High School or something like that down in South Florida. Man, some dogs, man. Those two guys, like especially one of the brothers, I think it's Mandrell. He's a DN. He's going to be really good, man. He's a guy I think you're going to see on Sunday.
Yeah, he might be good and leave, but we got to continue going.
Hey, he can cut to Miami.
I don't know about that much, but Ashlyn Barker,
Okay.
defensive back, he does return. I mean, he probably can, but it's not like we haven't seen team players transfer to rivals. We just watched one with Texas and Oklahoma, but Blake Nicholson, linebacker, returns 43 total tackles, 24 solos, a sack, pass breakup, and a fumble recovery. Jabril Rawls returns a defensive back, 40 total tackles, 22 solos, 2 pass breakups, an interception, and a fumble recovery. And Daniel Lyons, the defensive lineman, 26 total tackles, 11 solos, 2 sacks, and 4 fumbles. Now, Thomas Castellanos, who ran the ACC last year at 2-6, he is now gone. 180 of 309, 58.3% completion percentage, 2,760 yards, 15 touchdowns, and 9 interceptions. 137 carries for 557 yards, 4.1 a carry, and 9 touchdowns. I normally don't write average a carry for college quarterbacks because sacks are included in that. Don't know why I did, but he still have over 4 carry with sacks being included, so that is kind of tough.
Pretty good.
Yeah. They lost Gavin Sawchuk to Northwestern. 109 carries, 486 yards, 4.5 a carry, and 8 touchdowns for a running back. Randy Pittman Jr. transferred in the conference to SMU. Tight end who had 23 catches, 208 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Earl Little pulled a Caleb Downs, went to Ohio State. 76 total tackles, 33 solos, 2 pass breakups, 4 interceptions, and 2 forced fumbles. Daryl Jackson Jr. is now on the Jets, a defensive tackle at 44 total tackles, 11 solos, and a sack. Justin Cryer, linebacker on Texas, 43 total tackles, 15 solos, and a sack. And Edwin Joseph, a safety who had 37 total tackles, 19 solos, 5 pass breakups, 3 interceptions, and a forced fumble transfer to Ole Miss. My fault, last one, Shaheem Brown, safety with 32 total tackles, 12 solos, and a sack. Y'all want to talk about anybody else before we move on to the transfer portal?
I think losing Earl Little Jr. is definitely going to be a big hit for their defense. If there was anybody on that Joan that was kind of like the heart and soul and the guy that they kind of rallied around, it was him. Now, I don't think he's going to go to Ohio State and have like a Caleb Downs kind of season. I don't think that at all. Malachi Tony was cooking that guy as a true freshman. Should have been playing high school football. But that's neither here nor there. I do think that Daniel Lyons is pretty good. I think he'll contribute heavily to that defense that will need help because they are going to go through it. They don't have the easiest schedule in the world. I think if they had an easier schedule, it would definitely help with their confidence. And if it's one thing that we've seen about these Florida State teams in the past few years, when they don't have confidence, they don't play good and they quit on each other.
Yeah. Can't agree more. Other than the fact that Aaron Little is really talented, and I think he was a really talented player on a not so talented defense. So
Yeah.
I'd love to see what he does with Matt Patricia as DC in Ohio State. So I do want to see that. But if we don't have anything else, we'll move on to transfer portal. All right. So 17th in overall recruiting class, 28th in transfers, would have 23 total transfers. Namely Ashton Daniels, quarterback from Auburn, who Ace brought up earlier. 68 of 119. Yeah, and y'all remember what I said about him at Stanford, interception problem. 68 of 119, 57.1% completion percentage, 797 yards, 3 touchdowns to 2 interceptions, 63 carries, 280 yards, and 2 touchdowns at Auburn. But they do have a dog at running back transferring in, and that is Quintravion Wisner. Was very shocked to see them grab him. 131 carries, 597 yards, 4.6 a carry, and 3 touchdowns coming from Texas. They got Micah Gabayer from UNC, who had a lackluster year at UNC, but he's looking to turn that around. 39 total tackles, 17 solos, a sack, forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. Chris Jones, a linebacker from Southern Miss, 133 total tackles, 51 solos, 3.5 sacks, 2 pass breakups, an interception, and a forced fumble, a tackling machine there. And Nehemiah Chandler, a cornerback from South Alabama, who had 31 total tackles, 22 solos, 13 pass breakups, and 2 interceptions. Anybody want to touch on another transfer that I did not talk about?
I just got a question. Well, I have the same 2 players that you just named, Chris Jones and Micah Bayer, but I had the college is totally different. Chris Jones, I got Jacksonville State, and Rutgers for Micah Bayer.
I don't know how you got that, because I think Bayer came from like a lower level before UNC. Now, Chris Jones, I don't know if Chris Jones came from somewhere else previous to Southern Miss, but 24/7 has him from Southern Miss.
Bayer was at Missouri before he was at UNC.
Okay.
I don't know why I got Rutgers, but that's what I saw here.
Yeah, he came from UNC for sure. I remember that was like one of the biggest talking points for UNC in the offseason last year. But Chris Jones, like I said, 24/7 got him from Southern Miss. I actually watched him at Southern Miss. I watched a little because I know I had Southern Miss winning their division in.
Oh, I know why. I know why. His name is spelled wrong. That's why. Maybe it's someone else that went there, but his name is spelled wrong.
Got you. Anybody else? Any other transfer you want to talk about?
I think Jeremy Sands would be a pretty good guy. It's a pretty good transfer if you didn't bring him up. I think you did though.
No, I didn't. Do your thing.
I think he's coming from FAU. He's a Florida guy. I don't think that he was like super crazy in their run game last year. I didn't watch like a ton of FAU, but I know he was a part of the running back rotation. But I do know he's a pretty good returner as well. So I think he can bring some juice to the return game.
I watched a little FAU. FAU had Caden Velkamp from Western Kentucky. Transferring that quarterback last year, and I forgot the receiver from Western Kentucky that transferred it too. But Sands, I think, like you said, was more of a rotational piece than a bell cow at FAU, if I remember correctly. But I
mean, he was there for a few years as well, I believe. So I don't think
but I mean, 2024. I'm about to say 2024 though. It was CJ Campbell, so he was still a rotational piece then. But
Micah Bayer is a linebacker, correct?
Edge rusher, linebacker, same thing.
That's funny. He's from where my fiance's from. He's from Irvington, New Jersey. Crazy.
Shout out to Brian. Maybe did he commit as like a freshman or something?
I don't know. I got him on Nebraska's website, so he went to Nebraska.
It might be somebody else with a similar name.
It's spelled exactly the same way, so
it could be somebody completely different. I mean, just spelled the same. But we'll move forward. They were 6. I don't understand this. 6 in total offense, 28th in total defense, 22nd in scoring offense, 43rd in scoring defense, 39th in passing, 28th in pass defense, 11th in rushing, 51st in rush defense. But this is where the numbers start to make sense because those numbers with the season they had don't make sense. But they were tied 93rd in turnovers lost, tied 93rd in red zone offense, and 112th in red zone defense. So those are where the numbers start to make sense because you hear those first set of numbers, you think, how they go 5-7, 2-6? You hear that they were really good from 20 to 20, but inside the red zone, they were terrible and they had a turnover issue. Anybody want to talk about anything else before we move
on? Nah, man. They just played abysmal football last year. They had turnovers, they had fumbles, they couldn't stop anybody consistently. I mean, look at that Virginia game. I think that Virginia game is a very good
I'm with you.
Sign of how
indicator.
Yeah,
I 100% agree with you because they jumped out 14-0 on Virginia, and then they started turning the ball over,
just crumbled, bro. And you know what? I was so hyped for them to be undefeated going into the game playing us. I was like, bro, they gotta win this game. I've never in my life cheered for the state to win, and
because it makes our win look better.
Exactly. I yearned for them to win that game, and they gave me nothing. So you know what? They get what they deserve, man.
And not only do I agree with you with the Virginia game being an indicator of the season, but it's an indicator of weekday night games in college football. You never know what.
Man. Yeah, man. They are traps for whoever is traveling. It seems, or whoever is the higher ranked team.
For us.
Like
it's a trap for us.
Man, that Louisville game. Oh my God, we couldn't stop Chris Bell for nothing. But it was like, yo, what is happening?
You couldn't stop Carson Beck from throwing picks either.
Yeah, that too.
I'm sorry, Andrew.
No, he right. He threw 4 of them burgers. He is, man. Like, what you doing?
Carl,
I'm sorry, I had to.
You were a little hurt though, but it was whatever.
I was hurt for y'all. I think I had y'all winning that game. But we'll move on to the schedule where they start off with New Mexico State. I had this as a win.
Win.
Then they go to start ACC play. They stay home, at Doak Walker, and they play not Doak Walker. That's the name of the award. Doak Campbell. They play SMU.
Mm-hmm.
I have this as a loss.
Loss for sure.
Then now they travel to Bama at Tuscaloosa. I have this as a loss.
Loss. I think Bama blows them out for revenge.
I'm not going to speak on this game after what happened last year because last year I was talking crazy, and then Florida State actually pulled it off.
Hey, remember? But this is the thing.
Thomas Castellano was the one talking trash at first.
Exactly. He called his shot and he hit that jump, man. Like they were probably so hyped for that jump, Like it makes sense. It's so funny. Like they had the perfect 3 weeks. Like that 3-0 start, they felt on top of the world. They was putting up 60 points against the FCS team and all that stuff. Like put up 70 versus East Texas A&M, 66 versus Kent State, and then it all just come
look at their schedule.
I did. I got it right here. 77, 66. It then lost in double overtime. It then proceeded to lose the next 4 games. Dog Wake Forest, lost to Clemson, dog Virginia Tech, and then loses the last 2 games. Then Florida puts up a 40 ball on you at the end.
Didn't they play NC State last year? Wasn't that kind of close?
No, they lost by 10 points. It was 21-11. What did you even do to score 11 points?
That was kind of close though. I think NC State had to score.
It must have. Yeah, it had to have because
I remember that game being kind of close. But enough of reminiscing about the downfall of Florida State. We gotta get through this, y'all. Virginia, I have this. No, Central Arkansas. At home, I have this as a win.
Yeah, I have it as a win.
All right, at home, revenge against Virginia. I have this as a win.
I have as a win.
I have them losing to Virginia.
Hey, do you, big dog? I ain't gonna ask y'all for no rebuttals in this segment. At Louisville, I have this as a loss.
Loss.
Now they played y'all last year at Doak Campbell. They got y'all this year at Hard Rock. Y'all still Hard Rock, right? Y'all still with the Dolphins? Sharing with the Dolphins?
Yeah, we still at Hard Rock. Yeah, still got a couple more years.
I have this as an L for FSU against Miami.
Loss.
BTA.
All right, then they go to Clemson. I have this as a loss.
Loss.
At Boston College, I have this as a win.
Win.
That is a win.
At Pitt, I have this as a win.
Win.
At home against NC State, I have this as a win.
I have it as a loss.
I have CJ Bailey getting off.
I had this as a loss originally, but being at Doak
I got
Campbell,
CJ Bailey cooking them.
I ain't gonna lie. Being at Doak Campbell, I gave them the win. It should be still a crazy home field advantage.
I don't know, man. You got Florida boys coming home.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. You got Ashton Daniels as a quarterback. I don't know.
That's true.
Yeah, if you ask me, if you put in the battle between Ashton Daniels and CJ Bailey, I'm definitely choosing.
I'm taking.
But isn't there a rumor that Ashton might not even win this battle? Isn't there a rumor like they got a freshman that might win this? I think there's a rumor that they have a freshman that might actually win this
question. I have to see it, and if that happens, that gives me even more reason to be like, no.
While we're talking,
some freshmen do be balling.
Search it up.
Yeah, I think there's.
I hope they do.
But the last game of the year this ain't gonna be battle for state championship because I haven't moved Miami. But at home against Florida, I have this as an L.
Yeah, I think Florida putting up another 40 ball. Jaden Ball going crazy.
Oh, it's between him and Kevin Sperry. He's a returning sophomore.
Oh, I know it's a rumor that he might not even win this, but yeah, I have them losing to Florida. What you got, Dave, for the Florida game?
I got them losing to Florida too.
All right, yep. So I have Florida State actually making a bowl game. I have them going 6-6, 4-4, but the under is 6.5 win total.
I got them 5-7, 3-5 in the ACC play.
I have them 3-9, 1-7 in ACC play. Well, however, I will say a lot of these games are definitely like swing games for sure. Like they're definitely like they can beat Virginia for sure. Obviously,
yeah.
Like they can obviously beat Pitt. They could obviously beat NC State. I think they have the talent. Like, you know what I mean? Makai Dante is like a barn burner. He's fast as heck. You know what I mean? He can get out. Deuce Robinson, he throw that back shoulder. He can do whatever. If the run game is going and Ashton Daniels can be at least somewhat accurate, like the offense can be pulling. You know what I mean? But still, like, when I look at the finished product, like, they were talented last year too. You know what I mean? They were talented the year before that. So
they were.
I don't know, man.
One thing I can say about
I can't trust them as far as I can throw them.
One thing I can say about FSU is their running backs always play tough.
And they got Travion Wisner, so
yeah. So the running backs is what keep them in games. The quarterback, other than Castellanos, because Castellanos had some games where he looked spectacular, but he also had some where he didn't look so good. But
he had that Bama game forever, if we be honest.
Listen, man, too much talent to ignore, but too volatile to trust. That's all I got to say.
I couldn't have said it better myself. We all have the under for Florida State. And again, I am not with these guys when it comes to Florida State slander. I am wearing a Miami shirt, but I am not a Miami fan. Just feel like I had to reiterate that. But without further ado, we're going to move on to a team that I like a lot, and that is the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets.
A team that I despise.
Yeah, I mean, I would too.
A team I respect.
See, why you can't be like, there we go. But
I didn't say I respect them. I just said I despise them.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I was saying, why you can't be like that?
I mean, I might despise them too, actually. Like,
but you said,
honestly, I live with respect, but it's
man, whatever. Y'all ain't going to dog Georgia Tech on my show.
There's still words that I won't say on this.
Y'all can dog Georgia Tech somewhere else.
Listen. I can say Brent Key ain't really had a good defense since he been there. I can say that.
You might be kind of. I would say that. Okay, define.
They may be physical. They may drag you into a dogfight, but they ain't.
That's what I'm saying. Define good. Like, I say he hasn't had an elite defense, but he's had solid defenses.
They've been all right. They've been cool.
They've been solid.
They've been cool.
Like they had some.
They'll keep somebody to 20.
They got my dog with the neck roll, Cal Eifert. You know what I'm saying? He got.
Yeah, he got swag. All right.
With the neck roll. But speaking of defense, they got a new DC. Jason Seymour rehired after a Southern Mississippi stunt. He is now the DC. At one point, he was a linebackers coach with Georgia Tech. He is now back as the defensive coordinator. So, Coach Key went and got a new DC looking to upgrade to meet a solid defense. They are coming off a 9-3, 6-2 regular season where they did lose the Pop-Tart Bowl to BYU. In the game, honestly, that was really good. I didn't think Georgia Tech would be that competitive, to be honest. They actually should have won that game. They actually blew a lead to lose it to BYU late in the game. But they returned 7 starters, 2 on the offensive side, which are both old linemen, and 5 on the defensive side. They returned, like I said, Kyle Aford, linebacker, who had 77 total tackles, 33 solos, a sack and a half, 2 pass breakups, and a forced fumble. EJ Lightsey, a linebacker with 76 total tackles, 39 solos, and a pass breakup. Zachary Toby, DB, who had 30 total tackles, 17 solos, 2 pass breakups, and a fumble recovery. Amontre Bradford, linebacker who had 19 total tackles, 9 solos, 2.5 sacks, and a pass breakup. And AJ Hoffler, defensive lineman who had 17 total tackles, 9 solos, and a sack and a half. Now, they lost a ton. Again, another team facing a ton of turnover. They lost Haynes King. Yes, he's finally gone to the NFL. He's on the Panthers. 252 of 361, 69.8% completion percentage, 2,951 yards, 14 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 185 carries, 953 yards, and 15 touchdowns on the ground for Haynes King. And I thought it was weird last year. They didn't really let Haynes King push the ball down the field like I'm normally accustomed to. They ran the mess out of him though last year too. But I move on. Jamal Haynes, who is now on the Bengals, 124 carries, 531 yards, 4.3 carry, and 5 touchdowns with 33 catches, 257 yards, running back. Eric Rivers, currently on the Bucks, a receiver who had 46 catches, 658 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
So pissing me off, man.
Malik Rutherford, a wide receiver who had 46 catches, 523 yards, and 3 touchdowns from the Falcons. Now currently on the Falcons. Isaiah Canyon, transferred to Georgia, 33 catches, 480 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Clayton Powell-Lee, safety, who had 65 total tackles, 32 solos, 2 pass breakups, and a forced fumble is now gone. Omar Patrick, defensive back, is now gone with 60 total tackles, 39 solos, half a sack, pass breakup, interception, forced fumble, fumble recovery, and a scoop and score touchdown. Amari Harvey, who's on the ops, he's on the Steelers, a cornerback who had 26 total tackles, 21 solos, a sack, and 7 pass breakups. Akilo Stone, D lineman who had 19 total tackles, 11 solos, 4 sacks, and a pass breakup. And Jordan Vanderberg, currently on the Bears, who had 42 total tackles, 21 solos, 3 sacks. He's a D lineman. I know Ace is, again, facing technical difficulties. Dave, you want to talk about anything that they return or lose from Georgia Tech?
You mentioned Isaiah Canyon, right?
Yep, receiver who transferred to Georgia.
Did you mention Luke Harping?
No, I did not. Do you think?
He was a high upside player who departed. I don't remember what school he transferred to, but he's gone. Harrison Moore on offensive line. Taj Butler, I think you said his name. Taj Butler.
I did not. Do you think?
And Aaron Philo.
Aaron Philo.
And Philo, yeah. The reason he left is because of the new OC. You know, George Godsey comes in as the new OC for Georgia Tech. So that was a huge reason why Aaron left. So I think those are some key losses. Key additions. Did you talk about Jalen from Alabama?
You on the transfer portal? I'm not on the transfer portal yet.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna wait till we get there to talk about that then.
Ace, we good?
Yeah, we good, man. Sorry about that, guys.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Technology. Anything you want to add before we move on to the transfer portal?
No. I think it's interesting that they lost Aaron Philo. I think a lot of people definitely thought that he was going to be the future at that position for Brent Key. So since we're going into the transfer portal, I think him getting Alberto and Mendoza is pretty interesting, and it's going to see what he can do with him at the helm. Is going to be a lot different than Haynes King back there. I think it's kind of like, we're all interested to see how good Alberto Mendoza is, especially since Signetti was trying to keep him, So I don't know. Georgia Tech is one of those teams. I think they'll be good because I like the coaching, but as far as what it will look like, that's up in the air.
Yeah, Dave talked about how he left because the new OC, George Goodson, is taking over for Georgia Tech.
Mm-hmm. The guy that used to be at the Ravens, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't remember him being with us, not as an OC.
Not an OC, but I think he was like a position coach or something.
Oh, maybe. maybe that doesn't ring a bell, but maybe just I've been blanking on some names today. But yeah, the former OC went and took the Florida job with Johnson Morrow, which I'm gonna have some fun talking about Florida. But we'll talk about the transfer portal. They were 39th overall in recruiting, 35th in transfer portal. They had 19 total transfers. I think the biggest transfer beyond Alberto Mendoza, because we really don't know what Mendoza has. I mean, yeah, he played in some garbage time minutes, but the biggest one to me is Justice Haynes taking over for Jamal Haynes. He had 121 carries, 857 yards, 7.1 a carry, and 10 touchdowns at Michigan. He actually had a big role at Alabama the year before Michigan as well. But again, we have Alberto Mendoza. I did write down the garbage time stats at Indiana because still something to talk about. 18 to 24, 75 completion percentage, 286 yards, 5 touchdowns, and a pick. He had 13 carries for 190 yards and a touchdown while at Indiana. I have Isaiah Furman, a receiver at Elon, who had 46 catches, 907 yards, and 9 touchdowns. Taj McCoy, edge from Oklahoma State, who had 21 total tackles, 11 solos, 2 sacks, pass breakup, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. And Jonas, the Clona, a cornerback from USF, who had 35 total tackles, 30 solos, a sack, 4 pass breakups, an interception, and a forced fumble. Any transfers you want to highlight? I know Dave was getting on to somebody that I didn't have covered.
Jalen Mbakwe from Alabama. They got 2 guys from Alabama. Him and Joseph Ayanada, the offensive lineman. Isaiah Furman from Elon. I think he's going to help out with the receiving core. They got Indiana, which comes his brother.
Alberto.
Yeah, Fernando Mendoza's a little brother. Alberto Mendoza is now with Georgia Tech. So, and then
go ahead.
Then the guy from Michigan, Justice Haynes.
Yeah, so Jalen Mbakwe was a DB converted to receiver. So he tried to change positions at Bama. It still kind of didn't work out at Bama, and he transferred to Georgia Tech. So I'm actually excited to see what they do. Do they keep him at receiver? Do they put him back at defensive back? I'm actually excited to see that as well. Anything you want to cover, Ace?
I want to see what they do.
Yeah, to your point about Mbakwe, like he brings track speed to the team, so it is going to be interesting to see whether he plays DB or wide receiver. Like you said, Justice Haynes, he's definitely going to be like the bell cow running back for this team and basically the offensive engine, I would think. I think it's going to be interesting to see how he can integrate himself into this offense, especially on a team that prides itself on being physical and taking teams to the wire in that kind of manner. Like, I think it's going to be very good for his game, and it would be nice for him to get, some eyes on him as the sole back and the sole guy in the room.
Yeah, so I know he's supposed to be like the bell cow. I am kind of surprised that Malachi Hosley didn't transfer out, who was the backup for Jamal Haynes last year. I'm kind of interested to see what they do with him. Because he's shown promise as well. And at one point, he was looked at like how Aaron Philo was looked at replacing Haynes King with him replacing not Justice, Jamal Haynes. So I am interested to see how they use Malachi Hosley as well. But with that being said, some stats I have for y'all. Georgia Tech was 12th in total offense, 92nd in total defense, 27th in scoring offense, tied 69th in scoring defense, 29th in passing, 96th in pass defense, 21st in rushing, 88th in rush defense, tied 69th in sacks, and tied 31st in red zone offense. Again, I would be remiss if I did not talk about how they blew a chance at the ACC championship game by blowing that game at home against Pitt. That game where Haynes King threw that pick six with a chance to tie, that might haunt Georgia Tech fans for a while. Yeah. Anybody want to talk about anything else before we get to the schedule?
No. I do think replacing.
Said I wish we played them this year.
Oh, hey. I can't help you with that one. I know where that's coming from. Go ahead, Ace.
But I think, like you said, replacing Haynes King is going to be a very big thing depending on how their season goes. And also, like, they don't have a easy schedule. Like, their non-conference games are real tests this year.
2 SEC.
So I don't know. Like, their record may not reflect how good or bad this team actually is. But I think there are a team who could be like a spoiler at the top end of the ACC if a team overlooks them.
Yeah, they got 2 SEC opponents, a Big 12 opponent, and an FCS school. But with that being said, we're gonna get into the schedule. Where the first game of the season is a home to home where they played at Colorado. This year they play at home against Colorado. I have this as a win.
So do I.
A win.
Then at home against Tennessee. And if you were part of this show last year, you heard me say all year Tennessee had no good wins. I'm giving Georgia Tech this win.
I'm giving this win to Tennessee.
I'm giving it to Tennessee, but I have it as a swing game, especially if with it being at home. You know, I share your sentiment about Tennessee as well. I think they are a chronically overrated team. I think that they don't show much. I think if you want to put them akin to anybody in the SEC, I would say they're like Missouri, and Missouri ain't did nothing. So, yeah,
That's true. That's true.
At least Missouri did make a SEC championship game. It was a while ago, a long time ago.
it was a brick ago. I mean, look, Tennessee got Peyton Manning too. If we go on that route.
No, it wasn't that far. It wasn't that far. That was Mizzou train was like 2013, 2014.
That hit the Hooker year. That was crazy.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
Explosive.
That was just a couple years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was like 2022.
Yeah, like 3 years ago, 4.
You're right. They did go crazy with Hendon Hooker. But next, we got at home against Mercer. I have as a win.
Win.
Have as a win.
Then to start ACC play on the road against Stanford, I have as a win.
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 Then back home against Duke, I have as a win.
Win.
Winner.
On the road against Virginia Tech, I have as a loss.
I also have as a loss.
Have as a win.
I don't blame you, but I'm really excited for Virginia Tech out with Dave. Boston College, I have as a win at home.
Same.
Have as a win.
On the road against Pitt, I have as a win.
Same.
I got that one as a loss.
I think they won.
Pitt.
I'm not super high on Pitt, but I think.
Wait, I'm about to say he's got. I ain't been paying attention. He's got a couple Pitt wins.
I got a couple. I got a couple Pitt wins. Like I got Pitt going decent. I don't have them being like. You know what I'm saying? We'll get there.
We'll get there. We're not that far off.
Definitely not.
Next, at home against Louisville, I have as a win.
I have as a loss.
Yeah, I have as a loss. Now, Louisville, I will say I'm high on Louisville.
I'm high on Louisville too. At Clemson, I have as a loss.
Loss.
I have that as a loss.
Then at home against Wake Forest, I have as a win.
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 Then everybody loves it. That Georgia Tech rivalry. I think that's the good old fashioned hate, if I'm not mistaken. I have
like
this
that.
as a loss at Georgia.
I have as a loss too, but we can't forget that Georgia Tech almost beat them
Twice.
So
And
it
now
can
they're going to have some
definitely
Mendoza magic. Who knows?
it can
what's gonna
definitely
happen.
swing the other way. But I
Last
have
2
it
years,
as a
that game
loss.
has been super good to watch. The first year of the last 2 went to 7 or 8 overtime.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have it as a loss. I don't think they're going to beat Georgia, but it's going to be an entertaining game for sure.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be entertaining. My mic got unplugged for a second, but y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. I got Georgia Tech going 9-3, 6-2, taking the over 6.5 point total.
I got them going 7-5, 5-3 in ACC play.
Over.
I'm going 7-5, 5-3 in ACC play, but a different 5-3.
Yeah, we all got the over. I might
So,
actually bet that one.
Me and AC got the same record. There's a couple different wins and losses.
Different games, yeah.
A couple different routes to get there.
Really
But-
just 2 games for real.
Yeah. But speaking of Louisville, here we go. Let's talk about Louisville. Louisville, y'all know, has one of my favorite coaches in college football, Jeff Brom, which, again, I find it so funny that he's that XFL clip. Do I or do I not have a post? Let's go play football. That is Jeff Brom. But
Really?
yes, that is Jeff Brom.
That's actually pretty funny.
But Louisville has new DCs, both in-house promotions. They are now co-DCs. That is Mark Ivy, who was a linebacker / DC, and Steve Ellis, cornerbacks coach / DC for the Louisville Cardinals. They're coming off an 8-4, 4-4 season where they did win the Boca Raton Bowl thanks to Isaac Brown and the running game late ball game against Toledo 27-22. Looking to possibly make an ACC championship appearance. Haven't done that since Florida State, where they lost in a tight ball game. Florida State did win that, I believe, without Jordan Travis. Yeah, without Jordan Travis. That was a defensive affair for Florida State that year. They returned 8 starters, 4 on the offensive side of the ball and 4 on the defensive side of the ball. Now, they returned 1 O-lineman, so they're basically pretty much overhauling that O-line. They returned Isaac Brown for his junior season, which I assume is his last season in college football. As a running back who had 101 carries, 884 yards, 8.8 a carry, and 7 touchdowns. Trayshawn Hurry, receiver who had 15 catches, 122 yards, and a touchdown. And Jaleel Skinner, tight end who had 21 catches, 204 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And they also returned TJ Capers, the linebacker who had 46 total tackles, 23 solos, a pass breakup, and a pick. Clev Lubin, who I think may be in the running for ACC Defensive Player of the Year. That is not my pick, by the way. Edge rusher had 59 total tackles, 35 solos, 8.5 sacks, 3 pass breakups, and 3 forced fumbles. Tayon Holloway, a defensive back, had 42 total tackles, 28 solos, half a sack, 5 pass breakups, and 2 picks. And Antonio Watts, a linebacker, who had 42 total tackles, 22 solos, 2 sacks, 3 pass breakups, 3 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. Y'all want to talk about anything before I get into who they lost?
Nah, do your thing.
No, sir. You can go ahead.
All right. So they lost Miller Moss, quarterback who came to them from USC. He is now on the Chicago Bears. He went 244 of 380, 64.2% completion percentage, 2,679 yards, 16 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions. Chris Bale, currently on the Dolphins, receiver with 72 catches, 917 yards, 6 touchdowns, was tearing it up before his injury. Colin Lacey, currently on the Jets, a receiver who has 66 catches, 635 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Oh, 60 catches, my fault, not 66. TJ Quinn, a linebacker currently on the Packers, who had 95 total tackles, 45 solos, 3 sacks, 4 pass breakups, and 2 picks. D'Angelo Hutchinson, a DB who had 84 total tackles, 39 solos, 5 pass breakups, and a pick. JoJo Evans, a defensive back who had 64 total tackles, 32 solos, a sack, 4 pass breakups, interception, forced fumble, and fumble recovery. Caleb Perry, a linebacker who had 55 total tackles, 29 solos, a pass breakup, and an interception. Corey Gordon, defensive back who had 53 total tackles, 27 solos, and 2 pass breakups, who transferred to Kansas. And Wesley Bailey, an edge rusher for the Rams, who had 39 total tackles, 17 solos, and 6 sacks. Anything before we go to the transfer portal?
I'm good.
Sir, I think you hit all the key guys.
All right, now 28th in overall recruiting class, which is really good. 13th in transfers. They had 34 total transfers. I ain't gonna lie, I ain't got that many written down, but
I don't either.
One big one. And Jeff Brom is a quarterback whisperer. For those who don't know, is Lincoln Kehoes, transfer from Ohio State, who has some garbage time numbers of 11 and 14, 78.6% completion percentage, 139 yards, and a touchdown. Obviously, didn't play much with Julian Sayin, being the starter quarterback for Ohio State. But quarterbacks kind of thrive under Jeff Brom, or at least they get the best out of them when under Coach Jeff Brom. So I'm interested to see what he can pull out of Lincoln Kehoes. Trey Richardson, a receiver from Vanderbilt, who's super fast, 46 catches, 806 yards, and 7 touchdowns. Tyler Thompson, an edge from UNC, who had 26 total tackles, 17 solos, 7 sacks, a pass breakup, and 2 forced fumbles. Keon Eniger, defensive back from Iowa, 73 total tackles, 43 solos, 4 pass breakups, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. And Jared Smith, the second D lineman from Kentucky, who has 27 total tackles, 18 solos, a sack, and a forced fumble. Y'all got any transfers y'all want to highlight?
LaWayne McCoy from FSU. He came over. Marquise Davis, running back from Missouri. And Casey Henry, who's an offensive lineman and came from South Carolina. And then there's 2 other defensive, 2 DBs, DJ Walker from Kentucky and Caleb Beasley from Tennessee. I think all those are some key players that they got as well.
Ace?
Yeah, I think the main ones who come to mind are definitely Lincoln Kehoes from OSU and Trey Richardson from Vanderbilt. I think that those are the 2 guys that they're going to be looking to make a connection to affect the offense this year.
Yeah, I'm interested. I'm actually really interested to see what Lincoln Kehoes does in this Jeff Brom offense. But With this, some stats I had, excuse me, 69th in total offense, 16th in total defense, 46th in scoring offense, 38th in scoring defense, excuse me, 75th in passing, 25th in pass defense, 59th in rushing, 23rd in rush defense, 102nd on third down percentage on offense. That's converting on third downs, tied 21st in red zone offense and 56th in red zone defense. Any stats before we move to the schedule?
No, you got it
Yes,
all.
sir.
All right. First game of the year is a banger in Nashville, Tennessee versus Ole Miss. I have it as a loss.
I do too.
Yes, I have that as a loss.
Next game at home against Villanova. I have it as a win.
Win. Easy win.
A win.
Next game. Now, this was a tough one. At home against SMU. I gave the win to SMU. I have it as a loss.
I get it when SMU too.
I have Louisville winning this.
I'm not mad at you. I just think
I'm not
Kevin
either.
Jennings is the more veteran quarterback. Lincoln Keyholz, yes, he has a test in Ole Miss with Pete Golden in that defense, but Kevin Jennings is tough to stop both on the ground and through the air.
Sure. But I think for me with this game, I'm looking more at Isaac Brown and seeing what he's doing. I think Isaac Brown is one of the best and most underrated running backs in the nation. I think that guy is extremely explosive, extremely powerful in the way that he runs, and he's just a dynamic player, man. He brings so much to this offense, and his big playability is going to be key for their success this year.
Very true. That's why I said I think this is his last year at Louisville. So I think he's for sure going to the draft after this.
100%.
So very true. Wake Forest at home. I have as a win.
Win.
I have that as a win.
At NC State, I have as a win.
I have as a loss.
Ooh. It's tough to play at the NC State.
Actually, have it as a loss as well.
Ooh, y'all really that? Look, I like NC State as much as the next man. They did lose a ton of receiver talent, and I think that's why I have Kevin Jennings out dueling CJ Bailey.
I like some of the incoming receiving talent.
I
they got too.
bet.
Yeah.
Good trader. I bet.
We'll
We'll get to that.
talk about
I think there's some familiarity there. I think I think with time CJ Bailey gets better, and I think that the fault in the game in the play of NC State isn't always on CJ Bailey. I think
Oh,
that sometimes
100%
it's what's
agree with
around
you.
him. Even though they've lost a lot around him as well. So that's not to be. But we'll get there. We're not
When
far.
we get the NC State call, you're gonna be surprised at something I say about CJ Bailey.
Okay.
Oh,
Florida State,
Nah, I'm
I have
nervous.
as a win.
I have as a win.
Have it a win.
At Syracuse, I have as a win.
I have as a win.
A win.
At home against Stanford, I have as a win.
I have as a win.
A win.
On the road against Georgia Tech, I have as a loss.
I have as a
we
win.
talked about this. Yeah.
I have it as a win.
At UNC, I have this as a win.
I have as a win.
That is a win.
At home against Pitt, I have as a win.
I have as a win.
And
That
the
is a win.
Bluegrass, the rivalry with Kentucky, I think it's called the Bluegrass rivalry, but I know it's a rivalry nonetheless. At Kentucky, I have as a win. They've kind of been dominating this rivalry lately.
So I got a win.
Excuse me. I have it as a win.
Bless you. So I got Louisville going 9-3, 7-2, taking the over 7.5 win total.
Yep, same. 9-3, 7-2.
I have them at 10-2, 8-1.
So you got Louisville really going for that ACC championship push. I ain't mad at you.
I do have them in the ACC championship actually
Oh, my fault.
because
My fault.
they beat SMU.
My fault, OG.
That's right. You did have them to be SMU. Okay.
My fault. I got them.
Respect it.
losing. I
Respect
ain't
it.
mean to expose your pick because we picked
No,
that.
no,
It's
it's
not my
good.
fault.
And listen, man. I just think that this is going to be a very balanced team. I think it's going to be a very balanced offense. I think Cleb
100%.
Lubin is going to
I
be
think I
in the
can-
running for the best defensive player in the ACC
Me
next
too.
year.
Me
I
too.
think that they're just going to have a very aggressive front at their defense. I think that aggressiveness is going to go both ways, and I think it's all going to land on how Keen holds up
That's
as
my
the primary
biggest
running back, and I mean not running back, quarterback.
quarterback.
And I kind of lean more into Jeff Brown putting it together than that, man. I truly do.
You know how I feel. Hey, Purdue ain't been to a Big Ten championship yet, and Western Kentucky has not won a conference championship since.
Yeah, man.
Ace, I think I can predict what you're going to have for SMU too.
You
Same
probably
record.
could.
He just snitched on himself. Same record, but
Probably could.
Louisville owns the tiebreaker. But
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
Pretty
I figured it out.
we've come to that time where I relinquish the mic as the lead, and Ace and Dave, y'all pick who goes first, but y'all take over. We are on the Miami Hurricanes.
Oh my
Dave,
goodness.
we got 45 minutes. It's all right.
Man, we're already 2
Lovely.
hours in. I don't know who you think got 45 minutes.
Well, we are here to talk about the runner-up in the national championship game with the Miami Hurricanes, who could have won if it wasn't for a turnover by.
No, wait, what was the turnover?
If it wasn't a turnover, none other than Carson Beck, of course.
What was it though?
Did
he fumble?
He
got fooled. He thought the wide receiver, he thought the cornerback was going to sit, and he went back. And you know what I mean? If he put it to the pylon, maybe it wouldn't have been the pick, but he didn't. So
that's what it's called. It's called an interception to lose the game. My fault.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's exactly what it was. It's okay. We can relive it. When the last time Michigan State been in
Hey, brother, this is not about the team. It's about the
we taking shots at our team then.
No, I'm taking a shot at your quarterback, not the team.
Not
quarterback anymore.
Former.
Hey man.
He is now quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals.
And much salute. Much respect to
So
the Cardinals.
the Miami Hurricanes didn't have a lot of changes in the coaching staff. There was just one, that one main one. The running backs coach we had a change in the running backs coach. Now it's Fabian Upshaw. It's now a new running backs coach. But everyone else is pretty much the same. Kevin Beard is still there. Mike Vitti, Jason Taylor, of course. I mean, he's going to have that defensive line ready. Shannon Dawson, Corey Heatherman. Shout out to me. I got to say that because last year I predicted that we would have a top 50 defense, and it was actually a lot better than that. So, shout out to Corey Heatherman, and he brings an attitude to the defense. That's something that Miami has been missing for a very long time. So, definitely proud of that. And, I mean, last year our offense was still pretty good. Defense changed. Defense got a whole lot better. Malachi Tony came out and was spectacular last year. Won the ACC Freshman of the Year. Ruben Bain, we had some key losses with Ruben Bain being gone, Akeem Massador being gone. Georgia Trader is now at Louisville.
NC State.
Yes, right, NC State, sorry. Emory Williams is gone. I mean, I can't really say it's a key loss. He's at ECU. So Raul Aguirre is a linebacker that we lost as well, but we had some really interesting incoming. Ace, you want to go ahead and talk about some stuff too?
Yeah, I mean, obviously losing Ruben Bain and Akeem Massador are going to be the two most glaring things about the different, as far as differences in our team this year, as well as losing 4 of our starters on the offensive line. That's going to be very key, and it's going to be something that a lot of people are going to look at. However, if we want to talk about what we bring back arguably the best running back room in the nation. We bring back Malachi Tony, one of the most electric player in college football. Mm-hmm. We also bring back Josh Moore behind him, a rising sophomore who's looking to do big things. He's a very big wide receiver who, people are saying that I sound like Trump, but people are saying that he's very good and he's making a lot of strides in spring ball. With tight end, we bring back what is his name? Elijah Lofton, who people hope has a better season because tight end has been a position on our offense that has been a bit lackluster in the past seasons. Especially since we had Elijah Arroyo for sure.
Yeah,
Arroyo, but he kind of came out of nowhere, low key. But he didn't. Elijah Lofton is more of a blocking, like H-back kind of tight end, where Arroyo was more of a wide receiver. But that's not to say that Lofton can't, put a little wiggle out there. But I think one thing that's very underrated about our team, we bring back so many good defensive backs. Our secondary is going to be amazing. Like I think that we have one of the best, if not the best, defensive back rooms in the league. If you want to talk about Omar Thornton at safety, who's going to be stepping into, I want to say maybe that nickel spot where Keontae Scott was playing a lot last year. Um, we have Bryce Fitzgerald, who is a ball hawk, who will be playing safety. Zachariah Poisey, a former freshman All-American before he transferred to Miami. He's going to be in this. That's another thing. All these guys are going to be in their second year under Corey Heatherman's defense. So you may ask, what is the soft spot in our defense? You could argue with our linebackers, but we're going to have Chase Smith coming back for I think his 6th year, and he's been the guy who athletically people have always thought highly of him, but injuries have kind of held him back. We got Mo Toure, who's going to be the heart and soul of that defense, an 8-year senior, a guy who's seen it all. But also, I think one thing that's kind of underrated about him, this is going to be his first year playing like linebacker in consecutive years. When he was at Rutgers, he played linebacker, but he also played edge a lot as well. So I think, and he got hurt multiple years. So I think those things are going to help make it a lot more cohesive with him. And I think, now we'll be able to get certain calls where, maybe the depth of the linebackers can be affected a little more rather than just affecting the whole call. I think it's going to be a lot more nuance in this defense. And I think it'll do nothing but help us, man. We got Damon Wilson from Missouri, who is a super dog. Like, he's going to go crazy. I think Marquise Lightfoot on the other side is also going to be a name that a lot of people hear about. I mean, man, I can go on and on, to be honest. I didn't even talk about Cooper Barkay. I didn't even talk about Venjarius Jacobs. I ain't even talk about Cam Vaughn. I ain't even talking about J.J. Dunnigan, who's looking to be like a freshman that will make an impact similar to Malachi Tony. But on the other side of the ball, he's a 6'1", track speed, 220-something safety who you will hear his name. I promise you. You are. We got Damari Brown coming back from a lot of injuries, and a lot of people say Damari Brown is our best corner, even though we have Ethan O'Connor, who was playing a lot in the playoffs in the championship game. We have OJ Frederick, who's
I was about to say, I was waiting on y'all to mention him.
A long rangy cornerback at that, who should probably have a lot more picks than he has at the moment. You know what I mean? I think he's a guy who has the round one cornerback archetype that the NFL likes to see these days. I think all of our cornerbacks have that. Honestly, like, we have very tall, rangy guys, and we have guys who could play man up. We have guys who could play zone. I'm blanking on somebody else right now, but we have that legit. Xavier Lucas, another guy from Wisconsin, smart guy who's seen a lot of ball. We have legit 4 corners that we can play out there, and then we have at least 3 safeties that we know we could probably move around in different spots. Like, this team is going to be great. It's going to be great.
Yeah, this team is definitely going to be really good, man. I know you mentioned the offensive line. We have the top-rated offensive tackle that came to our class, who's going to be starting, Jackson Cantwell. I think he's going to be huge for the offensive line. One thing I can say is our offensive line, I'm not even worried about the offensive line. I think the offensive line is going to be fine. Our offensive line coach really does a great job at getting those guys prepared to be out there on Saturday. So I'm not too worried about that. What I will say is something that you had mentioned, Ace, when we went and got last year, when we went and got Carson Beck out of the transfer portal. You said you want to make sure that we don't become a transfer portal team. You don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
I think that happens after the season because Darion Coleman, quarterback out of Florida, I'm hearing a lot of great things about him, and I'm seeing him. He's even been in spring training, like helping with the guys, and I think he's going to be huge for us the next season. I think he's going to be really good. Gavin Mueller, another tight end out of Illinois. I think he's going to be really good. It's another tight end. I know his last name is Briggs. I can't remember his first name, but Briggs, I think, is another guy who may shine. He reminds me not his game, but just his
Israel
size.
Briggs.
Yeah, Israel Briggs. I think he's going to be really good too. So he reminds me of just his stature and the way he and his speed. He reminds me of a little bit of George Kittle, kind of sort of, just the way that he runs and the way he can pass, catch, and block. So he reminds me of him just a little. I'm not saying he's exactly like him because he's not, but he reminds me of the way he plays, and I'm just excited for this year. I think this is going to be a really great year for Miami, and I mean, you want to get into the transfers?
Shoot, he already did.
Yeah, we did. But to your point about, I know we might be
Oh
getting a
yeah,
little ahead of ourselves, but to your point about not becoming a transfer reliant team going forward, I think that is something that they were very conscious of, especially after this past offseason. They've been working to do that. Aside from Darion Coleman, who I am very high on, I think that he's going to be very good. I mean, he has a quick release. I think the only knock on him right now is just that he's young. You know, he's kind of skinny. The weight room hasn't set in on him, and hopefully he can get like a a red shirt a year this year. And because we don't necessarily need him. I mean, there is a drop off. Now this is the thing. There are two key vulnerabilities on this team this year that I see, and I think that is the center position and the quarterback position because we don't have the depth there that we have at other positions. We have extremely great depth at wide receiver, at
yeah.
defensive back, at
At
even
edge,
at the edge, even on the line in certain positions, but center isn't one of them, and those two guys have to hold up because I like Luke Nickel, but I don't think that Luke Nickel can step in and do the things like if Luke Nickel stepped in, it'd be worse than Carson Beck for sure. Like
yeah,
it'd be like damn near Jake Garcia out there. You remember them
Oh,
days, you know what I mean?
oh
yeah,
God.
But what I was saying about the quarterback position, like even Darion Coleman, we have Israel Abrams coming in, who's the top player out of Illinois. You know what I
yeah.
mean? So and he's doing active things to get some high level recruits coming in. Like we just got Eli Woodard out of California. We flipped him
hmm
from USC. You know what I mean? So
I say that name sounds familiar.
We flipped the guy from Georgia. So
yeah, that I want to say he was a cornerback. Yeah, he
mhm.
from California as well. So I think that this team is doing a great job of going into certain markets and plucking out those special players. And I have all the trust in the world in Miami and Mario in particular and this coaching staff. Like you say, I don't worry about the offensive line because I know Alex Mirabal is going to be doing this thing. And
Yeah,
I know that these guys are going to be battling in the fire through practice. This is why Miami has physical practices. This is why when they bring recruits to their visits, they make them watch the practice and say, "Hey, is this what you want? Is this something that you could be up for?" Because the standard in Miami today is not the standard of years past. Like staying at the practice and being on the jugs ain't nothing. Like you really got to be there 5 in the morning working, you know what I mean, leaving at 7 and coming back the next day and doing it. And I appreciate that change. Like it's been a long time coming. So like when you look at things that Mario may have done in years past, like not to excuse it, like the thing with Georgia Tech and the running the ball. Like now today I can see the mentality of what he was trying to instill in the team, even though it didn't work. And I think
hmm
that it's one of those things that like in the moment, because it didn't work, it looked crazy because it was crazy.
Still looks
But
crazy.
he wants those, but it was crazy, but he wants those guys to be that kind of crazy that we don't care if it's still time left. We're going to still impose our will on this team. And that's the thing that made us feel like a team of destiny last year in the playoffs because they had that chip on their shoulder. And I think that we still have enough guys to keep that core and that chip on their shoulder the same. Because no matter how you slice it, Mark Fletcher is the heart and soul of this team. And as long as he's there to be the verbal leader as well as leading by example and playing hard and doing these things and not forgetting those harder times in 2013, in 2024, it'll help us ultimately in this year because I think that we are in the middle of both. We had a crazy great offense in 24. We had a crazy great defense last year. This year we're going to be in the middle of both of those, and I think that I think we're going to average over at least 35 points a game, and then probably keep people around 20, if not lower.
Very lofty expectations, man. I will say, no matter how you try to slice what Mario did, it's crazy. No matter how you look at it.
No, yeah. Look, I ain't excusing. I'm just saying that today
I
I
will
can
never understand
see
it. Nope.
the.
That's what
No,
I'm
no.
saying. I will never
Listen,
see.
listen. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying because
Take a knee.
schematically it was dumb. It was stupid. Schematically it was stupid. However, I think if you're trying to instill a mentality in some young men, I do think it's something to say about just playing all the way through the whistle, and you may not have played the correct play in that moment. I'm just saying it just speaks to how he wants to put a dog in somebody, and I think it's showing its dividends now. And also, I think that Mario doesn't make those same mistakes that he has. I think
That I
that
will agree with.
I think that he's kind of redeemed himself in a way. Like, granted, there may have been some questionable things like clock management at the end of the Texas A&M game, sure, or there was like this thing going into the half in the Natty. But I mean, aside from that, I mean, those are things that every coach kind of does for real, and it just depends on the win or the loss whether you talk about it.
All right, y'all. Y'all say what I had to say before I get a couple words in and we move on to the schedule.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I said
No, this is y'all time. This is y'all time.
We just blew you. No, you got a Miami shirt on. You can say something nice.
I don't hate y'all. I told you my shots are more for Carson Beck than y'all, 100%. But
sure.
I'm gonna say this: y'all are 100% national championship contenders, in my opinion, this year. I think like what you said about y'all holding teams to under 20 points while putting up a ton of points is absolutely correct. Y'all should be in contention for the ACC, but that's kind of remaining to be seen because I just don't get it with y'all. But I'm high on y'all, super high on y'all. I think Darian Mensah is a significant upgrade than Carson Beck. Cooper Bearcat as a number 2 receiver, or if you want to say a number 1, and Malley as a jack of all trades receiver is significantly better than Keelan Marion and Malachi Tony. Mark Fletcher having that playoff run success is 100%. I think he's going to be better than last year, and again, I attribute that to the success he had in the playoff. O-line, I'm not sure if I can say that y'all are going to be a better O-line, but hey, man, y'all know more than me at this one.
I definitely wouldn't say better, but
I wouldn't say better, but
I think serviceable. I think serviceable, sure.
Okay,
I'll say good. I'll say good.
Respect. But the thing that really takes y'all to the national championship contender to me is the amount of production that y'all return on the defensive end with Heatherman, like y'all said, as y'all DC. Because Heatherman, man, he has proven time and time again that he is a top DC. Now, not the best. It's 2 names I got in front of him. That's Jim Knowles and Matt Patricia, which are very great DCs in their own right.
I mean, Matt Patricia's a Super Bowl DC.
But he's up there with those guys. It's just what I've seen from Coach Heatherman. So I kind of mirror a lot of y'all sentiments with Miami. Maybe foreshadowing my record for y'all, but if that's, I know y'all touched on the transfer portal. I will say this: Cam Vaughn is a great addition. I mean, he was on Jack State 2024 when they won the Conference USA Championship. I think his production wasn't a indication of Cam Vaughn performance, even though he did drop a pass that led to one of my former coworkers' brothers throwing a pick. But it was more so the quarterback play of West Virginia, which was the reason why Cam Vaughn had the season he had. I think,
but he still didn't have a bad season.
Like, but it's not compared to his Jack State season. It's not good. But I think he has a resurgence with y'all. I do love the Venterius Jacobs pickups. Stole them from South Carolina.
I think he's going to be able to do a lot more with us than y'all.
Yeah. I mean, I think Darian Mensah is the better quarterback than Lenore Sellers. Y'all know I feel like Lenore Sellers is being very overrated in terms of the NFL draft. And this is coming from a South Carolina fan, so it is what it is. But and Omar Thornton is definitely a huge upgrade to a defense that really didn't need this upgrade, but for sure will take it.
I think he's going to be one of those guys that is going to help his draft stock a lot.
Yeah.
Similar to Jacoby Thomas last year, similar to Keontae Scott. Like a lot of knocks on those guys, similar to Omar Thornton, is that they can't really cover. So, and I think that is a valid thing when you talk about Mo Toure, but that's not who I'm talking about at the moment. But
Monterey might be about it there in terms of at this point. Anyway, he might be an undrafted free agent. I mean, he's kind of older. Well, not even kind
yeah,
of.
yeah, yeah, he is older.
But with that being said, we can get into the schedule, and I'm gonna ask y'all this before we get into the schedule. Does either one of y'all have Miami going undefeated?
Yes.
I do.
I knew that. I just had to ask for
So
the
just
people.
so just say what game you got us losing.
I would have y'all going undefeated, but for some strange reason, y'all always drop a game that y'all should not drop. And
For
this
sure.
year's game, I have y'all dropping, and y'all are gonna hate me for this.
Notre Dame.
Yes,
I knew it.
at Notre Dame. That is the
I'm not
game
mad
that
at
I have
that.
y'all dropping that y'all should not drop.
I'm not mad at that. I'll say this. This is if we only lose to Notre Dame, fine, so be it. That affects nothing going into the playoff. If we lose,
Yeah,
if we beat Notre Dame and we lose, like say we go 10-2. That's a
which is the
bad
theme.
season.
The theme
Yeah,
the
but
last 2 years was
it
10 and
is
2.
for sure. But that's a bad season for us, depending on like if we lose to if we lose to Louisville and we lose to I'm sorry,
Y'all don't
I'm
play
looking at the
Louisville
wrong
this year,
job. Yeah, I'm looking at
fortunately
the
for
wrong job.
y'all. Y'all don't
If
have
we
it, bro. Y'all should not. The
if we
only
lose to
game,
if we lose to Clemson and we lose to
yeah,
Notre Dame, we're not that affected going into the playoff or going into the championship if that's where we're going. But if we lose to two ACC teams and beat Notre Dame, then we got a problem.
I was about to say the only
Huge
game in the
problem.
ACC
Huge
that I
problem.
think y'all can lose is Clemson. Other than that, y'all should
Yeah.
erase the rest of the ACC games y'all play.
But also, the one of the main reasons I think we're going to go undefeated is because we'll have time to settle into the offensive line, the offensive in itself. Like we're going to have a couple weeks before we get into,
The nitty gritty. Yeah,
yeah, you
Stanford,
feel
Florida
me?
A&M, Wake Forest, Central Michigan before Clemson.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and even then after that, like even going into like maybe if we overlook North Carolina or something, maybe if we're lackadaisical going into Pitt, or maybe Duke the week after Notre Dame, like those could possibly be little jumps. Maybe,
Little trap games.
yeah, maybe like I don't think Stanford because that's going to be the first game of the season, even though we're going across the
See
nation. And
Dallas,
I think
yeah.
and I think it's on a Friday. Like we have a lot of weekday games earlier in the season. But again, I think we have time to get
I think that's
everything
going to save
together.
us because the weekday game we had last time was later in the season. So
Yeah, and also this offensive line isn't immaculate. I mean, look at what Darian Mincer did with the offensive line he had at Duke. He was constantly under pressure, constantly,
That's
and he
the
has
upgrade.
and
And
he
he got
has way
legs.
more weapons. You know what I mean? So
He has legs. He's not. He takes care of the football. That's why I think he's an upgrade.
Mally done put on weight. Hopefully, he won't have no fumbling issues this year.
Yeah, because
Mark,
didn't he
Mark gonna
almost
do
lose one
Mark
against Ohio State?
things. Yeah,
yeah,
almost. That don't bounce right back in his
Yeah,
hands. I think it was two. Two he almost
I
lost.
think one of them almost got to Caleb Downs. I think
Uh-huh.
Caleb Downs might have knocked it out actually.
Yeah, he did. He did. He put his head right on that jump.
Yeah,
But yeah, again, we got so much, and then we got young dudes too, Milan Paris, Dalen Upshaw. Like we got some dogs, man. I ain't gonna drag it.
I think the general consensus is that we not only all have the over 10.5, but ACC championship should be at play for Miami.
Yeah. Yeah,
absolutely.
it's all on who they playing. That's all.
So yeah, so I got them going 11-1, 9-0 in conference play. Dave and Ace has them going 12-0, 9-0 in conference play. And spoiler, that is my one ACC championship team. The next one you'll
Nice.
find out later.
That's my team that wins the Natty. So
Well, I could have figured that. My natty episode is weeks down the line, so can't give you that right now. But we'll move forward from Miami to UNC. So a high and a low of the conference. Now UNC, this is where Freddie Kitchens got the can, and he deserved to get fired here because offensively they were horrible at UNC last year. And now he moves on to Bobby Petrino, who actually has a lot of success as an OC. So hopefully for Bill and UNC's sake, the offense looks a lot better under Bobby Petrino. They were coming off a 4-8, 2-6 season. They returned 6 starters. 2 on offense, 4 on defense. They returned Damon June, a running back who had 84 carries, 464 yards, 5.5 a carry, and 2 touchdowns, and Jordan Ship, a receiver who had 60 catches and 671 yards and 6 touchdowns. Defensively, they returned Jaden Patterson, a DB who had 34 total tackles, 23 solos, 5 pass breakups, and an interception. Caleb Cost, a DB who had 45 total tackles, 32 solos, 5 pass breakups, and an interception. Leroy Jackson, a D lineman who had 36 total tackles, 14 solos, and a pass breakup. And Melkart Abu Jadu, a D lineman who had 47 total tackles, 24 solos, 10.5 sacks, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. Now, they lost a ton, obviously. Ton of turnover here at UNC. They lost Gio Lopez to Wake Forest, 170 of 261, 65.1 completion percentage, 1,747 yards, 10 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions. But he also had 133 yards and 3 touchdowns on the ground. Kobe Paysour, a receiver, had 35 catches, 438 yards, and a touchdown. Javarius Green, who transferred to Boston College, 13 catches, 150 yards. Jake Johnson, who transferred to Auburn, a tight end who had 16 catches, 144 yards, and a tight end. Kamari House, a linebacker who transferred to Arkansas, who had 78 total tackles, 45 solos, a sack, a pass breakup, an interception, and a forced fumble. Andrew Simpson, a linebacker who had 61 total tackles, 32 solos, 5 sacks, a pass breakup, an interception, and a forced fumble. And Will Hardy, a DB who had 53 total tackles, 25 solos. Mekhi Gabayer, who had 39 total tackles, 17 solos, a sack, a forced fumble, recovery, and a scoop and score who transferred to Florida State. Marcus Allen, who is currently on the Vikings, 35 total tackles, 28 solos, half a sack, and 8 pass breakups, a cornerback. And Thaddeus Dixon, another cornerback on the Giants, who had 20 tackles, 14 solos, and 6 pass breakups. And they also lost Max Johnson going to Georgia Southern. Anybody want to talk about anything else before we move forward?
No, sir.
All right. Go ahead.
No, I was just about to say, I think this is going to be a team that struggles again. And
I 100% agree with you. Well, that foreshadowed. But 22nd overall recruiting class. So a really great job recruiting from Bill Belichick. Can they put it together, though, is the question. 52nd in transfers with 20 transfers. Now, here's a reason why I'm not so high on UNC. Billy Edwards Jr. transfers in at quarterback from Wisconsin. He barely played at Wisconsin. He actually got hurt, crazy enough, in the Maryland game, the school he came from before Wisconsin. So I have his Maryland numbers in 2024. He went 273 of 420, 65 completion percentage, 2,881 yards, 15 touchdowns, and 9 interceptions. I'm not the greatest fan of Billy Edwards. And not only that, I get you got a new OC and there's difference in philosophies, but there are night and day different quarterbacks. If that was the case, you might as well just try to recruit and keep Max Johnson if you're going to have Billy Edwards. But I feel like Max Johnson was probably a low scoring. Got hurt against Minnesota while in a UNC uniform, got a new head coach. He's shown that you're clearly not his guy. So it makes sense why he got up out of there. Peyton Sealman, a linebacker from Richmond who had 120 total tackles, 52 solos, 2.5 sacks, 5 pass breakups, 2 interceptions, 4 fumble, and a fumble recovery. Derek McDonald from Syracuse. These are his 2024 numbers. He had 51 total tackles, 26 solos, and a forced fumble. Mason Humphrey, a receiver from Lehigh who had 35 total catches, 651 yards, and 4 touchdowns. And Donovan Boylett, an edge rusher from Richmond as well, who had 48 total tackles, 18 solos, 9 sacks, 2 pass breakups, and a forced fumble. Any transfers y'all want to highlight?
There's another quarterback, the guy from Texas A&M, Miles O'Neal.
Yeah, I did see that. Oh, my fault, Dave. I do have to say this. They did also recruit Teron Dickens, but Teron Dickens had to leave. Mm-hmm. He is no longer at UNC. He is now at NIU, Northern Illinois. I think there was something about eligibility reasons. I don't know if it's academics, whatever, which is funny coming from the school that got in trouble for falsifying academics. But Teron Dickens is now at Northern Illinois. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah. Another one's a running back from LSU, Caleb Johnson. So he's another one. Then they got a tight end from Ohio State, Jelani Thurman. And another one from Texas, Jordan Washington. And there's a defensive lineman from Penn State that they got, Jalen Harvey. I think those guys could come in and make some kind of impact, but I'm with you guys. I don't think it's that much of an impact this year.
All right, Ace.
Yeah, I think as well on the defensive line, Tavares Brown from Florida. I think he's another good transfer that could come in there and contribute to that defense. I definitely want to talk about Teron Dickens as well. I didn't know why he transferred, but I think that's a horrible fumble by them. I think you should have did whatever it took to keep that guy there because he's by far when you look at the quarterbacks on the program. I mean, he's definitely the most athletic when you look at his stacks, I mean, yeah, he played in like what was it, D2
I
or
think FCS.
FCS?
Western Carolina, I think it's FCS.
Yeah, but I mean, the guy threw for what
38
was
touchdowns, I
it?
think 2 picks.
38 touchdowns, 2 picks. I mean, come on now. Like
You
this
do what
guy
you can
was
to keep that guy in
completing over 70% of his passes. Like that's not somebody that you let walk. I get he's 5'11". I get that he may not be the biggest guy on the field, but I mean, you want a baller, man. You don't Trinidad Chambliss ain't the biggest guy on the field, but he a
Went
baller,
crazy.
man.
And he
And
was D2 or
yeah,
D3, Ferris State.
yeah, Fair State is D2.
Yeah.
I just don't
there. But
understand. I just don't
it's Bill
understand
Belichick.
why Bill Belichick. Exactly. I don't understand why he took this job. I don't understand why he's here. Like you were the best, arguably the best coach in NFL history. Now you're just pissing all over your legacy to be at in down
I
Tobacco
mean, I
Road
don't think it.
in
I don't
North
think it.
Carolina and Chapel Hill.
I don't
Like
think it has anything to do with his NFL legacy, but
no,
his
maybe not his NFL
entire,
legacy, but
but his entire coaching legacy, absolutely,
yeah,
because
Yeah,
man,
I
it
it is
mean,
looks
not.
crazy.
It
It
is
and
looks
you're
not
right.
like
crazy
he's doing
because
right
it looks crazy because it looks like you're running a dysfunctional program.
Like,
Like there was
yeah.
all this control and this aura and mystique around how the way the Patriots did their things, they did it the right way. It's all business. It's all about football. But when you come here, you got your ex girlfriend everywhere that you are. Who else is bringing their girlfriend all in the team meetings and not maybe not the team meetings, but all around the program, selling stuff, doing all these things, bringing attention to herself? It's cringy. It's nasty. It's like
Yeah,
you're running a clown house over there now. It's
yeah,
ridiculous.
and
Like you
but
said,
And that's the
man.
last
but to
person I
be
expect that from.
Yeah.
but to be honest, I mean, I would expect him to do something like this at quarterback. Look at what he did to Tom Brady. He tried to trade him out of there. He did what
Yeah,
he wanted Jimmy
but that was
Garoppolo to be
also
his
like
quarterback,
business though, right?
and then
And
look
you
at
looked
what
at it.
he did to Mac Jones. He pretty much he pretty much ruined his career in New England. He gave an off he did get the defensive coordinator and the special teams coach the offensive reins.
Offensive
He did
coordinator.
not go
Yeah.
hire offensive coordinator.
It was
He met
Patricia.
Matt Patricia, and it
Hmm.
was I can't remember the special teams guy
Jerry
name, but
Mayo, something like that.
Gerard
I
Mayo.
mean,
Nah, Gerard
Mayo.
Mayo was still
no, John
DC, I
Mayo,
think.
he was a defensive coordinator.
Yeah, he was still
But
DC.
you had two people who have never run the offense for Mac Jones, and you made him look like he was a trash quarterback. So
Yeah. Maybe it's just one of those things where it's like maybe we were giving him the credit we should have been giving Tom.
I won't get those words won't leave my lips. But
we know
I'm,
why. But
I'm gonna say this though.
Uh,
It's like you said, North Carolina is listening. Dang, we should have kept Mac Brown. North Carolina was thriving under Mac Brown. They made an ACC
yeah,
championship under Mac
that was
Brown.
all right.
yeah,
Yeah, it was
They
all
they
right.
went from Sam Howell to Drake May under
or they
Mac
should have
Brown.
just or they should have just went to go after someone
And Drake
else.
May should have been at Bama.
Hey man, that's what happens when you have family ties at a school.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a lot of turmoil going on that Bill Belichick has to navigate and kind of brought upon himself. So, with that being said, some numbers I had for are horrendous. These numbers show why Freddie Kitchens got fired. By the way, 129th in total offense. I believe that's out of 134 schools. 38th in total defense. 118th in scoring offense. 66th in scoring defense. 109th in passing. 52nd in pass defense. 120th in rushing. 35th in rush defense, 115th in red zone offense, 96 in third down percentage on offense. It explains why he kept his DC, which is his son, but let go of Freddie Kitchens. And I mean, like Dave said earlier, it's not like I wish for people to get fired, but I can see why he was let go. Oh my God, we just hit a bomb. Yes, sir. Anyway, I'm sorry. I got distracted. Tigers just went up 2-1. Kevin
Yeah,
McConnell.
I figured.
But anyway, if we got nothing left, we can talk about. I didn't even talk about Mason Murphy, but anyway, doesn't matter. We could talk about the schedule.
Starting it off.
All right, cool. TCU is the Angus, whatever, the Dublin game. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. They are the Dublin game this year, which kind of threw me for a loop. I'm not going to lie. But I should have been thrown for a loop because the ACC team was it 2 years ago with Georgia Tech and Florida State. And then last year was the Big 12 with K-State, Iowa State. So now they kind of got like a mismatch thing going on with ACC versus Big 12. But anyway, I don't know why you put these four Dublin fans through this. I have TCU by a lot.
Yeah, I have TCU winning this game for sure.
Yeah, me too.
All right, East Tennessee State. I have this as a win.
Win.
I think they squeaked that one out.
Then I have them. I'm gonna just do this. I have them losing every game other than other than Syracuse. After that,
I only have them beating UConn and Syracuse.
I actually have them losing to UConn.
I ain't mad.
I actually have them beating Syracuse, UConn, and Virginia.
At Virginia too.
Mr. Low on Virginia.
I'm mid on Virginia, but we'll talk about that. So I have UNC going.
I'm not low on Virginia. I'll talk about it when we get to Virginia.
Yeah, I got UNC going 2-10, 1-7 in conference, and Bill might be fired.
3-9, 1-7 in conference. Hopefully he is.
4-8, 2-6 in conference.
So I have the under 4.5 win total. I think we all have the under 4.5.
We all got under.
We all have the under 4.5 win total for UNC, and we're going to move on to NC State, the rival right up the road. NC State.
This should be interesting.
I think it's very interesting. NC State is a team that,
I think
you're interested because of Virginia Tech. I want to see Virginia Tech stuff, but NC State is a team that is very interesting. They had a lot of young receiver talent. They actually lost a lot of that young receiver talent. They had a great tight end, in my opinion, Justin Jolie, who went to the league. But they still got CJ Bailey, who I'm really excited to see play this year, which ultimately might be his last year as well. He's a junior, so we'll see if he plays as well self into the draft. Again, I don't know if y'all know this, but I've been saying it. This upcoming draft class is overrated, in my opinion. And I feel like he could play himself into be one of those top guys in this draft class. But they're coming off a 7-5 season, 4-4 ACC season, where they won the Gasparilla Bowl and beat the brakes off Memphis. I remember watching that game. It was bad, 31-7. They returning 8 starters, 5 on the offensive side, but 3 of the 5 are offensive linemen, and then 3 on the defensive side. They retained mainly, like I said, CJ Bailey, went 273 and 397, 3,105 yards, and 68.8 completion percentage, 25 touchdowns to 9 interceptions. And oh my God, Riley Green just went deep. Then 89 carries, 215 yards for 6 touchdowns. Oh, he didn't go deep. 6 touchdowns. Keenan Jackson is the only other returner beyond the 3 linemen and receiver, 28 catches, 281 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Now, they do return 3 defensive players, like I said. Jackson Vick at cornerback, 45 total tackles, 25 solos, 6 pass breakups. Ronnie Royal at safety, 49 total tackles, 28 solos, pass breakup, interception, and a forced fumble. And Assad Brown, Jr., a defensive back who had 64 total tackles, 39 solos, 2 pass breakups, and an interception. Now, they lost a lot. They lost Hollywood Smothers, which at first I thought he stayed, but he's gone. He went to he went to Texas. He's replacing Quatravion Wisner. He had 160 carries, 939 yards, 5.9 a carry, 6 touchdowns, 37 catches, 189 yards, and the touchdown. Terrell Anderson, a receiver that went to USC, 39 catches, 629 yards, and 5 touchdowns. I think that was like the biggest loss of the 3 talented receivers that they lost. Justin Jolie, again, at the Broncos, tight end, 49 catches, 489 yards, and 7 touchdowns. Noah Rogers transferred to Alabama, 33 catches, 441 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And Wesley Grimes, a receiver that's on the 49ers, 29 catches, 430 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Now, they did lose Kenny Soares Jr., a linebacker who transferred to Michigan State, 80 total tackles, 35 solos, half a sack, 2 pass breakers, and fumble recovery. I'll be looking for you there. Sion Sloan on the Raiders, 61 total tackles, 24 solos, a sack and a half, pass breakup, interception, and a fumble recovery. Caden Fordham, linebacker on the Bucs, 143 total tackles, 61 solos, 3.5 sacks, 3 pass breakups, 2 interceptions, forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. Devon Marshall, cornerback on the Jags, 50 total tackles, 34 solos, 15 pass breakups, 2 interceptions, and a forced fumble. Trey Thomas, a defensive end who had 24 total tackles, 7 solos, 4.5 sacks, 4 fumble on the fumble recovery. Brandon Cleveland, a defensive tackle on the Raiders, 36 total tackles, 12 solos, 2 sacks. And Sebastian Harsh, a defensive end on the Texans, 41 total tackles, 15 solos, 2.5 sacks, 3 pass breakups, and a fumble recovery. Anything y'all want to talk about before we move on to the transfer portal?
No, I said I was going to say something that you made that about CJ Bailey that might surprise you.
Okay.
You remember what Lamar Jackson did his Heisman season on the ground?
Went crazy.
I think CJ Bailey can do that same thing this year.
Ooh, okay. That is
crazy.
That's a high bar. That's a high bar.
That boy
Now,
talking.
I'm just talking about on the ground. I'm not talking about passing.
No, that's still a high bar.
No, I know it
is. That's a crazy.
I think he can get somewhere close to that because I think he had 700 yards, 700 some yards last year on the ground.
Nah, CJ had 215.
Yeah. He's not a crazy runner.
The boy got legs, but Lamar is a high bar.
But he also got legs because he got a long stride.
I like the way that he runs. The way he runs reminds me.
I will say he runs with some power to be a lanky dude.
Yeah,
he not no pushover, but Jacoby Thomas did run him over last year.
Jacoby Thomas is also a striker.
He said, "Come here."
I think he can get to like 650, 700, close to 800 yards rushing.
It got to be a lot of design play calls for that. And I don't know if NC State OC going to do that.
Yeah, I think they're more so like. I think where he excels is definitely like intermediate throws, some selective deep shots.
Yeah, nice deep ball. Yeah, he got a nice deep ball too.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk about that because he's getting the guy that I think could take the top off.
Yeah, for sure. Like I think his legs will definitely affect some things, but I don't know if it's going to be nothing crazy.
And they got a quarterback they bring in for. I don't know if he's still there actually. So they had a quarterback that they brought in for short yardage situations. He should still be there, but I'm not 100% sure. But
they brought in Tad Hudson from Coastal Carolina too.
Yeah, but
big dude.
Yeah, but yeah, I think CJ Bailey's gonna have a great season. I say this. I can see CJ Bailey being a part of.
His ceiling is very high.
I'll say he could be a part of the not Johnny Unitas.
Maxwell? Not Maxwell.
No. Davey O'Brien.
Yeah, Davey O'Brien.
Because your record don't affect that. Yeah. I was gonna say Heisman, but the record I have for him, he's not gonna be in that.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a guy who's going to complete a high percentage of his passes. Like I think he was already completing almost 70% last year. You know what I mean? And granted, he did lose a lot, but I think with what's coming in, you got JoJo Trader coming in, you got Chance Robinson coming in. I believe there's some other wide receivers coming in. You also get Hunter Province. You also get Hunter Province from Montana State coming in, a very big tight end who's a pretty decent pass catcher. So I think there's going to be some for sure chances for him to show, this offense can be dynamic.
So I'm glad you put it up.
Yeah. They had some staff realignment too on the defense too.
Glad you put up the transfer receivers. It's one famous receiver that has that famous video of him allegedly having a touchdown but went out of bounds. And that's Victor Sano, the receiver from Buffalo. That is another transfer receiver. Yes, that is him.
No.
That is him. That is him. He is at NC State.
Nah, son.
Yeah, 62 catches, 815 yards, and 8 touchdowns at Buffalo.
But that is program. He is not allowed in my program.
That is him.
FBI needs to arrest this man. No.
But bro, a ball though, bro is a baller, bro.
Got some
and he
wheels.
Take the top off.
He could have scored that play. What happened?
That's what I said. Victor Snow's a guy for NC State that could definitely take the top off potentially at NC State. Bro. But that was him. That was him.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it, bro. I don't like it.
And I do like the fact that they went and got Davion Goss from UNC to replace Hollywood Smothers, because I think the year previous to last, he had I think he was looked at to be the number one back before DeMond June took over. So he gets a restart, and he gets to go to a rival to restart his career. He had 61 carries, 259 yards, 4.2 a carry, and 3 touchdowns at UNC last year. Harvey Dyson, edge rusher from Tulane, who had 8 sacks. So, and then they got Raul Aguirre from Miami, looking to help bolster that middle linebacker spot. So I do think that NC State could be a little problem. Some stats I have from NC State. They were 64th in total offense, 109th in total defense, tied 44th in scoring offense, tied 82nd in scoring defense, 47th in passing, 130th in pass defense, 81st in rushing, 52nd in rush defense, 126th in third down completion, third down percentage on defense. So basically, if you got a third down against NC State, you were converting. Tied 68th in red zone defense and tied 19th in red zone offense. So the defense was definitely the Achilles heel of NC State. But with that being said, if y'all don't have any more stats, we can go to the schedule.
Yes, sir. We can get to it.
First game at UVA. I ain't gonna lie, this took me a minute to pick, but I ultimately gave NC State the W.
Yeah, me too.
I have them losing.
This is a tough game to pick. I'm not mad at you. I kind of leaned a loss at one point, but I think they won. And by the way, this actually counts as an ACC game.
Sorry. No, I have as a loss too. Sorry.
I'm looking
at a different team.
It's all good. But again, last year this wouldn't have counted as an ACC game, but because of the
this year it
new,
is.
Sometimes it's not.
It should have counted last year.
That is how Virginia got into the title.
Should have counted last year.
Exactly how they got in because they only had one ACC loss because that NC State loss.
There is some games like that this year, though. I don't know which one it is, but
it was supposed to be this one. It was supposed to be this one again. But because some teams are playing 9 and some teams are playing 8-game conference schedules, they just counted it.
Got it.
They better count it. They should have counted it last year.
They better count it.
Yep. So this one counts this year. Richmond at home. I have it as a win.
Win.
I was a win.
At Vanderbilt. I'm gonna trust you, Clark Lee. I'm gonna trust that it wasn't Piavia. I got this as a loss.
I got a loss too.
I got it as a win, man. I trust that it was Pavia.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm not mad at that because I low key wanted to be like, I don't know if it's just Clark Lee or if it was Diego Pavia because he's basically won wherever he went. You know, went to the conference championship with New Mexico State, won 10 games at Vanderbilt.
And listen. If they prove me wrong, I ain't mad at it. But if I'm gonna be high on him, I'm gonna be high on him. You know what I mean? I think CJ Belly can definitely go out there and win them some games, man. I think that's one of them.
Yeah.
If they do win that, it'll be a good sign for the year, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I 100% agree with you there. But I do think this is a swing game. Then they go back at home to take on App State. I have this as a win.
Win.
But I will say this. I don't know what that line looks like right now. I might take the points with App State. But we'll move on to Louisville. I have this as a loss.
I have as a win.
I have as a win. Sorry, I'm just looking to make sure I had continuity across the board. Yeah, I have as a win.
You're good. Next game at home against Wake Forest. I have as a loss.
I have as a win.
I have that as a loss as well.
All right, then we move on to at Stanford. I have as a win.
I have as a win.
I have as a win.
Next game at home against Cal. I have as a win.
I have as a win.
I have as a loss.
You think the back and forth going from out west to come back home might jet lag them?
Yeah, and I also I think that it's going to be like one of those QB duel kind of jumps, and I think JKS might just be able to pull it out at home.
I mean, I do love me some JKS.
Not mad at that.
I'm mad at you. At home against Duke, is this for the? No, not yet. This might be for state championship. I have as a win against Duke.
Yes, for the first part of the state championship, yeah, I have him as the win.
Yeah, I have as a win too.
At home,
actually, Wake Forest is in North Carolina.
It is,
right?
it is, but I think I kind of foreshadowed. But
yeah,
Syracuse, I have as a win.
I have as a win.
I have as a win.
At Florida State, I have it as a loss. I know y'all going, I have it as a loss.
I have it as a win.
I have it as a win, but I'm not mad at it being a loss. You know, I can understand.
And the final game, your rival, Chapel Hill, on the road, I have it as a win against North Carolina.
I have that as a loss.
I have it as a win. They're going to dog walk North Carolina, and that's when Bill going to get fired.
Wait. Hold on.
Respect. So I have NC State
Sorry.
going 8-4, 6-3, taking the over 7.5 win total.
That's a win for NC State against UNC. Sorry.
Oh, got you. So 8-4, 6-3, over 7.5 win total.
I have the 9-3, 6-3 in conference over the 7.5 for the win total.
Same as
9-3, 5-3. Wait, y'all said 9-3, 5-3?
9-3, 6-3. So I have.
My fault. Okay. We differ. You differ with the Vandy joint.
Yeah, the Vandy and I think Cal.
I have 9-3, 7 and 2.
Oh, it's Wake Forest. It's Wake Forest, I think.
And I heard you Dave 9-3, 7-2.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right. So those are our NC State predictions. We're gonna move on to Pitt, a team that I can never predict. And you know what?
Yeah,
It's funny.
Super hard.
I can never predict Pitt, and the game I can't predict with Pitt is the backyard brawl, which they are not playing this year. Kind of disappointed in that. I wanted this year to be the year I predicted it right, and then I looked. I'm like, oh, they're not even playing each other. I was looking at it.
This year they was like, nope, you don't get a chance this time.
Man, I was sick. I was like, all right, but
sorry.
Pitt under Pat Narduzzi is going with a new defensive coordinator. They are going with Corey Sanders, who is an in-house promotion. So we'll see how that works. But they are coming off an 8-4, 6-2 season where they lost the military bowl. Huh? Oh. Well, technical difficulties by Ace again. But while I'm here by myself, they lost the military bowl to ECU 23-17. And if I ever come on this show, well, let me not say ever because they might turn it around. But if I recently, like from here to maybe 2-3 years, come on this show and pick Pitt to win a bowl game, somebody please slap me. Pitt is terrible in bowl games. They can't get a win in bowl games. Now, I know 2 years ago when they lost to Toledo in that 6 overtime bowl game, they started like their third or fourth string quarterback. Don't matter. I am not picking Pitt if they make a bowl game in any time soon. No, not gonna happen. Not doing it. Can y'all hear me? Well, can you hear me?
Yeah, you came in talking crazy. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was basically saying how I'm never picking Pitt to win a bowl game in any recent bowls from the next 2-3 years. Not doing it. They're terrible in bowl games.
You definitely made that clear.
Yeah,
I'm not picking them either.
I picked them to
convince
beat ECU,
me for sure.
And they're like 2-7, I think, under Narduzzi in bowl games. It's something bad, but they returned 11 starters. 6 on offense. They returned 4 of their 5 starting linemen, so that is great for them. And 5 defensive starters, so they have a lot of production coming back. Now they do, which they kind of phased them out. They do lose Eli Holstein, but I think they're pretty cool with that. With the emergence of Mason Heichel at quarterback last year, 201-316, 63.6% completion percentage, 2,354 yards, 16 touchdowns, and 8 interceptions. I will say this: I am not on the Mason Heichel hype train. I'm not. I'm sorry. He can prove me wrong this year, and I'll be fine with that. But I'm not on it. I'm not on it. You know how I felt about Pitt all last year. I felt it was pretty fraudulent.
Yeah. You called them frauds at multiple points in the year for sure. But I don't know, man. I kind of like Heinzel. I think little bro got some swag to him, man.
Yeah, that's fine. That's cool and all.
He might throw a couple too many picks, but you know.
Yeah, I'm not on the hype train at all, bro. I'm so sorry to tell you that. It is what it is with that one. They did lose my guy, Desmond Reed. He's on the Bills, but they bring back the guy who kind of really took over for Desmond Reed last year, Ja'Carrion Turner, who was a freshman last year, who they're really high on at running back. So I'm interested to see what he does. I don't think I wrote his stats down because he's not.
He had 745 yards on 100.
He led them in rushing
carries. Yeah,
he led them in rushing.
Touchdowns, averaging 5.3 yards per carry.
Yeah, they led them in rushing, but I will say this too. Offensively, they lose a lot of production in terms of skill players. Now, defensively, they bring back production and they bring back a lot of production on the O-line, bringing back 4 or 5 guys. But skill-wise, they lose production in Desmond Reed, Kenny Johnson, who's on Texas Tech, transferred to Texas Tech, who had 48 catches, 695 yards, 5 touchdowns, and Raphael Williams, who had 51 catches, 701 yards, and 7 touchdowns. And Desmond Reed, like I said, he had 60 carries, 278 yards, 4.6 to carry, 2 touchdowns, 23 catches, 317 yards, and 2 touchdowns as well on the Bills. Defensively, they did lose some big names, though. They did lose Rasheem Bowles, a linebacker who transferred to Texas, who had 100 total tackles, 39 solos, 4.5 sacks, 4 pass breakups, 2 interceptions, two pick sixes. So both his interceptions went for touchdowns, 2 forced fumbles, a fumble recovery, and a scooper score. So basically, whenever he touched the ball on defense, he scored. They lost Cal Louis, who I thought was like a safety linebacker hybrid, because I've seen him at both spots. I think he's going to be really talented for the Dolphins. He has 79 total tackles, 43 solos, 3 sacks, 3 pass breakups, 2 interceptions, a forced fumble, and 2 fumble recoveries. They lost Rashad Battle, a cornerback, who had 42 total tackles, 28 solos, a sack, 5 pass breakups, and a fumble recovery. And Javon McIntyre, a defensive back, who had 50 total tackles, 36 solos, pass breakup, and interception. Now, some guys that came back. Braylon Lovelace, a linebacker who had 80 total tackles, 41 solos, a sack, 2 pass breakups, and 2 interceptions, and a touchdown. So 1 pick 6. Cruz Brookins, a defensive back who had 53 total tackles, 28 solos, 2 pass breakups, and 2 interceptions. Isaiah Neal, a defensive lineman with 36 total tackles, 18 solos, 3.5 sacks, and a pass breakup. Jimmy Scott, a defensive lineman with 18 total tackles, 9 solos, 4.5 sacks, pass breakup, forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. And Sean Fitzsimmons, a defensive lineman with 25 total tackles, 8 solos, and a sack. Anything anybody else want to talk about before we talk about the transfer portal?
No, like you said, I think they bringing back Heinzel, of course, is going to be big. Having Turner coming back is going to be big. I think Lovelace is a very talented linebacker and will continue to show that, even though his other 2 people in the linebacking core have been gone. I do think that Raheem Bowles is a huge loss. Like, that is a huge loss that is going to be hard to replace. However, I do think that, Pitt plays a perpetual spoiler in this league. You know what I mean? And I just want that to be known, that colors my vision and how I think about this team.
Yeah. Shout out to you, Rocket Rant 1. Hey guys, first time seeing the channel. Great job on the preview. Keep it up. Go Canes. Again, I'll leave this up for them, but I'm not a Canes fan.
But subscribe to the channel.
Definitely. Please subscribe to the channel. We appreciate you being here and listening to this 3-hour long episode so far. Probably gonna be the 4th hour. I'm trying to move a little bit quicker, but we still got some teams to go over. But in the transfer portal, first of all, Pitt had the 58th overall recruiting class. 90th in transfers, only 16. Appreciate it. He said it's done. Got to pay it forward. Absolutely. We appreciate you paying it forward. You are actually my 200 subscriber, so I definitely appreciate you. Get the 200.
Let's go, CT.
Definitely appreciate you for sure, because 200 was a goal of mine by the end of the month, and you helped me get there. So definitely shout out to you. And stick around for, Dave has a show, the main show, and everything like that. We appreciate you being in the R2L community. But that being said, only 16. Yes, sir. Only 16 transfers. But I would like to say this. I do like this one, even though he's probably going to be a backup role. He was kind of a backup role at West Kentucky. And that's Lavelle Wright, running back out of West Kentucky. Like I said, 85 carries, 471 yards, 5.5 a carry, 10 touchdowns. Think he's going to be a nice little change of pace for Ja'Carrion Turner. I also like Malik Knight, played with Turin Dickens, so he's played with a guy that can spin it, even though, again, not really on a Mason Hightail bandwagon, but he's played with a quarterback that can spin it. 47 catches, 774 yards, and 7 touchdowns. DeMarco Ward from Memphis had 63 total tackles, 40 solos, 2 interceptions, 2 touchdowns, and a forced fumble. Alex Sanford Jr., linebacker from Purdue, who had 47 total tackles, 18 solos, a pass breakup, and a fumble recovery. And Rayon Strader, a cornerback from Miami of Ohio, but he transferred from Auburn last year, but he had some good stats while Miami of Ohio. So another guy that came from the group of 5 who's trying to get his footing as a Power 5. I say Power 5 now that the Pac-12 is back. Some people don't even respect it, but I'm going to give him the proper respect. But he's trying to find his footing there. Any transfers that y'all want to highlight?
Did you mention Carson Kent from Oklahoma?
Nope. Do your thing.
I think that's a tight end that can help this offense. not be explosive, but be a little bit more stable. I don't see him as an explosive tight end, but he's a really good blocker, whether it's running or passing. So he can help out in those areas. And he's not a bad pass catcher either. So I think he'll fit well there. And then Malik Knight from Western Carolina and Lavelle Wright from Western Kentucky. Those two on the offense, if they are able to play, I think they can make some key additions as well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, Ace,
Yeah, and I think Alex Sanford, the guy from Purdue at linebacker, can be a guy who can come in and step in and help in that position that's going to need it. Particularly, I remember seeing a little bit of them play Ohio State, and he was a guy who was kind of a bit around all on the field. And granted, they still got dog walked, but he got up for a big game, and I think that's something that Pitt could use. You need
for
players
sure.
who want to play the best, and Pitt definitely has some pretty good teams on their schedule. It's not a super hard schedule, but there's definitely one or two games that I think that they will want to get up for, and more if you're just looking at the brand name.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. I 100% agree. Now, ACC ain't the place you want to go if you want to play the best. Because, again, now the Pac-12 is back.
Yeah,
Pac-12 is by far the weakest power conference now. But ACC is right there at 4. I'm sorry. Ace been hearing me say this
a
for
lot better
years.
than the Pac-12. Come on now, please.
That's why I said y'all are 4th.
Yeah, we're arguably better than the Big 12.
I don't know. Maybe.
We're
Recently,
arguably
maybe.
better than the Big 12.
Oh no, they got Houston, Texas Tech, BYU, Utah. I don't know. It's a. I might.
I think the
Y'all are
top
more
of our
top heavy.
conference.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say.
Yeah, we're top heavy.
Yeah.
That top four is our top four can compete very
That top
well.
four can compete with any of those teams,
Yeah, I was going to say y'all are for sure top heavy, but
except maybe Texas Tech. But I mean,
shoot, y'all can compete with Texas Tech for sure.
No, I wasn't talking about us.
Yeah.
No, let's be clear.
Oh, my fault. That's the gap again. My
I'm
fault.
talking about the other
That's the
three.
gap. Yeah,
My fault,
we're talking
OG.
about
My fault.
Yeah,
My
spot
fault.
2 through 3.
My fault. But Eddie, we got some stats for Pitt. 65th in
I,
total offense.
am sorry. I wish Texas Tech would come in our John and try to do something. I wish they would.
Hey, that's the
We
wrong
can go
program.
ahead.
That's the wrong
We can go
program.
ahead.
You know what they said
Hey,
to Texas.
Set it up. Take whatever
they
you
said to
gotta do,
Texas.
set it up.
We buy out your game and make y'all play. We can play at the Cowboys
Yeah, do
Stadium
it.
for all that.
Spend the oil money. Waste your oil money. That's fine with me.
hey, they call your bluff. That's why I respect it.
They will.
Yeah.
They
I
will.
respect that. But so Pitt was 65th in total offense, 32nd in total defense, 20th in scoring offense, tied 67th in scoring defense, 18th in passing, 99th in pass defense, 114th in rushing, 8th in rush defense, tied 118th on third down percentage on offense, but 15th on third down percentage on defense, 84th in red zone offense, and tied 103rd on red zone defense. So offense is really the kind of the Achilles heel. No, it was running the ball was Achilles heel for sure, but some offense was the Achilles heel. Third down for sure. And when you got in the red zone, you was kind of guaranteed a touchdown against Pitt. But let's talk about this schedule. First game of the year versus Miami of Ohio. I have this as a win.
I have as a win.
I have as a win as well.
Next game. Now, this one was a tough one for me, but it was at home against UCF. I gave this one a win, but this is a swing game in my opinion.
Yep, same here. I gave it as a win, but I wouldn't be surprised if they lose this game.
Now, this is a swing game as well for me, and I had this as a loss, but in light of my recent comments, I'm making it a win.
About them playing spoiler, but this ain't in conference.
No, about what I said about the Big 12.
Oh, that is true.
Okay.
UCF
Okay, that's right. Rep the ACC.
Even though I like Scott Frost. I like Scott Frost very much. So
I don't even off the top. I can't remember who UCF starting quarterback is going to be. I didn't
Alonzo
like
Barrett.
Oh yeah, that's
like that.
right. Alonzo Barnett from JMU. Yeah, because I didn't like their quarterbacks at all last year. It was Taven Jackson and Cam Fancher, which Michigan State has Cam Fancher now, but he's not going to play. Next at home against Syracuse, I have as a win.
I have as a win as well.
I have as a win.
Then we have at home against Bucknell. I have as a win.
Easy W.
Dubski.
On the road against Virginia Tech, I have as their first loss.
Loss.
Virginia Tech, I have as a win.
Okay, interesting. At home against UNC. UNC. I have as a win.
I mean, win. Sorry.
On the road against Boston College, I do have this as a win.
I have as a win too.
And the rest of the games,
everything else is
Miami. Yeah, I have them losing at Miami, losing at home against Georgia Tech, losing at home against Florida State, losing on the road against Louisville and Cal to lose 5 straight.
Yep, I had the same thing.
I have them beating Georgia Tech and Florida State.
Oh, so you got Florida, you got Pitt going 8-4 again then.
I have them going 9-3.
Ooh.
I have them losing to Miami, Louisville, and Cal.
Wow, you are really high on Pitt.
Yeah, you're really high on Pitt. I have them going 6-6.
Listen, bro. That dude Pat Narduzzi is hard to call it sometimes.
Oh, trust me, as a guy who hasn't gotten the Pitt season right, I feel you.
I'm not saying it ain't like, and clear, to be clear, I had them at 8-4, but it's just the UCF.
I know. Mm-hmm.
So, but again, I think that they place. I think that if you're a team that's on the bubble, like a Florida State, possibly like a Georgia Tech could be this year, like a Boston College, like a North Carolina, like a Virginia Tech possibly could be this year, Syracuse. These are teams that Pitt are more than capable of beating. Not even just beating, more than capable of dominating some of these games because we've seen them dominate similar games in the past. And that's the only thing that I'm keeping in mind. That's why I said, like, when I look at them, it's colored by, I know these guys can play spoiler in this conference, and they have. And I may be giving them a little bit of cachet just based off of, things in the past. But I don't think it's
I feel you. They could beat Cal. I can see them beating Cal, but it is on the road. They have to travel across the country. And I can see them beating Florida State.
I do have them losing, though, the Cal.
Yeah, I can see them beating Florida State. And I can see them beating Virginia Tech. I guess those are 3 swing games that I can see going the opposite direction. But with that being said, I have them going 6-6, 3-6, taking the under 7.5 win total for Pitt.
Yeah, I have them 6-6, 3-6 ACC play.
I got them 9-3, 6-3 ACC play.
Again, can I finally get a Pitt season correct? Because I'd be way off. And I know I'm now in the middle, so it's kind of hard to be way off. But
right.
It is what it is, bro. But we're going to move on to a team that a lot of us are probably high on, and that's the SMU Mustangs.
Well, we know what we know what Ace's record is.
Yeah, we do know his record.
Yeah, we ain't got to go over it. It's fine.
No, we will. But I'm going to say this. They came off an 8-4, 62 season where they won the Holiday Bowl 24-19 against Arizona. They blew the Baylor game for sure, where they could have won that one. Mm-hmm. They should have won that one.
They don't play well at the end of the season. I will say that.
Yeah, but that Baylor game I think was the second week of the schedule. They blew the Cal game, so that's 10-2, 7-1 right there. SMU a couple games from being in playoff contention. So, I mean, you being high on them is not really a bad thing.
No,
I don't know if you're looking at this.
They're definitely a playoff caliber team.
Yeah,
I think if we're talking about playoff caliber teams in the conference, I think them, Louisville, and us for sure.
For sure,
top 3.
Mm-hmm.
And Clemson. Sorry, Dabo.
I don't see Clemson making the playoff, but they definitely up there.
I mean, if they
9-3, 7-1.
I mean, look, if you win the conference, I mean, you deserve it.
I don't have them making a conference championship.
I don't either necessarily, but I'm just saying if it happens, And
I don't have them winning double-digit games, so I'm with Dave. I don't think they make the playoffs. You already know the SEC got like 4 or 5 spots reserved.
Yeah, that's why I said you have to win the conference.
Yeah. But SMU has a unique dynamic. They have both co-OCs and co-DCs. One name, very familiar, Derek King. He is a co-OC with Rob Likens and Garwin Justice. And co-DCs are Maurice Crum Jr. and Ricky Hunley Jr., all in-house promotions. So 5 co-coordinators in total for OC and DC. I don't think I've ever seen that before. It is very interesting to see how that works.
Yeah, I've never seen that before either.
If it
But
works.
I mean, well, we'll get there. We'll get there. They're coming off, like we said, an 8-4, 6-2 season where they won the Holiday Bowl. They returned 11 starters, 7 on the offensive end, with 3 being O linemen and 4 on the defensive end. Main one returning is Kevin Jennings, quarterback who had 300 of 454, 66.1% completion percentage, 364 yards. 3,641 yards, 26 touchdowns, 13 picks, and added on 4 rushing touchdowns on the year. Yamir Knight, a receiver, had 54 catches, 637 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Brandon Booker, a linebacker, had 69 total tackles, 26 solos, half a sack, and 2 pass breakups. Alexander Kilgore, a linebacker, had 60 total tackles, 31 solos, 2 pass breakups, 2 interceptions, and a touchdown. Marcellus Barnes Jr., a linebacker, had 32 total tackles, a quarterback, 32 total tackles, 21 solos, 6 pass breakups, interception, 4 fumble recovery. And William Nettles, a cornerback who had 37 total tackles, 25 solos, half a sack, 4 pass breakups, and interception. Lose a ton offensively. They lose TJ Harding. They lose Chris Johnson Jr. They lose Romello Brunson. They lose Jordan Hudson. They lose Matthew Hibner on the Ravens. And RJ Maryland on the Packers. Let me not be selfish. TJ Harding's on the Browns. Chris Johnson Jr., as I heard earlier, is on Clemson. Jordan Hudson's on the Cowboys. And RJ Maryland is on the Packers. Lose a ton of production offensively in terms of the skills. Now they return some production and they return 60% of their O-line. So that's solid. But a lot of skill production is gone. And they lose a ton defensively. They lose Isaiah Wacobia, a safety who's on the Bengals, Ahmad Moses, another safety who had 104 total tackles and 5 interceptions. Cameron Robertson, defensive end on the Cards, who had 5 sacks. Isaiah Smith, another edge who had 8.5 sacks, currently on the Panthers. Terry Webb, a defensive tackle with 5.5 sacks, who's on the Chargers. And Deuce Harmon, a cornerback with 7 pass breakups, currently no longer with SMU. Anything that y'all want to talk about that SMU has gained, lost or returned?
Yeah, I think obviously they lose a lot, receiver wise with the Romello Brinson and the crew. But I mean, you still got Kevin Jennings, and I think that's really all that matters. You got Kevin Jennings, you have a Rhett Lashley offense, you got tempo, you got spacing. I mean, look, you got them 2 things. You always got a chance, pretty much.
Yeah. I wasn't really gonna say much except for about Kevin Jennings. Just him coming back. This is what they needed.
Yeah, him taking that job from Preston Stone, he's taking it and ran with it. Took it to an ACC championship appearance. So
yeah,
maybe he's taking it to another one.
Ain't heard from him since.
Well, Preston Stone had a solid year last year at Northwestern. He took him to a bowl game and they won it, the game above Sports Bowl against Central Michigan.
Oh, shout out to him.
Yeah, and he almost beat Michigan. He almost did it. He almost got that job done, but he didn't, and it was very unfortunate. Defense did a lot.
Is that his senior year?
Last year at Northwestern, yeah, he's gone. He's done. But
selling insurance now.
All right, see, I wasn't about to go that far, but you might not be wrong. Let's move on to the transfer portal. SMU was 30th in overall recruiting class, but 32nd in transfers with 16. The biggest name in this transfer portal beyond Kendrick Raphael, which was another in-conference transfer, in my opinion, was Yannick Smith, a receiver that can be a vertical threat out of ECU. 44 catches, 583 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Now, again, Kendrick Raphael might be the biggest name in the portal for me. A running back from Cal with 232 carries, 943 yards, and 4.1 a carry with 13 touchdowns. But also like Jimmy Wyrick from the infamous UTSA, the Meat Meats. Safety who had 62 total tackles, 42 solos, 8 pass breakups, interception, forced fumble, and 2 fumble recoveries. And Marquise White, an edge from UMass who had 5 sacks, 50 total tackles, a pass breakup, 2 forced fumbles, and 18 solo tackles. Any transfer y'all want to talk about?
The running back from Cal, Kendrick Raphael. Jalen Hale from Alabama. Jarvis Lee from South Florida, and Jamal Anderson from Clemson. I think all 4 of those will be key additions to this team for SMU.
Ace.
Yeah, like you, Carl, I'm very high on Kendrick Raphael and Yannick Smith, but I also think that Theo Orstrom coming from Texas A&M at tight end, I think he was a very highly touted recruit coming out of the transfer portal this cycle. And I think he will add a lot to this offense because he's a pretty good receiving threat, pretty tall, pretty big, and
And
can
they're
affect the game.
replacing two tight end threats in Hibner and Maryland, so they definitely need tight ends. And Red Lashley is going to put them on the floor. On the floor, on the field.
For
Thinking of
sure.
basketball, thinking of Indian field. But anyway,
Yeah.
31st in total offense, 88th in total defense, 26th in scoring offense, tied 31st in scoring defense, 12th in passing, 133rd in pass defense, 95th in rushing, tied 19th in rush defense, tied 19th in red zone offense, but was 5th in red zone defense, and tied 23rd from team sacks. All these numbers indicate a playoff team. Just could not win the necessary games to be a playoff team, and it's very unfortunate. Under Red Lashley, had multiple, could have been 3 years straight at a championship game. All you had to do was take care of Cal. But no need for them to live in the past. If you're ready, we can get to the schedule.
Yeah, we can do that.
All right. First game of the year is at Florida State. Now, Florida State did beat Bama. First game of the year in Doak Campbell, but I have this as a win for SMU. Matter of fact, hold on. I'm going to do this, and then if y'all don't have this, I'll read the rest of the schedule. I have SMU winning every game except for Notre Dame on the road.
Same here.
I have them winning every game except Notre Dame and Louisville.
That's right. You did say that you had them Louisville having a tiebreaker. So I have SMU going 11-1, 9-0, taking the over 8.5 win total. So does Dave. Dave has them 11-1, 9-0, and you have them 10-2, 8-1.
Yep.
So
this is my other ACC championship team.
Me and Dave have the same ACC championship game. And Ace, I meant to say this earlier and completely forgot. You're going to jinx Miami to play Louisville in the ACC championship game?
I want it. I want either of them. It don't matter. It don't matter.
Both of these teams we lost last year. So
yeah, but Louisville is different. Like, it's something strange with y'all in Louisville.
That's why I want them.
Louisville, because
it ain't no jinx and nothing. We out here.
Well, no, we beat them 2 years ago with Cam Ward, didn't we?
Yeah, but the year before that, I think.
But y'all weren't supposed to. Yeah. It was a fight too. It was a fight.
I think y'all weren't even favored to win that game. Yeah, and then somebody like fumbled like late in the ball game. Was that y'all that fumbled late in the ball game that let them back in?
Yeah,
I want to say it was Mark Fletcher, wasn't it?
It might have been Damian Martinez or Mark Fletcher. One of y'all.
Yeah, y'all games be weird. That's what I'm saying. You know what? Jinx, y'all
our games are insane. Our games literally give me high blood pressure.
But yeah, so we're all high on SMU this year.
Yeah,
I won't tell y'all.
Not high enough.
Well, we are.
Because of you.
Me and Dave are.
I'm plenty high on them.
But we'll move on to a team that many of us might
not
be high
on at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is Stanford. I ain't gonna lie, I feel like I might have did Stanford dirty. And Syracuse. But we'll start with Stanford.
I definitely did Syracuse dirty. I ain't even gonna lie.
Stanford.
Actually, I did them very similarly. Now that I'm looking.
Oh, I think you did. Okay. I think I caught that.
I definitely did Syracuse dirty.
Has a new head coach, Tavita Pritchard. This is Andrew Luck's pick. And this is more than 1 year of a contract. They have new OCs. Terry Heffernan. He was UAV's O-line coach last year, and Chris Richard, who was the Jags defensive back coach, but he did DC. I forgot, but he was a DC somewhere. I should have wrote it down, but I forgot. I feel bad for forgetting, but he was a DC before. But last year, or his last job, he was Jags defensive back coach. They are coming off a 4-8, 3-5 season, which was their best season since 2022, which is crazy to say. A 4-8 season is your best season in some years, but that's Stanford for you. They returned a lot of production though. 12 starters, but offensively they returned 80% of their O-line, which is 4 of the 5 offensive starters. So they returned a lot of the O-line production offensively, and defensively they returned 7 starters. Which is a lot of production there. The only non-O-line starter they bring back is Michael Ford, a running back who had 643 yards on 145 carries, 4.4 carry, and 4 touchdowns. Now, they bring back Matt Rose, who's a linebacker that had 106 total tackles, 3 sacks, and 3 pass breakups with a fumble recovery and a forced fumble. They bring back Scotty Edwards, a safety with 2.5 sacks, a forced fumble, and 54 total tackles. Josiah Galvin, a linebacker with 50 total tackles, 2 pass breakups, and 2 forced fumbles. Jay Green, a safety with 38 total tackles and 6 pass breakups, and a scooping score with 2 fumble recoveries. Brandon Nicholson, a cornerback with 27 total tackles, 6 pass breakups, and 2 picks. Tafiti is his last name. His first name, I think, is Tavaru Tafiti, edge who had 2 sacks. Ernest Cooper, another edge who had 3 sacks, and they lose a ton. They lost Ben Branson, who had more interceptions than touchdowns, 10 picks to 9 touchdowns. They lose CJ Williams, who's actually on the Jags, who had 749 receiving yards and 6 touchdowns on 59 catches. Sam Roach, who I was actually high on, who had 49 catches, 545 yards, and 2 touchdowns, currently on the Bears. Bryce Farrell, a receiver who had 455 yards on 29 catches and 2 touchdowns. Mitch Leiper, a safety who had 36 total tackles and 2 pass breakups. Clay Patterson, a D lineman who had 4 sacks, a pass breakup, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. And Colin Wright, a cornerback who had a pick 6, 4 pass breakups, is currently on the Texans. Anybody want to talk about any losses or returnees from Stanford?
I think the only departure I was going to talk about was Elijah Brown, who went to the point of committed to Washington. I mean, I don't think it's a huge loss because I mean they were 4-8 last year, but it's a loss nonetheless.
Ace.
No disrespect, but absolutely not. It's nobody.
I feel it. I mean, I feel like rushing through this thing too, so I ain't gonna lie to you. They were 57th in the overall recruiting class, 130th in the transfer portal, only having 6 transfers. Nico Brown is probably the biggest transfer beyond Davis Warren, who I am so off Stanford has a type. Davis Warren is a quarterback who had 9 interceptions to 7 touchdowns at Michigan in 2024. And the 64.1% completion percentage. If you remember, he was a part of that quarterback trio who could not throw the ball at Michigan. They really relied on running the ball a ton, but they did beat Bama in a bowl game. I think it was the ReliaQuest Bowl. That was 2 years ago. Nico Brown is a receiver from Yale who had over 1,000 yards and 11 touchdowns on 71 receptions. And Leroy Bryant, a cornerback from Washington, who had 2 interceptions and 19 total tackles. I didn't talk about the other ones, but if y'all want, we could talk about them or we could just move forward.
I think we could just move forward. I think the only thing I want to say is
breeze through the schedule.
Yeah, I know why he chose Stanford because he wasn't going to get a starting position in UCLA or MSU.
Yeah,
that's why.
Yeah.
Listen, I think the Stanford's whole issue is that you're too smart. Your GPAs are too high. You can't get no good players come in because these guys want NIL money. They don't want to get a degree. They just want to get a hot $700K. You know what I mean? If they can. And you know what I mean? They don't want to worry about having a 4.6 GPA. It's too much.
Man, they want Jim Harbaugh back so badly at Stanford. It's okay. You'll be all right.
Oh, that's never happening.
Yeah, that's never happening again.
You lost that one, buddy.
But let's get into the schedule. I'm going to name the teams they play, and then I'm going to just say the record I have. So they play, first game is at home against Hawaii. Then they play the U. Then they go on the road against Duke. Then they at home against Georgia Tech. On the road against Wake Forest. On the road against Notre Dame. At home against Elon. At home against NC State. On the road against Louisville, Virginia Tech, and Cal before they finish at home against SMU. I have them going 1-11, 0-9. The only win I have for them is Elon. I even have them losing to Hawaii.
I got to beat Hawaii and Elon. I got them going 2-10.
I had them going 3-9 because I was nice and gave them a Wake Forest win.
I want to hear how you feel.
But actually, I take that.
Wait.
Because this app
you got Wake Forest beating NC State but losing to Stanford.
Listen, man, ACC be wacky, bro.
It do, but I don't see Jake Dicker going like that.
Listen. Also just reneged it, so chill on me.
Okay.
So now you got him going 2-10, 0-9.
Yeah,
Respect.
I do.
Okay.
Right, so
I'm telling y'all, I'm not shocked. After Hawaii beat them on the island last year, I'm not shocked if Hawaii comes into Stanford and beats Stanford at home. I'm not shocked. Micah Alejado and Profili
No,
Ashlock are that
Hawaiians
good.
are no slouches at all.
They're not.
I'm
They could
telling
definitely
you.
I
be.
might
They could definitely be
switch
2
it
and
just
10.
because you said that, but I'm gonna keep it for now. But
I'm telling you,
I
I'm not shocked
understand.
if Hawaii wins. But with that being said, we're all on agreement. We're taking the under 3.5 wins for Stanford.
Absolutely.
Don't do it.
All right, and we're gonna move
Please
forward
stop.
to another team who I feel like I did dirty, and that is the Syracuse Orangemen. And I know I had something to say here. I'm gonna say it. Fran Brown, I like you, dog, but the
I
antics.
like you as a person.
Oh, I don't know
how
him as
much
a
I like
person,
him
but
as
I
a
like
coach
what I
anymore.
listen. I used to like what I heard from Fran Brown. You know, the sound clips and the talking points he had.
That's
The
what I like.
antics. The antics has to stop, man. The Calvin Russell thing was not a great look.
My God, the Calvin
The
Russell
Tootsie thing is not a great look.
Nope.
I still will defend
I
him.
can forgive you for that. I can forgive him for that.
Yeah,
The
I would
Calvin
defend
Russell
him
thing,
for the
man.
sprints. I would defend him for the sprints against UConn after they should have lost that UConn game. I'm not 100% mad at that.
Yeah.
And I've seen coaches
Yeah.
do that before.
Yeah.
Maybe not at that level, but I've seen coaches do it. But dog, you are becoming harder and harder to defend, bro. And I mess with you, bro. I really do, as from what I hear. But with that being said, Syracuse is coming off a 3-9, 1-7 season. So a big drop off from the season that they had the year before with Cal McCord. And I think a large part of that was because of the injury to Ricky Collins. Not Ricky Collins. Was it Ricky Collins or Stephen Jelly? I think it was Ricky Collins that got hurt and Stephen Jelly took over. But he knew it was coming too. That's the crazy part.
I did. I wanted to catch her, but
here's my issue, and I'm kind of jumping a little bit forward. They're bringing in Malachi Nelson. The Malachi Nelson experiment has not worked anywhere yet. Now, again, they're bringing in another quarterback, Amari Odom, who just won the Conference USA Championship with Kennesaw State. But if Malachi Nelson beats out Amari Odom, I have no faith in the Syracuse offseason whatsoever. And if they don't come out and say that Amari Odom just flat out dogged Malachi Nelson in this quarterback battle, I'm going to have no faith in the Syracuse season whatsoever.
Mm.
Now, he did bring in a new DC. Vince Chris, I don't know how to pronounce that. It's one of those names where the spelling might be a little crazy, but it's Kehres for those who
like
want to
Cress.
know. That's what I think it's like Cress. Who was previously the Toledo he was the DC at Toledo under Coach Jason Candle, who then left. I think he took the UConn job, if I'm not mistaken. No, Jim Moore Jr. took the UConn job. I can't remember what job he took, but he left Toledo nonetheless. And yes, he left. He didn't get fired. They returned 7 starters, so a lot of turnover here at Syracuse. The 2 offensive starters are both O-linemen, and the 5 defensive starters are Gary Bryant III, who's a linebacker with 57 total tackles, who I believe led them in tackles. Antoine DeSauris, I know I butchered that, 54 total tackles and 2 forced fumbles. Chris Peel, a DB with 43 total tackles, but 7 pass breakups. Demetrius Samuel Jr., a DB with 43 total tackles and 9 pass breakups. And Cornell Perry, a DB with 38 total tackles. Again, they lost both their quarterbacks and Steve Angeli. No, I think Steve Angeli is actually still on the roster. But they lost Ricky Collins. They lost Ricky Collins to Kennesaw State, so they basically traded Ricky Collins for Amari Odom. He had 6 touchdowns to 10 interceptions and a 53.6% completion percentage. Yassine Willis is now gone. He's at Kansas. He had 558 yards and 4 touchdowns. I believe he led them in rushing. Jonte Cook is now gone. He had 45 catches on 549 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's at Ole Miss. Darrell Gill Jr. followed him to Ole Miss with 32 catches, 506 yards, and 5 touchdowns. So that's the receiver production right there. Dan Valeri went to the NFL. Tight end who had 39 catches, 412 yards, and no touchdowns. He was on the Rams. And then they lost Justice Ross Simmons, a receiver who had 312 yards on 20 catches and 5 touchdowns. Deuce Chestnut, a DB who had 47 total tackles and 3 pass breakups and a forced fumble, gone. Kevin Jabity Jr., D lineman with 5 sacks on the Steelers. David Reese, a D lineman with 2.5 sacks, gone. And Dennis Jacquez Jr., D lineman with 2 sacks, gone. Anything y'all want to talk about before we move to the transfer portal?
I think that it's interesting that Malachi Nelson did go there. And like you said, it's been very telling that he hasn't worked out anywhere yet. maybe Fran Brown can have some Kyle McCord kind of call back with him this season, hopefully. Because I mean, I think a lot of people wanted to see Malachi Nelson ball out. But beyond that, not very high on this team. I think that man, now Fran Brown is more like a caricature of what a good coach is. You know what I mean? And I'm kind of hating it for him because I think that he does bring a lot of good things to a program, but he just talks too much. Like he
Mhm.
doing too much. You too much about antics. You try to be too cool rather than just going out there and focusing on winning games. And if he continues to do that, he ain't gonna be nothing better than the coordinator going forward.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, Brian. I don't like the downfall so far because he had a great year one, and I was behind him. Even last year, I had so much faith in brother. I thought he'd at least make a bowl game, and I get
Yeah,
quarterback injury kind of derailed that, but still, you kind of didn't help yourself.
nah. But then you got Calvin Russell coming in there to nothing. Like,
He probably was like, "Dang, I really wish I did commit to Miami," but it's a lot of talent in Miami. Yeah, it'll box
yeah,
somebody
yeah.
out.
We got that deep room, man. We don't need him. Not like that, but you know what I'm saying. It is weird.
Dave, I thought you looked like you wanted to say something.
Nope. Best of luck to you, Calvin Russell.
All right, well, they were 40th overall recruiting class, which is very solid after the year that they just had. And 54th the transfers were 18. I talked about two of them already. Another one I want to talk about is Chris Diapolonia, linebacker from Toledo, following his DC, who had 68 total tackles, 4 pass breakups, a forced fumble, and a sack. Cole Weaver, a receiver from Miami of Ohio, had 45 catches, 642 yards, and a touchdown. Nazir Ward from Western Kentucky, a cornerback who had 6 pass breakups and an interception. And Noah Myers, a tight end for Western Kentucky, who had 3 touchdowns, 357 yards, and 32 catches. Anybody want to talk about any other transfer?
No.
All right. I'm going to skip through the stats because the stats are horrible. I also had Keyshawn Johnson, an edge from UT Martin, who had 13 and a half sacks and 53 total tackles.
Stop giving the stats because they're
He said
horrible.
the stats trash.
Bro, like most of these
Waste
joints
of
are
time.
in the hundreds. You know what? I'll give me y'all. 104th in total offense, 124th in total defense, 116th in scoring offense,
All right. You can
128th
stop. You
in
can stop.
scoring
You can stop. You can
defense.
stop.
No, I'm halfway done now.
Nah, keep going. Keep going.
78th in passing, 120th in pass defense, 108th in rushing, and 97th in rush defense.
You said 78th in passing. There you go.
That was the best statistic, yes.
Best one.
The numbers were horrible.
Yeah,
But with that being
that's
said,
abysmal.
I'm going to do it like I did Stanford. I'm going to read the games, and I'm going to just tell you my record. Played first game at home against New Hampshire. Then they go at home against Cal. On the road against Pitt, UConn, and UVA. Then back home against Louisville. Then on the road against UNC. Then back home against SMU and Clemson. On the road against NC State and Boston College. And they finish at home against Notre Dame. I have them going 1-11, 0-9.
Dang. That's
The only one I have for them is New Hampshire.
That's worse than me. I got them going 3-9, 1-8.
I also have them going 3-9, 1-8.
What is the one ACC win y'all have for them?
Boston College.
Boston College.
I gave that to Boston College because they were at home.
Dang,
But I'm not mad at it. So
I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it. I mean, they both stink.
I have the under 4.5 win total. We all do.
We all do. I got to beat New Hampshire and UConn.
I got UConn winning that game. UConn gets revenge. They should have won at the RCA Dome. Did not. They get it done at UConn.
I don't know, man. Scarlett Bell gone.
Skylar Bell and Joe Fagano. But UConn didn't. I don't think they were. No, they did have both of them the year before when they were good. I mean, hey, look, bro. These searches ain't good. So
Not
I can see
necessarily. I
it.
mean, hey, if there's anything I agree with you on, it's that they are not good.
So I can see it. But yeah, like I said, I felt like I did Syracuse and Stanford dirty. But it is what it is. Y'all can prove me wrong, and then y'all get to talk trash in my comment section.
Hey, they earned it. So
Yeah, y'all know I don't never. If I'm wrong badly, I don't never run from it. I embrace it. It is what it is. It's the life of what I'm trying to do. But anyway, we're gonna move on. We got 3 teams left. We're almost done, y'all. We got UVA next on the board. UVA is coming off of a ACC championship runner-up, where they lost 27-20 versus Duke and OT, like I explained in the Duke segment. They went 10-2, 7-1. Probably UVA's best season in a very long time. to be completely honest with you. They did win the Gator Bowl 13-7 in a very defensive battle against Mizzou. Did not see that coming in that ball game, but they got it done, having an 11-win season. Tony Elliott had a great year as a head coach. They returned 8 starters, 3 on the offensive side of the ball, which are all line, and 5 on the defensive side of the ball. Was very shocked they brought back Cam Robinson. I thought he was done, but he is back. He had 64 total tackles, 21 solos, 2 sacks, a pass breakup, 2 interceptions, which were 2 pick sixes, and a fumble recovery. Ethan Mender, a safety who had 3 pass breakups and an interception. Fisher K-Mac, a defensive end with 4.5 sacks, 4 pass breakups, a forced fumble. Jason Hammond, a D tackle with 2.5 sacks and a forced fumble. And Donovan Platt, a DB who had 6 pass breakups, an interception, a forced fumble, a fumble recovery, and that fumble recovery went for a touchdown. Now they lost a ton. Chandler Morris, like I said earlier, is now gone. He only had 16 touchdowns through the air, but he had 5 more on the ground, 9 interceptions, and 3,000 passing yards on the nose with a 64.7% completion percentage. Jamari Taylor, who had a really great year, 1,062 rushing yards on 222 carries, on 4.8 a carry and 14 touchdowns. Add on another touchdown through the air and 253 yards in the air as well. Receiving, I should say. Terrell Harris transferred to Oklahoma with 847 yards, 5 touchdowns on 59 catches. Jamal Adrain transferred to FAU, 46 catches, 564 yards and a touchdown. And Cam Ross went to the Broncos at the 53 catch, 543 yards and 2 touchdown campaign. Lost Emmanuel Carnley, cornerback, to Washington, transferred to Washington, I should say. He had 8 pass breakups and interception. Devin Neal, safety, to the Jags, 7 pass breakups and half a sack with 88 total tackles. James Jackson, I believe Devin Neal led them in tackles, by the way. James Jackson, a linebacker with 66 total tackles and 3 pass breakups and a fumble recovery. And Daniel Reichert, an edge with 6.5 sacks and 35 total tackles. Anything y'all want to talk about with Virginia?
I think that this is a team that may not have like the star power of other teams in this conference as far as like flashy players, but I think that they have like maybe less of the structural questions as some of these teams have, even though, the quarterback, Bo Pribula isn't like, the greatest of great, but I think he can win you some games. And I think the fact that they're bringing back so much of their offensive line, essentially all of it, is great. And the fact that they played in so many close games last year will help this team perform pretty good this year, in my mind.
Yeah,
I'm going to go ahead.
I said, that brings back some continuity for the offensive line. And I agree. I don't think this is a very talented team, but a good enough team to win you some games. So I think this team is pretty solid.
Yeah, I agree with those sentiments as well. And I think Tony Elliott is a really good ball coach. So his coaching is going to win them some games as well. And like you said, not necessarily the star power, even though UVA really didn't have the star power last year making it to the ACC championship. But good coaching and sound football, they'll win you some games for sure. Now, they do have a quarterback battle. Eli Holstein, Bo Pribula. Very interested to see who wins that battle. So with that being said, I'm going to just jump right into transfers. They were 77th in overall recruiting class, 37th in transfers, with 30 transfers going into the UVA. So they're making ACC championship. Maybe some recruits want to come there that previously played ball. Jakail Middlebrook is a running back I really like out of Middle Tennessee State. 140 carries, 752 yards, 5.4 carry, and 4 touchdowns. Again, we talked about Bo Pribula, but Pribula did have his faults, 11 touchdowns and 9 interceptions, but he did have 6 more touchdowns on the ground. I put him down because I think he does ultimately win that battle over Eli Holstein. Jalen McNair, safety out of Buffalo, who had 50 total tackles, 4 pass breakups, 2 picks, and 2 forced fumbles. So he creates turnovers. 2 fumble recoveries, but he still carries turnovers. Deshaun Martin, the receiver with 507 yards and 4 touchdowns out of Kent State. And Justin Ross, cornerback with 4 pass breakups and an interception from Navy. I thought that was real interesting that they had a guy from Navy come over. And shout out to him, he doesn't have to serve after college football anymore, which I don't know if that's a gift and a curse for him, but I know how I would feel. Any transfers you want to highlight?
Nah, I think you covered it.
I had some more, but I didn't want to, I had like 2 more. Ace.
The only other two I wrote down were there was 3 actually. Rico Flores Jr.
Didn't have him. We'll talk about him.
Peyton Lewis,
didn't have him. Yeah, I think he had some carry sparingly too for Tennessee. He's actually, I think, pretty decent.
Yeah, I think Peyton Lewis would be nice. I think he's gonna be nice to help out. And edge rusher, I can't pronounce his name for me.
I have him too. I think it's Nana and Yangwei.
Yeah,
I think it's Nana and Yang.
Yeah, I wrote him down. So I think those three can help out. Like you said about the running back from Tennessee, I think he
Middle.
can help out.
Oh no, my fault. You talking about Peyton Lewis?
Yeah, Peyton Lewis, I think he can come in and help that running back room. And yeah, Nana, he's from Middle Tennessee or Tennessee, something like that.
Nah, Nana is from UTSA. Teal Middlebrook is from Middle Tennessee State.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was it. I was just gonna talk about them.
Ace.
No, you guys kind of hit it on the head. If anybody I would talk about is Bo Pribula versus Eli Holstein in the quarterback battle, but to be honest, I don't think that's going to be much of the battle. I think that Pribula clearly gives them the best chance out there on the field.
I don't know. They both got some interception issues.
Yeah,
I got Pribula winning
again. At least he can
run.
At least he can run.
He can run. He can run. I'm gonna say this too. I didn't name him because I thought maybe one of y'all might. I thought this was interesting about one of their transfers in Jaquan Gibson, who is a receiver from UMass. 63 catches, 616 yards, no touchdowns. Very interesting that he did not score.
Yeah. That is pretty interesting.
But yeah, we can move on. I got some numbers, and then we can move on to the schedule. I will be doing the scheduling differently, like I did Stanford. Other than how I did Stanford and Syracuse, I only had them win in one game. That's why I did it that way. But they were 29th in total offense, 20th in total defense, 38th in scoring offense, 22nd in scoring defense, 54th in passing, 33rd in pass defense, 38th in rushing, 22nd in rush defense, 11th on third downs, converting them on offense, and second on third downs, stopping people on defense. So third down percentage on defense, they were second, 11th in third down percentage on offense, which is really good. But 67th in red zone defense and 80th in red zone offense. So the red zone got a little dangerous for UVA. Should have been a playoff team, but you blew the game to Duke. With that being said, we can get into the schedule. NC State, again, my first game for them, I have as a loss.
I have that as a win.
I have that as a win.
Norfolk State, I have them winning at home.
Win.
Now they take on West Virginia, but this one is at Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte. I have as a win.
I have as a win as well.
I have as a win.
Then they take on Delaware at home. I have as a win.
I have as a win.
A win.
On the road at Florida State, I have as a loss.
I have as a loss.
I have as a win, but I do have that as a swing game. I think they could very easily lose that.
For sure. Syracuse, I have as a win at home.
I have as a win.
I have as a win.
On the road against SMU, I have as a loss.
I have as a loss.
At home against Duke, I have as a win.
I have as a win.
I have as a win.
On the road against Wake Forest, I have as a loss.
I have as a loss too.
I have that as a win.
At home against Cal, I have as a loss. Now this one, I feel like they can win though.
I have that as a win.
I have that as a win, but could very easily be a loss for sure.
All right. At home against UNC, I have as a win.
I have that as a loss.
I have as a win.
And then on the road in the battle of the Virginia State Championship, I have them losing on the road against Virginia Tech.
So do I.
Let's do one.
So I have Virginia going 6-6, 3-6, taking the under 7.5 win total.
I got 7-5, 4-5 in ACC play.
Low key, I got them like 10-2, 7-2 ACC.
Wait, what? What did I miss?
I got them.
That can't be lose.
I only had them losing to SMU and Virginia Tech. And the swing games, the swing games I gave to them.
Yeah, it's true. Yep. Wow.
This is the thing. If Bo Pribula can pass efficiently, I'm not saying be Joe Burrow. I'm saying just pass efficiently. Don't throw 9 interceptions. If you can run efficiently, run the RPO efficiently, similar to how Chandler Morris. Chandler Morris. They have a good offensive line. They have a decent defense. I think that they just have structurally they can outlast a lot of these teams in the ACC. Hence those swing games. Hence the Florida State, the Cows, the Dukes, the Wake Forest. It's like I'm giving them those games. I just think that they may. I think their ceiling is a little bit higher than those teams.
That's why I can't really argue. I don't see them win all four of those, but I can't argue them
I
because they're
mean, yeah,
not games
but
that's out of the question. Like they can win those games.
yeah, that's all.
They're not. They're not losing like all like. Oh my god, there's no way they win this those for sure.
I don't.
I'm
I,
a,
do,
and
in my
Cal
heart
is
of hearts, do I
traveling
think they win all of those? No, but I mean, look,
for the prediction.
I can't call exactly which one it's going to be. So I'm gonna just give it to them.
Yeah, and Cal is traveling across the country for that Virginia game, so very well can
Yeah,
contest Cleveland.
I definitely think that in the ACC, it's going to be a lot of 9-3s, possibly 8-4. I think it's going to be a lot of high record above 500 teams. It just may not necessarily be the conference record is going to be like. I think a lot of people want to have the same conference record. It's going to be a lot of 6-3s, a lot of 7-2s or whatever the case may be.
We'll talk about that in a second. So we're gonna move on though to a team I'm interested to hear from Dave. We're finally here, Virginia Tech. Only took about 3 hours and 50 minutes, but we're here. Virginia Tech, man. And I thought Virginia Tech is funny because they got a new head coach, James Franklin. And what does James Franklin do? I know I took your job, but how about you come be a DC for me? Brent Pry is the DC for Virginia Tech.
Crazy.
And their OC is Ty Howell, who was the Penn State co-OC from 2023 to 2025. So he brought over his guy basically because that's what James Franklin is coming from, Penn State. So interested to see how this works. But I will say this: I do think James Franklin will have Virginia Tech not back to prominence of 01 Vic or 99. That was 01, right? When they went to the Natty.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna say that
when they
prominence.
played Florida State.
But I think that he can take Virginia Tech and bring them to where they'll be in some big games. Like games will matter in the season. Like this isn't like, oh, we're playing Virginia Tech. Oh, this might not matter. I think some of these might be some ACC games, like ACC championship implication games at one point that James Franklin can bring them to. Because he's going to be recruiting the same area he did at Penn State. Now, do I think it's this year? I can tell you right now, no. But I can see it in the near future. So I do think they're better than they think they will be better than this 3-9, 2-6 season that they're coming off of. And they do lose Kyron Drones, which I told y'all I was never so old on Kyron Drones.
You did. That's for sure.
They returned 14 starters though, which I was very surprised. And then I had to think, well, James Franklin he got cachet as the head coach, so I had to dial it back a little bit. But in this era of NIL stuff, you never know. But 14, I think that's the most starters returning in the ACC. As a matter of fact, I don't even think I know that's the most. That's the biggest number I said. But 8 on the offensive side of the ball, 4 being O-line. So they return skill and O-line production, which is really good. And 6 on the defensive end. Namely, is Marcellus Hawkins, who had 118 carries, 749 yards, and 6.3 a carry and a touchdown, which is kind of crazy. But Aiden Green, the receiver, had 516 yards, 3 touchdowns on 31 catches. And Takei Heath, a receiver, had 22 catches, 200 yards, and 3 touchdowns. And Benji Ghostnell, a tight end who had 12 catches for 86 yards and no touchdowns. Now, defensively, they bring back Noah Chambers, a linebacker with 43 total tackles and 2 pass breakups and a sack. Kamari Copeland, a D lineman with 4.5 sacks and a pick. Tyson Flowers, a safety with 2 pass breakups and a forced fumble and 48 total tackles. Isaiah Brown-Murray, a cornerback with 5 pass breakups and a pick. Thomas Williams, a cornerback with 32 total tackles, 6 pass breakups, and a fumble recovery. El-Hajj Fall, a D lineman with 2.5 sacks and a forced fumble. Again, they lose Kyron Jones, who had 17 touchdowns to 9 picks, a 56.5 completion percentage, but he brought 644 yards and 9 rushing touchdowns with them. He is currently on the Packers. Donovan Green, a receiver with 274 yards and 2 touchdowns on 16 catches. Caleb Woodson, a linebacker who transferred to Alabama, who had 57 total tackles. Jaden Keller, a linebacker with 50 total tackles, a pass breakup and a forced fumble on the Jets. Isaiah Cash, a safety with 41 total tackles and a pick. And Ben Bell, an edge with 2.5 sacks. Anything else? I know, Dave, I'm going to give you the floor. Talk to me about Virginia Tech.
Man, look, I know y'all been waiting for this segment. when it comes to Virginia Tech. But I'm high on Virginia Tech because of what James Franklin has done at what he did at Penn State. I think for some reason, I think this is going somewhat under the radar, but he brought in a lot of guys from Penn State that were pretty good, and he has a lot of other good transfers that came in as well. And I think a lot of that's going to have to do with how well they play this year. Now I know it's his first season in the ACC, but the ACC is not. I mean, it's not the Big Ten. The Big Ten is a tougher conference than the ACC is. That's just be honest about it. That doesn't count MSU. Sorry, but
Hey, hold on, bro. That was unnecessary.
It's very top.
Hold, Ace. Very unnecessary, bro. Like we had to do it. Yes, I know we've been trashed the last 3 years.
but
Go
not
back 4 years. Go back 4 years.
Honestly, the Big Ten is one of the. It was. I mean, they've won the last few national championships.
They won the last 3.
Last 3.
Yeah, last
So,
3. Won the last
Indiana,
3.
Ohio
They just
State.
went to.
Yeah, Indiana, Ohio State, and Michigan. Before Michigan was Georgia, I believe. 1-2 straight.
Might have been, but they won the last 3 in national championships. I mean, so they're up there, and Penn State was in that conference, and they could. Penn State has shown they can beat almost anybody outside of the Big Ten. It couldn't be Ohio State for real. They couldn't really beat Michigan. So those are the teams that they struggled
They were in
against.
games. They were in games with them.
Yeah, they were in games with them, but they just couldn't get over the hump. And I don't think he's going to have that big of an issue outside of SMU and Miami in the first season. So I think James Franklin is putting some really good attitude and a really good football team over to Virginia Tech. I think Virginia Tech is going to be really good this year.
Clemson, too. I think you forgot about Clemson. But I say this, too, to your point. They did just make the Big Ten championship in 2024. They lost to Oregon. And it was because of Drew Allard.
Yeah.
And they made matter of fact, screw all that. They made the national championship semifinal, the college football player semifinals. They lost to Notre Dame in the semis.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel you. I do. I respect how you feel about James Franklin. Now, James Franklin's issue is winning the big one. That has always followed him. Yep. Winning against high-ranked teams, big games, things of that nature. But I think that Virginia Tech, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I think Virginia Tech will just take being in those big games. Then once you get them consistently being in the big games, you got to start winning them. But at first, they just want to be in those big games again.
Yep.
All right. With that being said, Ace, you got anything to say about Virginia Tech? I know you was all interested about how Dave felt.
Well, yeah, I think Dave brings up a great point there. They are bringing in an influx of a lot of talent and better talent that has been there, especially when you look at last year. And I do think it's something to be said about the competition that they're going to be going against. That yes, it's not going to be. They're not going to be playing the Oregons, the Ohio States, the Michigans, and teams of that ilk. However, ACC, ACC ball sneak up on you, man. Like it be a ton of games where you think you're gonna win, and then it just don't be your day. And I think more so to that point, I think that the continuity may be a thing as far as Virginia Tech, and I do think that the players coming in from Happy Valley will help speed that along. But I do think there is going to be a bit of a transition period. And granted, I don't think that they're going to be a bad team necessarily. I think they're going to be more organized, possibly more physical. I am a believer of what James Franklin can bring to a program when I look at what he did at Vandy and when I look at what he did at Penn State. But I do think that it may take another year or two in order to have it take its full shape. But I do think they'll have some good moments in this year for sure.
I was going to say, you got the track record for sure. For sure got the track record with this past few teams. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not completely high on Virginia Tech this year per se, but down the line, I can see it for sure. But Speaking of what he's done, got some transfers to go over. He was 26th overall recruiting class, which by itself is already high for Virginia Tech. And then 27th in transfers with 27 transfers, funny enough. May one being Ethan Bruckmeyer, quarterback he brings over from Penn State. He brings over a lot of talent from Penn State. I didn't write a lot of it down. I'm pretty sure y'all will help me out with that. But 123 of 178, 69.1% completion percentage, 1,339 yards, 8 touchdowns, 4 picks. Took over when Drew Lyle got hurt and led them to the Pinstripe Bowl, which they did win.
Mm-hmm.
Keyshawn Brown, receiver from Duke, 64 catches, 846 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Bill Davis, a running back, 158 carries, 767 yards, 4.9 a carry, and 6 touchdowns. From University of Louisiana Lafayette, Jaquez White, a cornerback from Troy, but 67 total tackles, was really freaking high for a cornerback. 11 pass breakups, 3 picks, and a pick 6. And then Cam Chadwick, a cornerback from UConn, who had 4 pass breakups, 4 interceptions, and 66 total tackles. My fault. And Keon Wiley, a linebacker from Penn State, who had a sack and 28 total for that I didn't talk about.
I'm surprised you didn't mention Luke Reynolds. He was the number 2 portal tight end. I think he's going to be huge for Virginia Tech coming over here. Of course, he got continuity with Ethan, so that's going to help him out a lot. And then Eric Mensah, the defensive tackle from Ohio State. He actually was a commit to Virginia Tech out of high school, and now he's coming back, but he still has 3 years eligibility left. So I think those are going to be 2 key players for this team this year.
Ace?
Yeah, I think they have a ton of pretty good transfers coming in. Like he said, you got Luke Reynolds, Ethan Bruckmeyer coming over. You have Kenny Wosley, and just a great amount of talent coming in. It's definitely Justin Terry from Ohio State, Quashawn Brown, like we brought up earlier, Michael Troutman III from Penn State as well. I think that there are a bunch of players in a bunch of different position groups that will elevate the play of this team.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So some numbers from last year. 95th in total offense, 71st in total defense, tied 111th in scoring offense, 105th in scoring defense, 117th in passing, 81st in pass defense, 34th in rushing, 75th in rush defense, tied 71st in third down percentage on offense, 37th in red zone offense, and 128th out of 134 in red zone defense. Horrendous red zone defense for Virginia Tech. Definitely look for that to turn around. But without further ado, the schedule. First game against Virginia Military Institute in James Franklin's Virginia Tech debut. I have as a win.
The win.
At home against Old Dominion. Taking Old Dominion plus the points if I'm not in Virginia. I have a win.
A win.
On the road against Maryland. Tomo, cover your ears because I have this as a loss.
Ooh.
I have Maryland winning at home. Y'all have this as a win?
I have it as well.
I got it as a win for Virginia Tech.
Yeah, I'm the only one that have this as a loss. I kind of expect Coach Keith went deep again. That is crazy. I kind of expected maybe to have the only one to have as a loss for Maryland. But Maryland got some talent coming back.
Like Malik Washington.
Yeah. I mean, if Loxley could finally put something together, Maryland might, I ain't gonna say be dangerous or compete for nothing, but they could be pesky, I'll say.
Yeah, sure.
I'm all for Maryland slander, by the way. But next is at Boston College. I have this as a win.
I have as a win.
I have as a win.
At home against Pitt, I have as a win.
I have as a win.
I have as a loss.
On the road against Cal, I have as a loss.
I have as a win.
I have as a loss.
At home against Georgia Tech, I have as a win.
I have as a win.
I have as a loss.
On the road against Clemson, I have as a loss.
I have as a win.
I have as a loss.
On the road against SMU, I have as a loss.
I have as a loss.
Loss.
At home against Stanford, we all have this as a W.
Yep.
We all have this next game as a loss. On the road against Miami.
Yep.
And then at home against UVA, I have as a win.
I have as a win.
So I have Virginia Tech going 7-5, 5-4, taking the over 6.5 by the hook win total.
I have them going 10-2, 7-2 ACC play.
That is hilarious. You got Virginia Tech doing what Ace got Virginia doing.
Mm-hmm.
That is pretty funny. I have them going 6-6, 3-6 in conference play.
Yeah,
I believe James Franklin starting off with a bang.
I believe Virginia Tech a lot more than that.
Yeah. You got him going crazy. 10-2 off the first season, transfers and all. Ooh, I don't want to see it.
Hey, look, I almost said that
What
they'll
was
give him
what
the
was their
statue.
conference? What was their conference record?
He had him going
Dave?
7-2.
Almost in the shit, man.
Only two losses I have is SMU and Miami.
Too close for comfort.
I'm gonna say this: they're not gonna give him a statue because obviously Coach Beamer is the one that deserves the statue. But they might give him a sidewalk or a street name. He goes 10-2, 7-2 his first year.
For sure. They don't give him something.
Yeah, he gonna get something for that one. That'd be dang. We just went Yardy again. I'm sorry. Tigers still playing with the eighth. But last school, and that is the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, who came off of a surprise for me anyway. Season of 8-4, 4-4. They did win the bowl game. Where I say, if you won, did you really win? And that's the Duke's Mayo Bowl, beating Mississippi State, who was actually under 500. They were 5-7, but because of teams opting out of bowls, some valid, some took their ball and went home. Notre Dame, they won 43-29 against Mississippi State.
Y'all are dogging the Phillies. It's 10-2.
Yeah, about to win 6 straight. But you know what I'm saying? She ain't keep down the low though. Wake Forest returned 10 starters, funny enough. 2 offensively, 1 being an O-lineman. But they returned a ton defensively. 8 defensive starters returned for Wake Forest. Now, the main guy that returns for Wake Forest in general is Carlos Hernandez, the receiver who had 40 catches, 611 yards, and 3 touchdowns. But the 8 guys that return on defense are Devon Patterson, a DB with 80 total tackles and 9 pass breakups. Aiden Hall, a linebacker with 73 total tackles and 3 pass breakups. Langston Hardy, a D lineman with 65 total tackles, 7 sacks. Braylon Johnson, a defensive back with 38 total tackles and half a sack and 4 pass breakups. Travon West, a DB with 31 total tackles and 2 pass breakups. Gabe Kershke, a D lineman with 37 total tackles, 5 sacks, and 2 forced fumbles. Dallas Afalava, a D lineman with 33 total tackles and 3 sacks, an interception, and a forced fumble. And Zach Levitikin, D lineman with 25 total tackles, 2 pass breakups, and a forced fumble. Now, they did lose, arguably to me, their best offensive weapon in DeMond Claiborne to the draft. He went to the Vikings, a running back who had 179 carries, 907 yards, 5.1 a carry, and 10 touchdowns. Robbie Ashford, a quarterback who is now done. I think his collegiate football career is probably over. No offense to the guy, but 191, 322, 59.3% completion percentage, 2,472 yards, 12 touchdowns, and 8 interceptions. Adding 554 yards and 9 touchdowns on the ground. Chris Barnes, a receiver that transferred to Oklahoma State, 39 catches, 547 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Sterling Holter, a receiver that transferred to Texas, 30 catches, 416 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Nick Anderson, a safety that's currently on the Rams, 107 total tackles, which led the team in 7 pass breakups. Noor Gatkus, edge who had 6 sacks and 39 total tackles and a pick and a forced fumble. And Dylan Hazen, a linebacker who had 73 total tackles, 3 pass breakups, 2 forced fumbles, and 2 fumble recoveries. Anybody want to talk about Wake Forest?
Nah, not really. Yeah, I think the only one was Harry Lodge, but he went in the transfer portal and got back out. So
okay, I will say this though. I'm gonna say this: Jake Dickert. Oh Lord, we lost Ace again. But Jake Dickert, man, he's been having success wherever he landed. You guys?
Yeah, it was straight.
Well, actually, he went to UCLA. So Harry Lodge went to UCLA.
Oh, there we go. But yeah, Jake Dicker's been having success. Again, did not see an 8-4 season, 4-4 season, but very much successful. Actually, almost if they beat Duke, then you win your bowl game. That's a 10-win season at Wake Forest. That might get you a statue. But nonetheless, a 9-win season at Wake Forest, very successful under Jake Dicker his first year, and he's looking to add to that. Ace, did you want to talk about Wake Forest?
Yeah, I do like what they did. We haven't got to the transfer portal, obviously, I think. But...
Not yet. We're right there. If you want to kick it off, you can, since you want to talk.
Sure. Well, I will say, like, losing DeMond Claiborne is definitely, like, the hugest thing to this team. Replacing not only his production, but his reliability is going to be, a very tough thing for them. Also, this is a team who was heavily, heavily penalized last year. And this is not something that can be repeated if they want to have any kind of success, let alone a bowl game. But I'm not too sure if that is going to happen this year. That's one of the things I think might be in the DNA at the moment.
Yeah,
I don't want to.
I'm in agreement with you right there.
I don't want to say too much, but I'm gonna say this. Like I said, Jake Dicker. I like what I see so far, and he proved me wrong. But we'll move on to I got some guys I wanted to talk about, and that's Deuce Blades, Benny Blades Jr. We know he has Miami ties, but he comes from FIU, cornerback who had 5 pass breakups, a pick, and a fumble recovery with 26 total tackles. Gio Lopez obviously came from UNC, which we talked about earlier. The lefty, Wandam Davis Jr., a UTEP receiver who had 610 yards and 6 touchdowns on 26 catches. That's kind of insane. Sawyer Sedale, a running back from North Dakota, who had 897 yards, 4.8 a carry, and 13 touchdowns on 188 carries. And Cam Shanks, who at UAB in 2024 had 664 yards and 6 touchdowns on 62 catches, did not really get his footing at Arkansas, but looks to change that at Wake Forest with Dicker and South Alabama. Oh, by the way, Gio Lopez links back up with his coordinator at South Alabama at Wake Forest, so looks to revitalize that as well. Anybody else want to give it a go before we talk about these stats in the schedule?
Nope.
All right,
I like the addition of Antonio Meeks out of Louisville as well, and
I think that's solid.
From Miami. I think that they have a lot of pretty good wide receiver transfers coming in that can give Gio Lopez some weapons on the outside. I think that's very important. Beyond that, not really. That's about it.
I think Antonio Meeks is solid for sure. But some numbers. They were 61st in total offense, 26th in total defense, 63rd in scoring offense, 44th in scoring defense, 56th in passing, 46th in pass defense, 69th in rushing, 28th in rush defense, tied 65th in third down percentage offensively, 39th in third down percentage defensively, 47th in red zone defense, and 117th in red zone offense. So pretty solid between the 20s. Not so good offensively inside the 20 red zone, that is. But to kick off their schedule, they play against Akron at home. I have as a win.
I have as a win.
Yeah.
On the road against Purdue, I have as a win.
I have as a win.
I have as a win.
At home against Miami, I have as a loss.
Loss.
On the road against Louisville, I have as a loss.
Loss.
At home against Stanford, I have as a win.
I have as a win.
On the road against NC State, I have as a win.
I have as a loss.
I have as a win.
On the road against Cal, I have as a loss.
I have as a loss.
I have as a loss.
At home against UVA, I have as a win.
I have as a win.
I have as a loss.
At home against Murray Mac, I have as a win.
I have as a win.
I have as a win.
On the road against SMU, I have as a loss.
I have as a loss.
On the road against Georgia Tech, I have as a loss.
I was a loss.
And at home against Duke, I have as a loss.
I have as a loss.
I have as a win.
All right, so I got Wake Forest going 6-6, 3-6, taking the over 5.5 win total by the hook.
I got them going 5-7, 2-7 in the ACC play.
I also have them 6-6, 3-6 in ACC play.
All right. Some Wake Forest fans might be on you once Joe break down this video. They was on my behind last year.
Yeah, last year, they did not like you. I remember that.
Yeah, so they might be on you this time, Dave. But with that being said, that is the 17 teams that we previewed. We now move on to our standings and our ACC championship / ACC players of the year. As I forgot to write this banner, so hold on, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna do this. Now I'm gonna start actually with my ACC championship game, which we kind of already told earlier. But I have Miami Hurricanes versus SMU, with my winner being the Hurricanes to win their first ever, I believe, ACC championship game.
I love that.
In next day.
Yeah, I have Miami and SMU in the ACC championship game with Miami winning it.
Yeah, I have Miami and Louisville in the championship game, and I have Miami dog walking.
All right, and my ACC Player of the Year offensively is Darian Mensah, quarterback from Miami, and my Defensive Player of the Year, which I kind of said it earlier, but I wanted to make it seem like it wasn't, Sammy Brown, linebacker out of Clemson.
So my ACC Offensive Player of the Year, I have Malachi Tony,
That was my close second.
and my ACC Defensive Player of the Year is, hold on, I have it written in my phone. I don't have it on my paper. I didn't pass it, did I? I did. Yeah, I did. I don't know how I got to that.
Is it? No, it's not Sammy because I think you would have said that. Is it Clev Lubin?
No.
Is it anybody in
Braylon
Miami?
Lovelace,
Yeah, it's somebody in Miami. Oh,
Bryce
Damon Wilson.
Fitzgerald, Damon Wilson.
Damon Wilson the second. I got him winning the ACC Defensive Player of the Year.
All right, Ace.
Yeah, I don't want to piggyback and be like overly Miami, but I think Darian Mensah, Offensive Player of the Year. If not him, Malachi Tony. And for my Defensive Player of the Year, I actually have Bryce Fitzgerald. I think Bryce Fitzgerald is going to take a huge step forward this next year. I think you're going to see him all over the field. I think you'll see him in nickel. I think you'll see him playing at safety. I think you'll see him in the backfield making tackles. I think you'll definitely see him getting a lot of interceptions. And he is very dangerous with the ball in his hands. I know we haven't necessarily seen that yet, but in high school, he was a very dynamic returner and a very good wide receiver. So I'm very high on Bryce Fitzgerald. I think he is going to be dynamic.
Respect. All right, so here's our standings. Number one in the ACC for me, Miami, 11-1, 9-0. Again, now my standards are gonna be a little jacked up because this whole 8-game here, 9-game here situation. So take my standards with a grain of salt. Number two, SMU, 11-1, 9-0. Number three, Clemson, 9-3, 7-1. Number four, Louisville, 9-3, 7-2. Number five, Georgia Tech, 9-3, 6-2. Number six, NC State, 8-4, 6-3. Number seven, Cal, 8-4, 6-3. Number eight, Virginia Tech, 7-5, 5-4. Number nine, Florida State, 6-6, 4-4. Number 10, Duke, 6-6, 4-5. Number 11, Wake Forest, 6-6, 3-6. Number 12, Pitt, 6-6, 3-6. Number 13, UVA, 6-6, 3-6. Number 14, UNC, 2-10, 1-7. Number 15, Boston College, 3-9, 1-7. Number 16, Stanford, 1-11, 0-9, and Syracuse, 17, 1-11, 0-9. Y'all have standings?
I don't have like all the records and stuff, but I do have standings.
That's fine. You don't have to say the record if you don't want to.
I have Miami, SMU, then I have Virginia Tech, Louisville, NC State.
It take a minute. That's why I did that check before the show. It take a minute.
I swear.
Clemson. No, sorry, I got Clemson, then NC State. Then I have Georgia Tech. Then I have Virginia Tech. Virginia, sorry. Then Duke. Then Cal. Then I have, after Cal, I have Pitt.
Mm-hmm.
Then Wake Forest. UNC. No, sorry. Yeah. UNC, then Wake Forest. Then Syracuse. Then I have Stanford, and the last one. Oh, sorry. I forgot Florida State. Sorry. So after Pitt is Florida State. And then last is Boston College.
Peace.
Okay, I have Miami going undefeated and becoming your national champions. I have Louisville going 10-2, 8-1 in conference play. Third, I have SMU going 10-2, 8-1 in conference play. Losing the tiebreaker between Louisville and Sparta at 3. I have Clemson at 9-3, 7-1 in conference. At 4, at 5, I have Virginia at 9-3, 7-2 in conference. At number 6, I have NC State 9-3 and 6-3 in conference. At 7, I have Pitt at 9-3 and 6-3 in conference. At 8, I have Cal at 8-4 and 5-4 in conference. 9, Georgia Tech, who is 7-5 and 5-3 in conference. At 10, I have Virginia Tech 6-6 and 3-6 in conference. At 11, I have Wake Forest at 5-7 and 3-6 in conference. At 12, I have Duke 4-8, 3-6 in conference. 13, BC 3-9, 1-7 in conference. 14, North Carolina 3-9, 1-7 in conference. 15, Florida State, because that's the lowest I could put them. 3-9, 1-7 in conference. Stanford 3-9, 1-8 in conference. And Syracuse, the big stinker, 17, 3-9, 1-8.
All right, and that is our ACC preview, man. If you rocked out with us for this 4-hour and 20-minute episode, a little bit longer, I appreciate you. Make sure you please like, comment, share, and subscribe. I want to thank my guests, Dave and Ace, for both pulling up to the show. Any last word, fellas, before y'all leave? Dave, we'll start with you.
Hey, shout out to us. 4 hours that we did the show. Shout out to the U. We definitely gonna win a championship this year. So I'm with Ace winning the ACC championship and the national championship this year. And I know we're not talking about the Heisman, but Heisman, I got Darian Minson winning the Heisman this year.
Don't forget to shout out the show.
And shout out to TTC, and I'm actually a host of
your show.
I know. I'm getting to that.
Right.
I am the host of Dave's Doghouse. I just had an episode just a couple of days ago. So make sure you subscribe to Dave's Doghouse on YouTube. I'm actually on Instagram as well. Dave's Doghouse _. That's Dave, DAWG house _. That's on Instagram. And just follow me on there. And I also do all the sports updates on R2L. So if you see anything from Refuse to Lose Sports or R2L Sports on Twitter, that's me.
I need to see Troy Melton as a dog.
We'll talk about it.
Ace.
Yeah, man, it's always great to be on here. 4 or 5 hours, 6 hours, whatever. As long as we're talking ACC football and we talking Miami, I will be here. I appreciate you having me on, brother. It's always fun. Shout out R2L, shout out C2C, shout out Dave's Doghouse. I don't got nothing. This is the only place I be. All I do is play with my cat and read books. That sounded crazy, pause. And it's great to be a Miami Hurricane. It's great to be a Miami Hurricane. Yeah, man, we going all the way this year. I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nothing other that differs from that. I said what I said, and I meant it.
All right,
Hey,
so
you're a wild man. That's all I can say. You're a wild man.
Yeah,
so
nobody would have thought that if he wouldn't have said that sound crazy, Paul. We saw the cat multiple times on the episode. We knew what he meant.
Hey, man, this got to be clear.
But, I mean, I'm going to say this. I appreciate y'all as always for coming on. This is our 3rd year in a row we did this together. I know we did it together last year.
I think me and you like 4.
Yeah, this is me and Ace's 4th year in a row. But I'm saying with Dave, I think Dave jumped on year 2 and been on every year since.
I think it's been 3, yeah.
Yeah, so for sure, thank y'all for coming on the ACC. Now, I got to say this before I start out the shows. Tigers, man, they're like one of the hottest teams in baseball right now. I can't believe this. I'm so shocked. I'm happy, but I'm shocked. Right in the All-Star break, if we finish this game, we are 6 games under 500 going into tomorrow. If we don't blow an 8-run lead in half an inning. So please, Bo Brisky, don't do that.
Don't do
the
it.
Summer League last night, AJ versus Darren Peterson was lit. That was a good game. That was a really
posterizing fellas, huh?
Yeah, that was a really good game.
Day in DC, man.
Yeah, I was really happy watching that game. I'm excited to watch some more Summer League after I get off this episode. But gotta do some cleanup, man. So if you don't know, me and Tomo are now the new hosts of the R2L main show. You can catch us Monday and Thursday 7 to about 8:30ish. We are doing our NFL preview. So just like you caught me doing my college football previews, we're previewing the NFL. We have previewed 8 teams already. So make sure you check those out. We have FCC football with Coach Coombs, excuse me. He rebranded his show so he can talk football year long. We have BWT, baseball with Teddy, who's entering the All-Star break after this week. Home Run Derby should be lit, but make sure you check out Teddy. I'm pretty sure he's going to have an episode predicting the Home Run Derby and talking about possibly talking about the All-Star game. The All-Star game kind of be whack, I ain't going to lie, but the Home Run Derby should be lit. Next, we have Dave Starhouse. Again, highlights and lowlights of sport. Make sure you check him out if you want your favorite player to be a dog, or maybe you need to throw somebody in a doghouse. Hit up Dave.
Let me know.
Do that for you. We got RBO, Real Ballers Only. Definitely interested to see what he has to say about the Summer League. That is our NBA show featuring Vaughn on the channel, so make sure you give that a tune. We have In the Red Corner featuring Tyreek and Tomo. They will be live Sunday to go over the boxing events that happened, I believe, last week. They didn't go live this past Sunday because 4th of July was Saturday, so holidays, things like that. So they'll be recapping some boxing. But for all your boxing needs, make sure you check out In the Red Corner. We have Zero Sports Talk with Griffey, who's been giving you content about the World Cup. Belgium took that L. They gave us that belt, but they lost to Spain 2-1. So thank you, Spain, for having our backs. Because boy, did we
appreciate you.
And France,
honorary Americans.
France ended up winning yesterday, so they move on to the semifinals. I'm excited for a Norway game and Argentina game. I don't think they play each other, but I'm excited to see those two teams play. But make sure you check out Zero Sports Talk Griffey. It is a non-live show. He drops episodes, but he talks more the World Cup, but he's just been focused on the World Cup. That's what's going on right now. And the last show I want to talk about, AJ's Birds, part of the network. He is on his channel, though, Timeout, Full Timeout. So make sure you check that out where he talks about his Eagles. So if you are an Eagles fan, make sure you give him a listen. But with that being said, again, this is the end of our ACC episode. I will be back next week with 2 more characters, with Trent and Griffey, to talk about the Big Ten. So looking forward to another fun episode. Why you make that face?
Who is Griffey like? USC?
USC. He's a Trojans fan. So
Yeah.
He's from Cali, so he's all Cali.
Dodgers, USC,
Rams, Dodgers,
yeah.
USC. He's Cali.
Yeah, so we will be talking about Big Ten next Sunday. Don't have a time. Time is TBD. But be on the lookout. Appreciate everything with y'all. But that being said, I got some family to go see, so I am gone as I find this outro. Unless Dave, you got the outro? If not, I found it.
Once you just hit in stream and pretty much go straight to the outro.
Oh yeah, that's right. That is that. You're right. Wait, hold on. Whatever. I'm gone. Peace.
Thank you for staying to the end. If you're watching this on YouTube, please like this video, subscribe, and also hit that notification button so you can be notified next time we put out a video. If you're listening on any podcast platform, subscribe and hit that notification button, y'all, so you can be notified we put out another podcast audio. And last but not least, hit that share button. No matter what you're listening to or watching it, hit that share button and send it to somebody that you know that would love to watch this episode you just listened to. So once again, thank you for staying to the end, and we'll see y'all in the next episode.